I wasn't the only person that Alan fooled around with. You know, the truth be told, he was a womanizer and he was an alcoholic.
This is Alan Helmick. On June 10th, 2008, Alan's wife Miriam returns home to find Alan lying on the kitchen floor with a gunshot wound to the back of the head. Miriam calls 911, who guide her through performing CPR on Alan, but it's no help. He's already passed away. When Mesa County, Colorado police arrive, they launch a homicide investigation and process the crime scene. The house appears to have been ransacked, but detectives begin to suspect that the scene has been staged. Officers also note that Miriam appears strangely calm and doesn't have blood on her clothes that would be consistent with performing CPR on Alan. When police question Miriam during a full police interrogation, which you can watch in the first video in this series, they start to suspect that there's more to this grieving widow than meets the eye. After releasing Miriam, investigators question those closest to Miriam and Alan, looking to uncover crucial details that will reveal who did this to Alan and why. They start with Alan's son-in-law, Joshua Vigil. At this point, police have no idea that they're about to uncover a real-life horror story with secret affairs, years of fraud, and a string of suspicious deaths going back decades.
Well, Josh, just wanted to make sure. I know that you were given a ride down here by a deputy, and I don't want it to be perceived that you were under arrest or any of that since he gave you a ride. So you're not under arrest, and you can leave anytime you want. You don't have to talk to us.
No, I need to know this. I'm probably going to be...
Okay.
There's no strong ones left.
Probably going to be what?
In charge. There's just no strong ones left. My wife can't do this again. She can't do this again.
This address in Delta, is that your current? Okay.
Come on.
Your wife's mother passed away several years ago.
Or
What were the circumstances of that?
she had her aortic sac split, and they fixed it once, but it leaked, and when they tried to fix it again, all the blood vessels collapsed from her heart down, and she never recovered. Oh God, my children. This is not fair.
Definitely difficult, especially with your wife's mom after. Wanted to talk about just kind of, you're living there, correct?
Yeah, kind of like, I'm working for Halliburton and I have to be within a certain time period of the yard response time. And so when I'm on call, I stay in the basement. And then I go home. When I have time off, I went home on Saturday afternoon and went back to work on Monday. And then I didn't come back until last night or yesterday afternoon, and I left about 6 o'clock this morning to go to work.
Okay, so you left at 6 this morning?
Yeah.
Okay. When you go to work, what do you normally drive to work? How do you get to work?
Oh, you guys weren't out there. It's my blue 64. It's a It's a 1964 Chevy C10 short bed.
Okay, and you left at 6 and...
Yeah, maybe between 6 and 6:30. I'm in CDL training right now. So all I had to do was go to Hilltop, so it might have been as late as like 6:20.
Okay, was anyone else awake when you woke up this morning?
Not that I heard, no.
Okay, so everyone else was
yeah.
There was no one else awake this morning?
Not that I try not to go up very much. Being on call, I have really weird hours. Sometimes I get calls at like 11 o'clock at night and I have to go out. Or I come home at like 3 in the morning or something like that. So I try to, they're letting me stay there, so I try to respect that.
So is there an entrance into the basement?
Yeah, there's actually each bedroom in the basement has its own separate French door opening, as does the family room. And I stay in the family room and fall asleep to the TV. And then I showered and then I went out. I parked my truck down below the hill. There's like a loop that goes down below. and I parked my truck there by the door to my bedroom so that I can leave without making a lot of noise.
Okay. Well, walk me through today for you. What were your events today from work around 6?
Class starts at 7. I've been in class since 7 till about 5 after 5 or so. We went to Southside Diner for lunch at 12 to 1. The rest of the time was all in the classroom.
Okay.
And it's Excel. It's their new location. They just bought the building at the top of Hilltop right past the barber shop.
Okay. What kind of classes are
It's
there?
CDL, commercial driver's license.
Okay, so you've been in CDL classes?
Yes, yesterday and today.
Okay. And you said you got there what time yesterday?
Probably about 5:30. I'm gauging probably about 5:30. We got out of class at 5, and it takes me just under half an hour to drive home.
Okay. Just making sure, who all lives there?
Just me, Miriam, and Alan.
And Alan? Okay. Anyone else that's a frequent guest or stuff?
I think the I don't know. I've never seen her there, but my wife has seen her there. The horse trainer sometimes stays over when they're out of town or something to feed the horses and stuff.
Do you know her name?
I don't. I've never even met her.
Okay. So you first arrived from, you were in Delta last weekend, you were home?
Today's Tuesday, Monday, Saturday I went home. I got off of work around, I have DOT logs. So I could, if you want exact times, I could look on my DOT log and get it. But I think we left the yard about Saturday. I think it was like 4. I think it was like 4 on Saturday. I drove to Delta.
Okay.
Let's see. Did I stop? No, I didn't stop because I didn't get my phone charger. I didn't stop on the way out. Just drove to Delta to my house. Stayed there all weekend. And then Monday morning, I left the house about, it was about 6 o'clock. I got gas at like 6:22 or something. Sorry if that's too much information. I'm really a detailed person.
You're doing great.
I'm very, you know what, I just refolded all these, so I bet I can't find the right one.
That's okay.
But it was about 6:22 when I left the gas station on the corner in Delta of 92 and 50. And didn't stop, went straight to class, had class all day. Probably got home around 5:30. I saw Alan and Miriam feeding the horses down below. And then I saw them drive the feeding truck past the window, past my doors, and I heard them. They were up pretty much till, I don't know, probably. I heard creaking on the floor as late as midnight, I think.
So they were up till
I don't know if they were up. I mean, they kind of keep really weird hours. They fall asleep at like 5 in the afternoon and then get up and, you know, watch TV, he plays chess on the computer a lot.
Did you hear him talking or discussing anything last night?
I really can't. I mean, I can hear everything in that house, but it's you know, sometimes I can't tell if it's them or the TV up there. But,
okay.
But yeah, there was definitely some kind of talking going on as late as, you know, probably 11, but I think it could have been the TV or them. I can't distinguish.
So it was kind of at a normal volume of
Yes.
everyday talking?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was around...
Probably anywhere between 10 and 12, because that's when I was trying to convince myself to go to sleep because I had class in the morning.
Okay. How long have you been staying in their basement? How long is that?
Let's see, I had, hold on, let me look here. OSHA, I went home every day. After OSHA, I had NEO, I went home every day. Then I had Smart School. And then I had 3 weeks of, so about 3 weeks as of Saturday would have been Well, Sunday would have been 3 weeks.
So for the past 3 weeks,
3
you've
weeks,
been
yeah.
staying in their basement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, tell me kind of how things have been the past 3 weeks while you've been staying there.
Pretty much the normal routine. I see him when I'm home during the day. Like I said, I keep really weird hours. If they're even there, typically the only time I see him is if Alan's doing a project out in the garage. They smoke outside, so they're either on the balcony or in the garage doing a project. Or I see them, and I basically it's only when I'm like, hey, where's the trash bags? Or, I don't spend a lot of time up there. But I see them drive by probably 2 or 3 times a day if I'm home during the day, because they drive down in the little Dodge and feed the horses. Or like, I don't know, Friday or Thursday, one of those nights, he was out. The riding arena has just, you'll notice when you're there, it's just been recently dragged, harrowed, whatever you want to call it, but he was doing that.
What does he do that with?
His little green tractor.
Okay.
His little green tractor with a little harrow in the back of it. But that's pretty much it. I usually see him go by. Sometimes they go together, sometimes they don't. There's no consistency to that. They go and feed. I can hear him upstairs, a lot, fixing meals and that kind of stuff. Just haven't had a whole lot of contact with them. My wife was down last week on Tuesday. No, that's not correct. My kids came down he went and picked my kids up on Monday night, and my daughter has writing lessons on Tuesdays. I got to put them to bed on Monday night, and then I had to leave early on Tuesday, and then they were gone before I got home.
And you're married to his daughter, Portia?
Yeah.
How long have you been married to her?
16 years.
For 16 years? And so you've known Alan for a long time?
Probably 18 years.
Okay. How well do you know Miriam? Not very well? Okay.
I know her casually for the last, 2.5 years or something like that. I've lost track of how long they've known each other.
So about 2.5 years?
Yeah. I mean, I know her. We do Christmas and Thanksgiving and that kind of junk together, but I've never sat and talked to her other than, her stories about riding horses in Europe and living in Florida. And I think she lost a daughter and a husband or something like that before.
She lost a daughter, husband. She tell you how or why or what?
My wife would be the one that has more. I'm not sure. I think the daughter. I think the husband killed himself and the daughter died of some kind of weird disease. But I don't remember. And she has another son in Florida.
Okay.
But I can't even think of his name, Chris or something like that. I've met him twice.
Okay.
I don't care much for him.
That's her son?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, tell me kind of about the lifestyle at home. Any issues, any problems? How's
With
the
them?
relationship with everybody?
You mean with me and my family, or
No, with them
Alan?
in their house and with Alan.
Well, I'll be truthfully honest, but I don't want to skew things. I don't want this to, because you got to understand where I'm coming from. We're a family that was shattered 4 years ago, and so it's very difficult for us to accept things, especially when people come into our family. So to be perfectly honest with you, nobody really gets along with Miriam, and she doesn't really embrace us that much, except, up until recently, she was very into getting her writing lessons. And I mean, it's a year and a half in the making. She promised it a year and a half ago, and it never happened, but now it's finally happening, and they went and bought her the riding boots and hats and helmets and things. Yes.
Okay.
But for the most part, the family, I don't want this to sound bad, but we've never really bonded with her. And I think it's one, because she's an outsider, and so it's hard for us. But on the other side of that, she's not into the same kind of things as we are. I mean, she's very, I don't know how to put it, but, you know, she doesn't take joy in my children when they do things that kids do. She gets annoyed by things that kids do, you know. She doesn't want to do the same things that the other grandma wanted to do, and so it's been hard for us to relate because it's just two different personalities. So I don't want to, you know.
Sure. How did their relationship start? How did that come about?
From what I understand, Alan was taking, when Mom died, there was a list of things that they had said that they wanted to do all their lives, and it hit home when she died, and Alan promised himself that he was going to accomplish all of those things now. And one of them was they had always wanted to take ballroom dancing together. And so he started taking ballroom dancing lessons, and she was his instructor. And as far as I know, that's where the relationship started. As far as that's the story that I know. And from there, they just they started dating, and then she moved in with him in Delta, and then they got married, like, I don't know, whatever, 2 years ago or something.
How's their relationship with each other?
No offense, on a guy's point of view, I've never understood what he saw in her, but, you know, 40 years of marriage, new on the scene, I'm just really surprised that maybe it was just because she was the first thing that came along, but about the only thing that's compatible with them, it seems like to me, in the beginning, was the social part of it, the night, the dancing, you know, that kind of stuff. But because he's a horse guy, he's never been a horse guy. Now he has horses. He was never a horse guy, and you know, they bought horses, and now they're breeding horses and all this other kind of stuff. I mean, it's kind of weird, but
No offense taken.
I mean, it's just, you know, and I guess we joked about it, you know, me and my best friend joked about it. It's like, you know, if you're pushing 60 and you were married for 40 years and you're on the market again, you can be a little picky, you know, and he was definitely not picky, not in my opinion. But she's, you know, I don't know, it's really weird. I've never seen them fight. I've seen them not be getting along, and they kind of find separate parts of the house to be in. But that's, you know, that's, as far as not getting along, that's as much as I have ever. My wife might know a little more. She talks to Miriam a little bit. And Miriam's been really, again, I don't want to, it sounds so horrible, but the last month or so has been really weird with her because she's been really nice, beyond what she ever has before.
With who?
With my wife and with my kids, kind of, you know, like fulfilling her promise of the horse lessons and you know, having conversations with my wife. And the other day I came home and I was pulling my wet coveralls out of the truck, and she was up on the balcony, and she said, hey, because I didn't even know she was up there. And, oh, hey, how's it going? And I said, hey, can I use the dryer because I need to dry my coveralls? Oh yeah, bring them up, I'll do them for you. I was like, wait, you'll do them for me? It was just kind of not
her.
Yeah, I'm like, what do you mean you'll do them? I was under the impression that they weren't, you know, real keen on having me stay too long. That was, as long as I'm looking for a place.
What gave you that impression?
Well, that's what Portia's dad told my wife. That's what he told her when we were arranging this whole me staying with him. He's like, well, as long as he's looking for a place, I don't care if he stays down here. And he's always been like that. We've had a great relationship, but there's always that. I married his daughter, you know, and I'm the only person in the family that's ever challenged him at anything. You know, we play Trivial Pursuit. We have to be on opposite teams because if we were on the same team, no one would get a turn. You know, we were just, I think that's part of, you know, why we get along and why we don't get along, both, because we're so similar. And so any little tiny thing, he's always just ridden me hard about, you know, I married his daughter. And So I've never been successful enough, or, you know, whatever it is, you know, it's, so, long story short, he wants to make sure that I'm not, you know, living off of him type thing, which, he's family, he lives in Whitewater, it makes perfect sense, why wouldn't he embrace that, but we don't understand it.
In the last 3 weeks, has there been any hardships or problems with anyone that you've noticed, or anything while you're staying there? Anything?
Not me personally. Like there are stories, but as far as me, no.
What stories?
Well, you know, like I wasn't there. I guess they had an incident in Delta with the car, and I wasn't there, so I don't know anything about it. I just know secondhand knowledge of it. And then something happened in the last couple of days. What was it? Oh, some bank account thing. I don't know what that, if you guys already know about that or something. Somehow the bank got mad at Alan for something and wouldn't let him access his account. And this is secondhand knowledge. None of this is confirmed. I have no idea. No one. This is, you know,
Not
person to person.
sure.
To person.
That's fine.
This is from my wife, from whoever. But anyway,
What did you hear about the bank thing?
something about freezing his account because when he's been, I guess we should back up. He's been really, really sick for about the last 4 months, to the point where he says he wasn't even getting out of bed. He was atrophying. He'd been in bed so long. He wasn't sleeping. He just was in bed. He wasn't eating, you know, he said he'd get up to use the bathroom and he would, you know, just couldn't control it. He'd be sitting there and his leg would start shaking uncontrollably. He was just really sick. And so he's only been out of bed for a little while, and supposedly something about Miriam handling the finances while he was sick, and something about the bank. I don't know.
Who'd you hear this from?
From my wife.
Did you see him sick while you were in there? Did you notice he was sick?
Yeah, we did. We saw him a couple of times, and he would get up. We just quit going down there because it was just so disappointing for us. You know, from where he was 4 years ago when Mom was alive, and the way he acted with my kids and everything, to where he was now, it was just disappointing for us as a grandpa. He just.
What changed?
Oh, you know, at Easter they used to come up to our house and bring giant Easter baskets that Mom would have made, you know, and the first year after she died, he had his secretary order it, and then he brought it up. By the third year, he had his secretary send it. And then last year, he went to Walmart the day before and bought my kids Walmart Easter baskets. And it's just those little things, you know, that just wasn't them before Mom died. And his interest in my family has just been real disappointing, you know. He's always sick. He always cancels things on us. Yeah.
Did you ever hear him and Miriam talk about the issue at the bank or
No.
the problem? Nothing like that?
No, I haven't. That was strictly from what I understand, that was from Miriam to Portia.
How long ago was that?
It was over the weekend, because I was home when my wife was talking about it, so probably Friday or something like that.
Okay. Anything else that you think we should know? That would be...
Well, you know, this is tough. This is really tough because we've been... America's Most Wanted episodes are flashing through my brain. And I called it 3 years ago. And so it's hard for me to not just pick out every little fishy thing.
We called, what, 3 years ago?
That this scenario was going to happen.
What exactly? You obviously suspicion something.
Yeah, exactly.
So what is it?
I you know, your mind plays tricks on you, but, you know, my wife tries to call Alan all the time, and his phone's either off or he doesn't have it, and she has it. She has her own cell phone. Why would she have his cell phone? he always cancels because he's sick, but he never makes that call. She makes that call and says that he's sick. The incident in Delta with the car.
What happened there?
Somebody put a wick, I guess, in the gas filler of his car while he was in the office, and luckily they just filled the tank, so there weren't a lot of fumes, but I guess it had melted the whole down tube. But Miriam and Alan and my wife were all in the office together, and then they went outside and were talking outside, and all of a sudden the car is smoking, and I guess the Delta cops took a report on it.
Any suspicions as to who did that?
Well, the Delta cops think so, as far as I know.
Who you're from you?
Again, it's hard for me not to be biased because I just.
But what happened is, I don't really know your family and I don't know your past.
Sure, absolutely.
But you live there, so your opinion, it does mean a lot to us. So if it's just an opinion or something you've heard, that's important.
It's most of it's opinion.
Okay.
Most of it's opinion based on so his wife carries his cell phone. I mean, okay, that may or may not be odd, whatever. So he's been sick for 3 months. When he stops taking his medication, all of a sudden he got better. Maybe or maybe not suspicious.
What was he sick from specifically?
I don't know. His blood pressure was really high.
Okay.
It was like flu-like symptoms or something. His muscles were really, but I think he was taking like 5 different kinds of prescription drugs. Yeah.
Would your wife know which ones those were, do you think?
Highly unlikely.
Okay, all right.
I don't think so.
Had he seen a doctor for this?
Yeah.
Do you know who his doctor
I
is?
don't.
Okay, would your wife
My
know?
wife might know that.
Okay.
My wife might know that, but I can't be for sure. So just little things like that. And again, we're so exposed to these, TV programs that it made us all start thinking, and just little things like that are just,
Who did your gut told you did that?
Miriam.
Miriam. Why was that? Why did your gut tell you
I didn't
that?
trust her the first time I met her.
Why is that? Just a gut feeling, or did something happen?
No, just a gut feeling.
Okay.
I have the unfortunate ability to make judgment calls on personalities. But just the way she latched on to Alan so quickly, the fact that she had a husband that committed suicide, that she didn't even have a place to live, from what I understand, I don't know that for sure, but from what I understand, that she was, moved right in because she didn't have a place to live, and they weren't actually dating at that time, and he built her a dance studio before they were even married. He sunk like $10,000 into this dance studio, and again, I hate to be doing this because if I'm wrong, I don't want to destroy a relationship between Miriam and I and my kids. But she made a comment to Portia the other day, and Portia would have to. I told her to write it down because she has a hard time remembering word for word, and I said word for word is very important. I don't. I tend to remember word for word, but something to the effect that, that Alan and I have what do you call it? Anyway, everything that was his before the marriage is his, goes to us, and then everything that after the marriage would be hers.
Prenuptial agreement.
Yeah, but I don't think it was prenuptial. I think it was something else. When estate.
Okay.
So I remember estate. And what is it when people take over for someone's estate?
Executor?
Executor.
Okay.
Yeah, I think she said something about being the executor of everything after they got married. My wife would be able to, she wrote it down. I told her to write it down.
Okay.
Because it just seemed fishy, you know, out of the blue, right after this this incident with the car, Miriam blurts out that, you know, well, everything that your dad had before is his, and everything after, or is yours, and then everything after is mine. It was just so random, and I said, well, then write it down, because the sheriff investigating in Delta had asked her the same question, and to the best of my knowledge, that was the avenue that sheriff was taking as well after the wick or something.
The avenue that Miriam
was within the suspect. Yeah.
Why do you think she would do that? With the wick?
To be honest, with the wick, no, it's random. The medication wasn't working. I'm sorry. I'm just, you know, that I don't mean to sound that way, but like I said, I've watched too many shows.
Would she have anything to gain by the car burning up?
If Alan was in it, yeah, absolutely.
And what would she have to gain by that?
I don't know specifically, but Alan is not poor. He's never been poor.
Okay.
He's worked really hard all his life to have the things that he has.
You mentioned when you got out to the house today, someone told me that you mentioned something like, I knew this would happen, I knew this would happen. Is that what you meant by I knew this would happen?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else that would be important for us to know?
You know, at the moment I can't. I mean, it's just the little things. It's the little things that, you know, like I said, not returning. Portia's been trying to call him for probably since Thursday or Friday, and she picks up every time. She said that she would give him the message to call back, and he hadn't called back. He was supposed to pick the girls up yesterday for writing lessons. He didn't even stop when he drove through Delta. According to her, he had an appointment in Montrose yesterday, and
According to who?
Miriam, I'm sorry. My wife called to find out if he was going to pick up the girls or not for writing lessons today, and Miriam picked up and said that the lessons were canceled until Friday.
And when was that call?
I believe it was Sunday or Monday, and the lessons were canceled until Friday, and that he had gone to Montrose for an appointment, and that then she called last night, yesterday afternoon, because she called me back, and that was about 7, or I could probably find the phone call on my thing, and said that she talked to Miriam and that Alan was drunk and that he couldn't, you know, he was too drunk to talk on the phone.
Does he normally get that drunk?
Well, the really odd thing is he was out feeding the horses. But according to Miriam, he was stumbling around doing it. I mean, when I came home, I looked down and I saw him feeding the horses. Both of them, you know, I didn't think anything of it, and I went inside.
Did he look stumbling drunk when you saw him?
Didn't look stumbling drunk, no. Like I said, I mean, I just kind of glanced down there because I looked down over here at the barn, I didn't see him, and I walked around up top to see where they were, and as I was coming down the other side of the hill, I noticed that they were down there, and they were just, you know, normal feeding the horses. And she said that he got drunk at the Delta elk lodge. Well, if he's stumbling drunk and he made it all the way from Delta to Whitewater and fed the horses, but now he's too drunk to talk to my wife on the phone. So I don't know. It was just, and yeah, I mean, he when he ties it on, but he's always in control. Alan was always in control.
So he gets drunk, but not drunk to where
Oh
he
yeah.
doesn't control.
No, he gets. I mean, I've seen him get really drunk, but he's always in control.
How often does he drink?
That I couldn't tell you. You know, I couldn't speculate on, you know, once a week. If he goes weeks on end without, you know.
Have you noticed any issues with depression around Alan these last whenever? Tell me about that.
Well, from what I understand, that was one of them. The drugs that he was on. It's not Prozac. It's another one. But yeah, there was a depression drug that he was on.
What kind of things did you notice that made you think he appeared depressed?
You know, I don't know. I didn't see it. Like when we were around, I didn't see. Again, Alan was always in control. That's who he was, and I don't care if he was. I mean, you know, when Mom died, he was in control. When he's slobbering drunk, he's in control. He's never, you know, only once in 16 years of marriage, and that was probably 14 years ago, have I ever seen him drunk enough to not be in control.
Did you see something that made you think he was depressed, or just?
Not really. No, we had a conversation in the kitchen a couple of weeks ago, quite a few weeks ago. It was when right before I moved in, I think, and because he was talking about how he's up and feeling good because he stopped taking all his medications, and he rambled off some medications, and it seems like one of them is Prilosec. Is that antidepressant?
Something similar.
Yeah, see, I can't remember the name of it, but he had mentioned that was one of the ones that it was on because he said, yeah, I was kind of in a funk. But you just wouldn't know it. There's nothing exterior about it. And so I couldn't tell you, you know, I mean, other than being sick for 3 months, you know, we just didn't see him much. You know, we just didn't really see him much.
Before that, did he get sick very much?
You know, I don't think so. Not really. Not that I can remember.
After his wife passed away, did he go through a depression stage there?
Yes, but not your typical depression stage as everybody. He went through a stage where, you know, he drank a lot. Family came down and lived with him for a while, and they drank a lot. And but he's been a drinker all his life. I mean, it's not, you know, uncommon. But yeah, he you know, there was a stage where he threw some things away that probably could have been kept.
Something.
Yeah, I've got a lot of them. I dug through the trash. But it's hard to say with Ellen. He just, like I said, he was in control. He didn't leave a lot of stuff out like that.
Tell me about the house. Do you know how many do you know of the weapons that were in the house, or any valuables?
Weapons. Okay, weapons. I would say there's probably a bow. He's got a bow that he hunts with. It's an older one. It's not a nice, new, fancy compound. He didn't believe in that. It was kind of like my bow. Took a man to pull it back type thing. Think he has a open sight 30-30. I think he has I think it's a 7mm. I'm not sure. It's a black synthetic stock with that whatever brush, that metallic barrel. It's not black, it's not chrome, it's that other one. He might have had one handgun, but I cannot remember positively if he did. And if he did, I don't think it was anything bigger than a 22.
You know where he kept his?
I don't, not since he moved houses. If we were in Delta, I could tell you.
Okay, so you saw these weapons when he lived in
Yeah,
Delta?
because I used to clean them for him.
Okay.
He always gave me I'm very meticulous about certain things, and he can't stand to sit there long enough to, so, and I think there was a shotgun as well.
Any reason you would have got rid of any of these weapons, or did you talk about that?
We just never talked about it, no. Well, you know, I think the pistol might have actually been Sharon's, his wife, his first wife.
The pistol you thought was a 22?
22, but I can't remember. It seems like I remember there was a 22 in his sock drawer in Delta. seems like he bought her a bow and he bought her a pistol, and one of them she did not like. She just couldn't stand it.
And that was
I think it was the pistol, because the bow went to Wendy. Mom's bow is with Wendy, but his bow, he still has his bow.
Her name was Sharon?
Sharon, yes.
Any valuables in the house?
You know, my wife would probably know better, but as far as jewelry is concerned, we don't know. There's a few things missing from Mom's stuff when they finally went through everything, but it's hard to say if one of the sisters, said, well, I'm going to make this disappear now because I don't want to fight over it later, things like that. But as of recently, probably there's a china cabinet which has got some very valuable antique china in it. Mom had some porcelain, white porcelain with gold rim that came out only at Thanksgiving and Christmas. This is unreal.
Anything,
cars, computers. I don't know if he kept cash. I don't know of any jewelry that he ever bought her.
Okay.
And I don't know how much he ended up keeping after.
What were the habits? When they left the house, was it normally locked? Was it locked when you're in it? Was it normally unlocked?
Unlocked.
Normally unlocked.
Normally unlocked.
In the 3 weeks that you've stayed there, have you noticed anything kind of out of the place? Anyone that didn't look like they belonged, or anyone on the property there?
Like I said, the only time was probably, and I don't remember. They were in Lake Powell. Miriam and Alan were in Lake Powell. So it was. My wife would remember better. She probably even has it on her calendar. But one of those weeks, in the last 3 weeks, they were gone, and the horse trainer was in there, was staying upstairs in I think she slept in their room, because my wife went up there for some reason and was doing something, walked in. Oh, they were gonna take a bath, because Grandpa's got a big bath in his master suite there, and she was in there watching TV or something. So
it's a horse trainer. What's her name?
I don't know.
And she was supposed to be there.
Yeah, from what I understand, she's supposed to be there to feed the horses or something like that. And my wife would be able to confirm that better. Like I said, I don't know. I didn't go upstairs. I didn't see her. Didn't meet her.
And how did you learn about things today?
I drove up and I saw the yellow tape, and I knew instantly.
So when you were driving up, okay, and that's the first you noticed. Did you call your wife and speak with her about it?
No, because I didn't want to call her until I knew if he was dead or not. And the one guy said, yes, he is deceased. And I said, how? Because I didn't want to call my wife. And he said, I can't tell you. And then my wife called me, and she says, my dad just saw it on the TV and called my wife and asked her, and my wife called me up, and she's like, what's going on? And, are you there? I said, yeah. I said, send the kids outside. I told her, Portia, your dad's dead. And she said, I gotta call my sister.
Do you know of any plans this weekend for the family? Or
Yeah.
Is there anything coming out?
Yeah, Christy's coming out. Alan Jr. was supposed to come down, but I can't remember why he decided not to come down, but he decided not to come down.
When did you hear that he decided not to come down?
That probably was like yesterday night.
Yesterday? Who told you that?
My wife did.
Your wife told you he said he wasn't going to come down?
Yeah.
Where's Alan Jr. stay?
He's in Seattle. Christy lives in Seattle. Wendy lives in come on, Parker. And Christy was flying into Denver and driving car.
Christy was gonna fly from Seattle to Denver to drive a car.
Then rent a car and drive it here, and we were gonna stay through Tuesday.
You said you didn't know if he kept cash at the house?
Yes, I don't. I mean, I'm
You
sure
didn't
he
know
probably.
if he has a safe when you helped him move? Did he have
No,
a safe?
I don't know. He may have gotten one since, but no, I don't know if he has
How
a
long
safe.
have they lived in this house?
Maybe 2 years,
Okay.
maybe 3. I'm not sure.
And
Like
how
I
long
said,
have they been married?
2 or 3 years.
Okay.
They bought the house and then got married.
Okay, okay.
I don't remember exactly. Like I said, I don't want to be mean to Miriam, but I don't keep track of things now because it's just not. I don't care.
Okay.
I really don't care. The way my kids have struggled, and it's affecting them. They know Grandpa didn't. Oh, God.
They know Grandpa didn't what? You know, I don't want to put you on the spot, because I know, it puts you right in the middle of a tough scenario, and I get that. But the fact of the matter is that we don't know them, we don't live there, we haven't been around them.
I understand.
And the fact of the matter, you have, okay,
Yeah,
Josh?
I understand.
And here's another thing, sometimes people's guts are right.
It sucks being that way. It's been that way my whole life. That's why I typically work with people.
Okay.
And that's why, because I'm usually right. 5 minutes with a teenager and I can tell you exactly what their home life is like. And that's why I work with kids.
Okay. So the question is, and you say you work with kids, but you're getting a CDL? What? I'm confused with that.
I was a pastor for 3 years.
Okay. Where at?
In Gunnison.
Which church?
Bethany Baptist.
Okay.
And we were members there. It's a long story. 9
Okay.
years. We were there 9 years. And then I started working there and I realized that it's different. And after 3 years, I decided that I can't serve effectively that way.
Okay.
I can't have people who sign my paycheck dictate the way I help people.
Okay.
And so I got out of paid ministry.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know anything about scripture, but I decided
I do.
I decided to become like Paul. And so Halliburton did it as my tent making position.
Okay.
And what I experienced and what I saw inside of the church made me decide that there's not enough people in the church supporting the people that are running the church. And so that's who I am now. I'm the guy that's going to stand up in church and say, you guys don't know what you have, and you need to take care of your pastors better.
Right.
You need to support them better. And Halliburton's gonna allow me to as well put my money where my mouth is. So.
Okay.
Anyway.
So when you talk about, so let's.
Alan, my kids noticed that Alan was becoming more distant. He wasn't living up to the expectations of my kids.
Of what he had always been.
What he had always been. He became more distant, less engaged. There was a tradition. My girls.
How old are your kids?
Sorry, I'm addicted to my kids, and every time it just breaks my heart. 2.5, 7, and 9.
Okay. So the 2 older ones are obviously going to have a much harder time.
It's not fair. I'm sorry, you don't have to do this. My kids have
Hey, Josh.
traditions that.
Hey, Josh. By the way, okay. Actually, I know you said I don't have to, and you're right in some ways, but the fact of the matter is that when somebody dies in and of itself, that's a difficult matter. It's even worse when it happens this way.
By the way, I still don't know what happened.
And there's not a lot I can tell you, and it's not against you, okay? it's by no means against you. It's that we have to do some investigating stuff first, okay? You can understand why.
Yeah.
We have to determine whether things are accidental, intentional. If they're intentional, if they're accidental, how did it happen? If they're intentional, who did it?
Right.
We have a lot of things we have to do, okay? We don't purposely try to be really, really evasive, don't take me wrong, but we are very, very evasive, okay?
I understand.
And it's because we have to look into things. And quite frankly, there will be an autopsy to figure out what happened. I mean, part of that, what happened is that, okay? And I find your comments about the fact that he's been really sick the last 3 months very interesting. I find some of the things that you've said about her being overly nice, I find that interesting. I find it interesting that all of a sudden they're having bank account problems and you say the man has money.
As far as I know, he's got property out in Fruta. He has property out in Peach Valley in Delta. He's got $250,000 in equity in that house alone.
So is he somebody that's routinely had financial problems in the 16 years you've known him?
Never.
Okay. And now we have a bank calling saying there's issues. We're freezing an account.
Yes.
From what you understand.
From what I understand, and it had something to do with who was drawing the money out.
Okay.
Because somehow Alan knows everybody.
Okay.
Knew everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He's been in the financial world for 20 plus years. If
Okay.
you lived in Delta and you own a home, you got your mortgage through him.
Okay.
I guarantee you.
Okay.
God, this is just gonna crush everybody. Sorry. Oh.
Don't be sorry. It's all right to have emotions. I'm sure you probably don't want to show them in front of me, but it's okay to have them.
So he knows the owner of the bank, from what I understand, and the owner of the bank knew that he was better and that there was a withdrawal in his name, and she was telling them that he was still sick.
What bank is it?
I don't know.
Is it a bank in Delta?
I believe it's in Grand Junction.
Okay. You don't know which bank?
My wife would be able to tell you that.
Okay, not a problem. We can find out.
And here's the hearsay part of it.
Yeah.
I can't confirm this.
That's okay.
Something about, and I don't believe this, Miriam called Portia to tell her that Alan's bank accounts were frozen because while he was sick, she had been signing checks. And she went in to do it. They went in, Alan drove her there and told her to go in and lie to them and say that he was still sick and cash this check.
Would Alan do that?
No. I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe. He's changed a lot in the last 3 years.
Okay.
But Alan has always been a man of extreme principle. When he owned his company, he had himself audited.
Okay.
Every year he audited himself with an independent company because he doesn't cheat on his taxes. He doesn't. The man is principle based 100%. He won't even.
So if he's principle based 100%, why would he? Yeah, I mean, I see where you're going. Why would he have his wife go in and lie?
Unless he's in a different place. Why wouldn't he get out of his car and do it himself? That's what I don't understand. Unless he's in a different place where he was 3 years ago,
Okay.
and has somehow, maybe he didn't want to go in and see somebody.
Okay.
But no, I can't see that story. And that's again third person, fourth person by the time it got to me. So I can't confirm that that's a true story. Other than my wife doesn't lie either.
Okay. I had a couple other things I want to cover. Where do you eat at the house?
Where do I eat?
Yeah. You mentioned you don't go upstairs much.
No.
And the kitchen is upstairs, right?
Yeah, there's a microwave and a sink and a cold thing.
Refrigerator.
Yeah. In the basement.
Okay.
And I typically eat. Typically, I don't eat at the house because I'm on the job all the time.
Okay.
Did
you eat this morning before you left?
I did. I had a bowl of grape nuts and my detox, which is not going to happen tonight. I had a bowl of grape nuts. and a glass of water. And last night, she came down and cleaned the basement over the weekend, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Or somebody did, because everything in the bathroom was straightened out and the trash was emptied and the floor was swiffered. But she didn't put a new trash bag in the trash can. So I had these Nutrisystem something anyway, these microwavable things that are sitting down by the microwave because I didn't throw them away.
Okay.
So it's my milk because there was no bag in the trash. So I ate grape nuts this morning.
And where did you eat those? Downstairs or
Downstairs, yeah.
Okay, and last night, where did you eat?
Downstairs on the couch watching Dirty Jobs.
Okay. What's your cell phone number? Who's your carrier?
For AT&T. Sorry, they changed.
AT&T?
Singular, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, it's 4814?
596-4814, yeah.
Okay. You said you don't like Miriam's son.
He's a cocky 20-year-old, 21. Okay. I don't even know how old he is.
Where does he live?
In Florida, I think.
Okay.
Miami or somewhere. He's some kind of chef, he runs some hotel.
What's his name?
I think it's Chris. I think it's Chris.
Do you have any idea what his last name is?
Probably whatever Miriam's was. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really care.
That's okay.
No offense to her, but I don't care.
Hold on. And
no, he's not a bad guy. I don't want to say that.
Right.
He just, he's the typical of what the 19, 20, 22, computer, I know this, everything, young, smart aleck,
Oh, I know. You said that you didn't think Miriam was a good choice when Alan chose her for his wife. And tell me why. And you're not going to offend
totally
me.
Guy thing.
Say it then.
She's too old and she's not hot.
Okay.
No
She's
offense.
too old.
If I were him and I lost my wife and I was playing the market again intentionally, I'm going to be picky.
Okay.
No offense, but I'm going to be picky. I mean, I spent 40 years loving one woman with everything that I had. I don't know what I can put into my next relationship.
Okay.
I would not take it seriously. I'd have a hard time doing anything but being with my kids. But no, yeah, I don't know. She's got dogs. She has these two little nasty half-blind lap dogs that the second they moved in together, he let them be in the house and they crapped all over the floor and peed all over the floor. Sharon wouldn't even let dogs in the house. You gotta understand, Sharon was an incredible woman. She was.
Does Alan like animals?
He likes to have a hunting dog.
Okay.
He wants his lab, and that's it. And that was the first thing he did. He got a puppy. That was the first thing he did, but that lab never came in the house.
Doesn't come in the house?
No.
Okay. I know lots of people who have hunting dogs who, they're outside all the time.
Oh, yeah. He spent tons of money on it. It stays outside. He doesn't even leash it up. It stays right there at the house. His name's Cisco.
Okay.
But she had these little nasty dogs and they crap everywhere. And when we come over, they pee and crap at the top because we put this little board over because they come down and crap on the floor.
Right.
So we put this little board over and they don't like us. The dogs don't even like us. And they pee all over the top of the steps when we come over. And then when we were staying there when they were in Powell, they've got a little doggy door. They go outside. They sit outside the French doors all night and barked. All night because they can't stand us.
Okay.
But that's just so unlike him.
Unlike him. So what other traits does she have that are unlike what you would have expected him to go for?
I would have expected him mostly physical traits. Just because who Alan is, I would have expected him to go after a lady that was just a little prettier.
Was Sharon, is that her name? Was she pretty?
She was when he married her.
Okay.
She was a beautiful woman. And I think that she was still beautiful when she passed. She was, but I'm biased now because
Sure.
she's gone and I miss her. But she wasn't, she wasn't like, a toothpick trophy wife doing her
Right.
hair up and all that. She was a naturally beautiful woman, just like my wife. And very ambitious. She just got her degree like a year before. And it just, I don't know, it just seems like, but on the other hand, she was needy. And that is one thing that Alan would fall for. He is, here I am to save the day.
Okay.
Always has been. Except for my wife, because she married me. He's been waiting for us to break up. For 16 years he's been waiting, so he could swoop in. But he saved Christy, he saved Wendy. Wendy moved in with them. She lived with him up until, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago or so.
Okay.
And she lived there for, almost right when they got married, she moved in. Because she was having some health issues, and he was just like, cool. And he
Right.
swept down and saved her and paid for the doctors and paid off all of her debt and, everything. I mean, he swooped down and took care of her. And,
Would your wife have information on how to contact Wendy? I mean, I'm not that she's not gonna come here. You got it in there?
I may have it. Well, she's probably already called Wendy
I know, but just,
to talk to
it's
her.
not gonna be today, but sometime.
Yeah. I hate AT&T. My phone, brand new phone, should be one in the mail today. It shuts off just randomly on me, which is not good when you rely on call-outs. Let me see if I have her number. She moved, so I don't know if I still have it. Come on, wake up.
Josh, did we get contact info? Just in general?
Okay, I don't know if this is a current number for Wendy, but here it is.
Okay.
It's
Wendy.
WENDY.
Uh-huh.
72. That's my wife. Can I take this?
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind us finish talking, sure.
Let me just. Hey. Hi. I'm sorry. My phone shut off, and I'm still in the wherever I am, the sheriff's department or something like that. Yes, I need you to wait until I get home to tell them. Yeah. Yeah, have you called Christy and Wendy? Okay. What about Wendy? What about Wendy? Okay. Nope. 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 Not until they're done. And they're, yes. Yes. That's about as much as I'm gathering. But until the autopsy,
I'll be right back.
until the autopsy is complete, it's everything's under investigation, and they won't tell me, but they have hinted to relieve me. I believe that, and I'm sorry, honey, but I'm spilling the beans. I'm spilling the beans. They're asking me direct questions, and I'm not pulling any punches. They're very convinced, it seems to me. Yes. And then they're going to question you about some of the phone calls. They think, all of these things in and of themselves are not strange. Why would she tell you about the life insurance policy? Why would she be nice to us after so long? Why was your dad sick for 3 months? I don't know. They told me that she has been sent to a friend's, but I have a feeling that they were not telling me the truth. My fingers are numb. I need to be home with my family. I'm so sorry, honey. I am so sorry. I'm so. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll be home soon. I'll be home soon. Okay. Bye. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I thought you'd give it to you. Okay, and something you mentioned earlier, which, I know you say that you watch a lot of TV and you're, however you put that, I can't remember exactly, but suspicious basically. Yeah, well, I'm a cop and I'm suspicious too on a lot of things on a lot of different people, okay? You've mentioned a couple things that have kind of sparked my interest. Well, first of all, you're in class all day, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I can verify where you work, correct? Through Halliburton?
No, Excel, driving, Excel, I can't think of the name of that place. Excel driving.
Something.
School, it's not driving school, it's Excel. I just know it is Excel. I have a DOT log that, has to be filled out. I have today's log. There's 4 people in the class, instructor, plus.
Who's the instructor?
His name is Lonnie. Just give me a second. Douglas.
Okay. So I should be able to confirm that. I am interested when you mentioned that she had a previous husband who passed away.
Yeah, that sparked our interest.
Sparks my interest, especially when she has a husband now that passes away. So what do you know about this husband that passed away before?
I don't.
You know a name?
I don't even know a name.
Okay.
Portia, she's talked to Portia a couple times about it.
Okay.
And I'm not even sure, but it was, she says it was.
Okay. Well, do you even know where that occurred?
I don't. I believe in Florida, but I couldn't confirm that.
Okay. Okay. Did she mention how long ago that was?
That I don't know. No.
And
Portia would probably remember that.
And the child that was really sick?
It was a daughter, and I can't remember how she died. I can't remember if she died of a. It seems like a disease, like again, my wife would remember.
Okay. And you know what? I believe we're going to end up talking with her. I'm not convinced somebody wasn't trying to call her in the fact that we were going to try to set up something for tomorrow, maybe.
My wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, she said that somebody's coming to talk to her.
Okay.
No.
Okay. And we've kind of split up a bunch of different things, so half of us are over here, half of us, so bear with us. But your wife may know more of that just from talking with her more.
Yeah, first-hand conversations.
Sure,
so.
Sure, understandable. Okay, and I'm sorry, what else?
It's it's obvious that you're under the impression that Miriam did this.
I don't know how he died, so I can't, but I don't trust
But your
her.
gut's telling you that.
My gut says that I don't trust her.
So
I don't know what happened, but my gut says I don't trust her. I've never trusted her.
Because of that, I want to go into what you know about Miriam and what you've heard about Miriam. It's the same thing to me. You said that they met together in ballroom dancing. What do you know about how that evolved into a relationship, about how that evolved to her living with him?
I don't. All I know is that he started taking lessons and she was giving them. And the next thing I know, my wife tells me that he's got a girlfriend, and that was as far as it went for me until several months into their relationship. I came home from the rec center in Delta, burst through the doors. I was really upset at the rec center, which is a whole nother story. And I was venting, which I always tend to do. And Alan goes, "Oh, by the way, this is my son-in-law, Josh. This is Mary." After I made an ass of myself in front of him. But I met her then. And that's as far as I know. I don't know if it was the first date. I don't know if it was months into the lessons. I don't even know how long it was going on before they started actually dating. I do know that she moved in there, and then when they had, when she started the dance studio, there was some other dancer guy who came and he's supposed to be like the greatest or something, and he was teaching. He moved in downstairs in Delta with him for a while. Then he moved out, and then then they moved down here, and they kind of quit going into the dance studio as much because she was having hiring teachers to do it, and they don't do a whole lot anymore now.
Do they still own the dance studio?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so.
What's the name of that studio?
Dance Junction.
And where it's in Delta?
No, it's in Junction. It's next to the winery. Is the winery the one you gotta walk down the alley?
Yeah.
Okay, it's down. It's the building right next to it where you
Yes.
gotta walk downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What kind of time frame was it between they went from that step of dating to living together? Do you know how long? How long?
Honestly, I mean, Mom died in December. Let's see. Turned 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2003. Yeah. In December of 2003 is when Mom died. Actually, on New Year's Eve.
And how?
And so basically my timeline from that is, it might have been a year later, maybe. Because what is that, 2003? That would be
2004.
2004. 5, 6, 7. That's awful early, but maybe it was that long. But it wasn't very long after because within a matter of about a year, they only stayed in that Delta house about another year before he sold it.
Where were they married?
No, over here, through 10 Rivers, whatever.
Two Rivers?
2 Rivers, yeah.
And so did they? Okay. They got married at 2 Rivers.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
What do you know about Miriam's life, or what have you heard about her life prior to?
Oh, she's told stories about how she grew up in Europe or something like that, really rich and riding horses and all this other kind of stuff, and managing restaurants in Florida, and she's always got some kind of story about things that she used to do or something. I don't know. I like I said, I don't listen to her. My wife knows more about her than I do. I'm that, like I said, I'm on the outside looking in saying, I just don't like you.
Sure.
And I feel bad because I did that with my mother-in-law for a lot of years, and it kicked me in the butt in the end because we lost her. And when I look back, she was the greatest woman on the face of the planet, and so I forced myself. I struggled to force myself. They invite us to Christmas. I'm like, no, I don't want to go down there. She's going to use Mom's dishes. She's got no right to use Mom's dishes, and she gets them out. And I'm sure she puts them in the dishwasher. We hand wash those for 20 years. So just little things like that tweak me out.
Those are the China dishes?
Yeah. Sharon was very meticulous. I mean, everything, you hand washed those. They did not. She's had them for, since she was a little girl. They came from somewhere, China. They're antiques, and just she lets her dogs poop on Sharon's carpet and things like that. I mean, that's just not right. It's like this dominance thing that she just came right in and said, you take me or leave me, but I'm running the show. And then horses. Where did that come from? Ellen doesn't like horses.
You touched briefly on earlier, you mentioned the problem with the bank account freezing.
Yes.
Tell me more about that. What have you
We talked about some of that.
Like I told her.
We already talked about it.
Yeah.
I'll fill him in on that.
Okay.
He's not sure which bank it is, but
Yeah, I don't know.
yeah.
My wife might know what bank it is.
sorry.
On the Okay, keep going, because now I lost my thought.
Earlier I asked you if there were any valuables in the house, anything that someone would break into the house to take, and the first thing you mentioned to me was jewelry. What's the significance to the jewelry that's there?
I don't think so. I said jewelry?
Yeah.
Can we play the tape back?
You know what, I think he said he wasn't sure about if there was any jewelry.
Oh, he wasn't
because there was
sure
some
if there was,
jewelry
okay.
No.
that Sharon had
Right.
that was missing when
But-
they ended up moving.
And that was
after.
when Sharon died, correct?
Yeah, that was when Sharon died,
Okay.
possibly
confused.
that early, but we don't know. I mean,
Right.
the sisters are, might be the sister thing. We don't know. So I don't, but what I mean by that is I don't know what he had left, if he kept, because Sharon had a lot of costume jewelry and she had a few things that were, that Alan had bought her through the years that were very, very nice and purposeful. And some of it was broken up and made into special amulets for all the girls and things like that. But,
Okay, wait a minute, I remembered
Yes.
my thought. Does your daughter or any of the other kids have a copy of Alan's will?
My wife just, and my wife's brought it up with him several times, and I don't know if she's ever seen it. From what I understand, he says that it was done. There was one. He's very thorough.
Okay,
He's got papers, so I'm sure if you dig hard enough, it's there.
okay. Do you know, or do you know if your wife would know of a specific attorney that he has used? I mean, many times attorneys have
Yeah,
copies of that stuff.
Probably Dodson from Delta.
Okay, Dodson?
Dodson.
D-O-D-S-O-N?
Yes. Oh my God, this is gonna kill him. Alan is a. He still even holds the record at the high school in Delta. I mean, he is just the hometown hero kind of guy.
And what makes you think Dodson? Do you know that he used him?
Yeah, he used to use Dotson in the old days, and I don't know if he still does or not. But I would say probably Dotson, or yeah, I would have to. But my wife would know better. There might have been a falling out. Who knows? I
Right.
mean, guys get old and they start showing off their pocketbooks. Sometimes they get. But I don't know. I think it was Dodson. But he's got accountants. He's got lawyers. He's got builders. He's very
And what's
thorough.
the name of his business? I'm sorry, Alan.
Well, I don't know. He used to have Helmick Mortgage Corporation,
Okay.
and my wife has recently taken over partnership of it, and we were in the
Okay.
process of a buyout.
Okay.
Because he kind of, after Mom died, he really kind of lost interest in the whole mortgage thing, closed all his offices and went into developing his real estate. He's got 9 acres out in Fruta, I think is what he's got left now.
Where in Fruta?
I've never
Okay.
seen it. No, he just talks about it, and he's always talking about how he's trying to get it subdivided. And then he's got another one that's got houses on it that are selling. And
Okay.
but again, I promise you, there are papers. I have a storage unit of papers that are 4 or 5 years old. That
Okay.
he won't. He's like, no, you guys have to store those. he keeps everything. He writes everything down. He has notes.
Does he have an office anywhere?
It's in the kitchen.
In the kitchen?
Yeah.
All right
There
then.
should be 2 computers in the kitchen. If I can run you through things, if there's things that might have been missing. I had a laptop downstairs in my bedroom.
Okay.
He had there's 2 I believe 2 computers upstairs in the kitchen.
Okay.
There's numerous china and silver in the china cabinet. There's various knickknacks around the house, and there's a huge big screen TV downstairs and a pretty good sized one up in the bedroom. And there should be 3 cars. I don't know where the gold car went. He used to have a Buick Roadmaster, and the story I heard was it wasn't too bad. It just melted the little tube and they got it out. But I haven't seen it in several weeks, so I don't know if they sold it or what. But
Okay.
there's a 95 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, a 93 '03 Silverado and a Dodge pub truck or whatever they're called, the little mini Rams. Bicycles, one bicycle, a dog. I can't think of, I'm just going around
Right.
the house trying to think of valuables that I know of.
Did he ever collect expensive artwork?
No, she might have started to. I mean, I noticed that she's been trying to spruce up the house or whatever, but he's got a Ducks Unlimited limited edition picture from way back. He bought it at one of those Ducks Unlimited auctions.
Is he the type of guy that would maybe have a Rolex or something like that?
If not a Rolex, and he got me one too, and it's, I don't remember, I feel bad, he got me the watch, and I was like, gee, thanks. He's like, oh, that's a $300 watch or something. Probably not, though. He wasn't real snazzy. I mean, he'll
Does he
shop
wear
at
jewelry?
Walmart. No, not really.
Okay.
Not really. He's not a big jewelry guy.
Okay, all right.
A few more things I wanted to. I asked you about his guns. Did you have any guns in the house?
Did I? No.
You didn't have any guns in the
No,
house or firearms?
all my guns are in my own house.
And you mentioned that he bought the one 22 for
You know,
Sharon.
I think,
Do you know?
but I don't know if he has it anymore. See, I don't know if after she died, I don't remember if he sold it before she died, if he sold it after he died, or she died, or he even still had it.
Do you
I
know if
don't
he would have
remember.
bought any weapons for Miriam?
Doesn't seem like it.
Do you know if they ever went out shooting together?
Not that I know of. Oh, I think he had a. Seems like I remember out on the porch there was like a BB gun or a pellet gun or something like that out on the balcony, probably shooting birds or something. But no, I don't think they're.
Did you ever see her shooting any of his rifles with him or anything?
No, I've never seen them go out shooting.
Okay.
I've never even heard of them go out shooting.
Is there a prairie dog problem or something out
Mhm.
there? How does he take care of that normally?
I can't remember if he's got a little. Oh, he might have a 22 long rifle still. And he bought it for the girls when they were in high school for 4-H. And I don't know if the girls have it. Seems like Wendy has that.
Wendy has the 22.
Yeah, I think she still has her gun.
Did you ever see him and Miriam shooting?
No, I've never seen him and Mary, but that might have been a little, like a 17 or a 22 and not a BB. Because sometimes, they make pellet guns that are looking so real. And I just could see it out the window. I didn't go out there and check it out or anything like that. But it seems like I remember there was a rifle, like a small caliber rifle on the patio a few weeks ago, or I don't even remember when I saw it. But it was a prairie dog shooting.
And that was a few weeks ago. You just saw it there. You didn't see anyone holding it.
No. It was just out on the patio.
And you don't have any guns yourself.
No.
I got a picture of what your relationship with Marion is like, and probably what your wife's is. How about the other siblings? Alan Jr.
Alan's never met her.
Okay.
Alan Jr.'s been there. No, I take that back. I think he's come down every once in a while. He comes over, but maybe twice he's met her at the most. I think.
What's he like, Alan Jr.?
Really screwed up.
Is he?
Yeah. He had it rough growing up. He's super duper intelligent. So he's one of those ones that's so intelligent that he's just like can't live a life. He can't hold a job. He burns bridges really fast because one day he's nice and the next day he, goes weird on people. So.
How is his relationship with his dad?
Not real good. Not real good. No, they've never really gotten. I mean, they both try all the time, but when they get together, then it just falls apart because it's a giant pissing contest. Alan's Jr. is trying to live up to Dad, and Dad just keeps hammering him back down. Like Alan Jr. has never beaten him at a game of darts, and that's all he wants to do is once in his life beat him at darts, And Alan just won't let up, And but no, I mean not the worst I've ever seen, but no, it's not.
And you said he lives in Seattle?
Yeah, he's been in Alaska, I think, or something like that, and now he's in Seattle. And he was supposed to come down with Christy. They were going to fly but I think he said he's out of money or something like that. I can't remember. My wife talked to him on the phone, But I think he said something about not having enough money to come down
When was the last time he was in town?
in Delta.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, he hasn't been here for over a year probably.
Okay.
Um,
How about the other two daughters? How's their relationship with Miriam?
Wendy lived there. I can't speculate. You'd have to talk to her. She
Wendy lived with them?
Yeah, lived downstairs with them since they were married until about a year ago or 6 months ago, something like that. And then just, gosh, March or something, we moved her back up to Parker. She got a job offer up there.
So she lived with them until March?
Something like that.
Okay.
I mean, again, my dates are, I could be off by 6 months, who knows?
And do you know the horse trainer very well?
No.
No?
Never met her.
Never met her?
Never met her.
Do you know anything about the relationship with that horse trainer?
From what I understand, this horse trainer is new. They just got this horse trainer because the old one was not as good or something.
Do you know Miriam's relationship with the horse trainer?
I don't know if they've known each other before, if they answered an ad in the paper. I don't even know how they...
And this horse trainer works with your daughter on horses, right?
Once. Last week was her first
One
lesson.
time.
Yeah, last
Your
week.
wife?
Well, no, because Alan came down and picked up my girls on Monday, and they stayed with Grandpa without Mom, and just me being there. And like I said, I came in probably about 6 or 7 at night, put them to bed on Monday, and then I was gone. Oh, I got called out at 10 that night. So right after I put them out, I put them down, I kissed them goodbye and said, I won't be here when you guys get up because Dad just got a call out. So I left at 10, and then they had their lesson. And, Miriam's like telling how she did better on her first time than Miriam had ever, it took Miriam years to get as good as, and how the trainer said she was so good and kept going, but the horse was tired and
Okay.
she said she had to take the horse to the vet yesterday, according to my wife, because I came home and I got home from school and the horse trailer was gone.
Who's their vet?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
Obviously we've seen, kind of the history of Marion and what you've observed of her. It's still really early on, but if we show that someone did kill Alan, and if it was not Marion, who would be the next person you would think of? Do you have any grudges with anyone?
At that point, you've got me, because like I said, I don't even know who they hang out with anymore. When they moved from Delta to Whitewater, the Delta crew kind of got left behind, and they do this whole thing now down here. And so I don't know. I don't even know what they do. We used to, before he got sick, they used to go to Boomers like every Thursday or something and teach some kind of dancing, line dancing or something. I don't know. And he, for a while, he was even thinking about purchasing Boomers. But the terms, like I said, he's principle based, but he's a shrewd businessman. He knows how to make himself money, and the terms weren't right, so he backed off that one. But other than that, I've never heard him say he's got, issues with, somebody randomly or directly or indirectly. We don't talk a lot anymore, but, we talked for, 40 minutes the other day. But I don't remember what day that was.
Did you and him ever have any friction or problems? Is there any reasons?
Real stuff. No. Father-in-law, son-in-law stuff. I've just never lived up to his expectations of what. Come on, guys, quit. Dad, leave and go to my house. He's probably freaking out because he saw it on the news and he knows I live there and he doesn't know that I'm okay. So.
Is there?
But anyway, to answer your question, no. We had one time about, I'm going to say 13 years ago, he came home drunk one night, and we had just moved back from San Diego, and we were staying down in their basement, and he was just blistering drunk, and he got belligerent with everybody, and I came up the stairs and I was there, and he, mouthed off to me And so we just turned around and went back downstairs, and he left the house, and 2 days later he was at mine, because we moved out, and we were just waiting for our new place to get done. So we moved in like a week later, and he kind of stayed away from the house, and he shows up at my doorstep crying, saying, you know, can you forgive me? So no, we've never argued about things. Because we discuss things on that pseudo-intellectual level where we get our stabs in with, yeah, but what about this? And you know, we challenge each other, and but no, we've never.
He seems to be kind of like a crutch for your family when you have hardships. And you know, most people have that. Did you you stayed with them and moved out, and you're in between jobs now? Was there ever time?
Oh no, I'm not in between jobs.
Well, you got a new job.
Yeah,
I mean, you just got a new job.
Yeah.
How about finances? Do you ever support you financially?
Yeah, when we were first married, you know, there was always a car that I wanted or something, you know. In fact, that truck that I'm driving now, I bought from him 15 years ago. And then we, you know, we borrowed money to buy a Volkswagen one time, and but
anything more recent than that?
well, the how do I explain this? His HMC, Helmet Mortgage Corporation, has kind of been defunct for about 3 years. And when we moved down from Gunnison, Portia decided that she wanted to try to revive it. And he agreed to pay startup costs. And then there was going to be a buyout, you know. But it off the bat, it was a 50-50. She's got all this paperwork and everything. Well, kind of, he wrote it, but it was a 50-50 partner agreement, but he was, you know, no controlling interest. He didn't care what she did. And she, and the buyout would be, you know, whatever amount they decided on plus any startup costs. So like the first month or two, she wasn't drawing a paycheck. So he was providing that, the rent for the space, computer, desk, that kind of stuff. But that was strictly business. That wasn't, you know, personal. He wasn't personally financing us.
Was there ever a time when you went to him for money or help and he didn't give it to you?
I've never gone to him for money, with the exception of buying a vehicle because I had to have it now.
Or the business. And when was the business? When did you take over the business, or your wife?
June of last year.
Last June
Yeah.
of 08?
Oh,
That's
07.
now of 07.
Yes.
Okay.
07. June of 07, yeah.
Okay.
That's when we moved to Delta.
Did you talk to Miriam today? Have you talked with her
No.
today?
No, I didn't talk to anybody today.
Did you has your wife happened to talk to her? I know you said you talked to
I
her.
don't know if she talked to her today. Wait. No, I don't know if she talked to her today. I do have one more answer for your question though. Before you go.
Sorry.
I space this out. The house that we live in is owner finance, and it's his house in Delta.
The house in Delta? is
Yes.
it? Okay.
The title and deed is in his name.
And is that the address you gave me? Okay.
Yes. So that property does technically belong to him, but
But there's never been a time where you asked him for help and he didn't give it to you?
no,
Okay.
no. Absolutely.
And I'm sorry,
not.
what was it? Your wife has or has not? Did she happen to mention whether she has or has not talked to you?
You know, I can't remember at this point, because we've had a couple of conversations. She was supposed to call Sears for me today because the AXS is on sale. It's a toolbox on steroids. And I can't remember if she talked to her today. I know she talked to her last night.
Okay.
And that's when she called me back saying that Miriam was saying that he was, you know, drunk and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I think she's called today. She has tried to get a hold of her dad several times today, she told me.
Okay.
But I don't think she ever got a hold of anybody.
You don't know if she talked to Miriam today?
No,
Okay.
I don't.
And just so you know, obviously we're at the house
Yeah.
and we're gonna be there pretty much probably through the night, probably parts of tomorrow. So you may want to drive home to your
Oh, yeah.
home in
yeah,
Delta.
I'm going to Delta. I have to
Because
meet my kids.
Miriam is staying at, I think she went with a friend. We had her go and stay at a friend's house or something.
When we are allowed into the house, are there things that I need to take care of? If I were to go into the house, would I know that someone died in the house?
Oh, you know what? They can. A, I don't know because I haven't been in the house.
Okay.
And B, if there were, they have companies that will do that for people before they come back. Okay.
Yeah, because my kids are going to need closure. Oh my God, I can't believe this again. My kids. This is just not right. It's wrong. It is wrong. It's not fair.
So I just wanted you to know that as far as the house goes. I mean, one of us, did somebody give you a ride down here, right?
Yes.
And you have a vehicle at the house, right?
Yeah, it's parked on the side of the road.
We can give you a ride back there, but you're not going to be allowed to go into the house.
Oh, yeah.
And we have your cell phone, and I know you have some stuff there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there any way to get anything out of there?
No, not right now.
Really? Okay.
Really?
Let's see. Okay, because most of my wait, where are my work clothes? You know what? Maybe my work clothes are at home. I got my hard hat. I got my boots.
Where do you work at now?
Halliburton.
Oh, okay.
And so I mean, right now I don't need them, but you know, because I'm in CDL school, I guess, so it'll be, yeah, I can
Okay.
go without them.
Well, I apologize, but we need to, obviously, we have to do what we have to do, so.
Yeah, I understand. No, it's.
And you said somebody had talked with your wife about talking with her tomorrow?
She just mentioned it, that somebody was coming down to see her tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that.
Okay.
But everybody's over. My mom is there. My stepdad's there. My pastor's there, and his wife, and I gotta tell my kids because they know something's wrong, but they don't know because I told her to wait.
Okay.
That's what I'm supposed to do.
I don't have anything else, do you?
I don't have anything else. Do you have anything that we haven't talked about you think we should know?
No, but there's a contact number?
Mm-hmm. Do you have one on you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can know like when I can get back in and.
Well, we can
It's
make
not
sure
a-
somebody calls you guys, you too.
Yeah, I need to know, because I like I said, I'm gonna be the one that's gonna be taking care of things, so I need to know, arrangements. I mean, I'm not next of kin, but there's, nobody else needs to deal with this.
Well, they have to, actually, for some legal issues.
Yes.
The next of kin
Right.
we have to deal
Right.
with, so.
Would that be kids or sister? He does have a sister here in town.
Does he? And who is that?
Her name is Meredith. Meredith and Earl. You gotta be kidding me. I know right where she lives. It's over on Texas Street. Meredith. Nope, it's not gonna come to me.
Okay.
He does have several siblings, but I think only one of them lives here.
Okay. And actually, I'm not really sure, I mean, technically, Miriam is his next of kin because she's his wife. And so
I
some
forgot
of it,
about that.
so that kicks in. But I don't know how they work on talking with, maybe
Well,
the kids.
if she's not involved, I'm still gonna be the one that's gonna have to make sure everything cleaned and all the papers are filed correctly
And it's a long walk through all that stuff, and that will come as time comes, and I know that,
I can't believe this. This is surreal. I wanna walk out that door and say this was like it's a TV show and I'm gonna see Alan tonight. I'm trying to play through my head what was the last thing I said to him.
think you can be all right to verify.
Yeah. Yeah, some things you don't have choice.
Make sure you drive home and get there. That's
I've got a
important.
64 Chevy stepside. It doesn't go fast enough to hurt me even if I did wreck it.
Let me, come on out, but I'll find out,
I could really use to go to the restroom.
yeah, well, we could really use to find you one, huh? Fair enough. And,
If
look at this.
you guys do think of
With Joshua pointing the finger squarely at Miriam, Investigators turned to his wife and Alan's daughter, Portia, vigil.
Okay, I'm going to close this. I do that for privacy. Okay. And someday, look, there we go. Like I told you on the phone, I'm Lisa Norcross now. I talked to your husband yesterday. I'm an investigator with the Sheriff's Office up in Mesa County, okay? And wanted to put a couple things out there to start with. I understand from speaking with your husband yesterday that you heard about a lot of this over the news. And that's really not great. Okay, that's probably the nicest way I can put that, okay? I recognize that that is clearly not optimal. However, understand that we have to work off of at least notification of next of kin, which is his wife, and she was the one that reported it to us. So we, unfortunately, in these situations, have to rely on the next of kin person we talk to notify other people. I was not aware until afterwards talking with your husband that kind of hadn't occurred. Okay. There are a whole bunch of us working on this case. I am not the lead investigator. There is another gentleman named Jim Havenstride, and he is the lead investigator. We just kind of take turns on that. But our entire investigations unit is working on it yesterday and today. You need to understand that we investigate anything that, if somebody is 90 and they have a terminal illness, we don't investigate generally those cases unless there's something very suspicious. But when someone is young, like your father, and that person, there's some unexplained things as to why this person is no longer alive, then we have to look at all of those situations basically as an unattended death and treat it almost as if it were a homicide, whether it is or isn't, until we know better. Okay, and we're kind of in that until we know better right now. Okay, I do know that there is a post-mortem examination happening today. Okay, and I know that we've gotten at least far enough that indeed we've confirmed it's your dad.
Okay.
Okay.
Who ID'd him?
What? We did that. We do that through medical reasons. Okay. Miriam did initially say this is my husband.
Okay.
However, understand that it is not outside of our realm. It's there are strange things that happen in the world, as I'm sure you're aware, and people do, different things happen, and somebody says, I think it's this person, and it ends up not being that person at all. We've notified, that's how we learn the hard way. When they notified the wrong family, that's a horrible thing to go through, and come to find out it belongs to this family.
Right.
So because of that, until we had a medical doctor, a forensic pathologist say, absolutely positively this is this person who does it through his medical ways of doing that, through dental records and photos and other things. They can use a lot of other things. I've seen them use breaks and stuff. Once they get that confirmation, that's when we can say yes it is. And that, I'm sure, it will go out to the press sometime today or tomorrow of who the person is, okay? We don't confirm that until the doctor has confirmed that. I just know from talking with somebody on the way down here that indeed it's been confirmed, so I'm telling you that, okay? I realize you are Alan's daughter.
I am.
And there are several siblings, from what I understand from talking to your husband, Josh, right?
Right.
And Josh is your husband, right?
Josh is my husband.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, again, I don't want to make assumptions unless.
No, that's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to take some notes if that's okay.
Okay.
What my purpose of coming down here to talk to you on, first of all, understand that it's part of what we do is kind of, we have to look at people and judge veracity of whether they're being honest with us, okay? I can't do that over the phone with somebody.
Right.
I need to meet. It's probably the same reason you do the same thing to people you meet.
Right.
To do that to me. That's what we do. And so, and like, for example, the reason we got to your husband's dinner, quite frankly, I don't know your dad.
Right.
We have 130,000 people live in Mesa County. I've lived there for 17 years now. I didn't know him.
Yeah.
So we start working backwards. In talking with Miriam, she mentioned that he had been staying home, so we knew we needed to find him because we couldn't find him
She
initially.
said he was staying home.
He was staying in the home, in that home occasionally, kind of a thing. So we're like, okay, where's that person? So that's how we've worked through a lot of this.
Oh, my husband was.
Your
Yes.
husband. So that's why how we're getting to this, through talking with your husband. I find out personally in talking with him, you're his wife and there's these siblings, so clearly we need to talk to all of them, because you all are gonna have information as to background stuff that we may or may not know. Okay, that's my purpose in talking with you. So, what I'd like to do is, it's probably not an easy thing to talk about right now. But the only way that we can figure out exactly what happened is to get information about your dad from people like you and your siblings.
Okay.
Because you all are going to be, if there's close friends that you know about, any situation, I want to know. I'm opening up the court.
You just want me to tell you?
Tell me
my life with
anything.
him, or?
Tell me about anything about your dad that you feel may be relevant.
There's absolutely nothing I can think as far as anybody around him that I've ever indicated that would want to do this. So as far as that goes,
No enemies that you can think
right?
of.
No enemies.
Business, personal, anybody.
Alan, not my dad.
Okay.
Starting last Tuesday, he left my house, dropped my daughter off, left my house in a good mood. Wednesday morning, his banker called me, Alan from American National Bank, said he couldn't get a hold of my dad.
Okay.
He was worried about him.
Okay.
And because he knew he had been sick prior, and I said, no, he hasn't been sick, I think, for a month and a half. I said, I think,
And what's this person's name that called? Alan? You know his last name?
I didn't catch it.
Okay.
So I called my dad immediately and got Miriam, and she said that he wasn't there, I believe. I think he was in town. And I said, I need him to call me. He didn't call. I called back. Then the next day, Savannah from State Farm in Delta called and said that they were closing some account. I didn't ask what account, but they said because of a no pay. So I called my dad, and Miriam said that he told her to tell me to leave a detailed message. I said, that's ridiculous, so I'll call again. So I keep calling, and pretty soon Miriam stops picking up her phone. So I call about 3 times a day, starting Wednesday.
Okay.
I try and call them early morning, afternoon, evening. Miriam calls me back and says that he's in town working on some business with the bank. And the reason I say this is because they never not go together. They're always together.
Okay.
Now they're apart, and she says, I told him I wouldn't go with him anymore because he's upset about the business and or money, which is very unusual as well. He's always been a high-stress businessman, so it's not like him to be so stressed that he affects his wife.
Okay.
When I grew up my whole life, that never happened, ever. The oddity of that is they haven't been together this whole week, according to Miriam, because I haven't been able to talk to him. I've called him 3 or 4 times a day this last week, and I get her every once in a while, but she's either in Walmart or at the vet, and he's somewhere else.
When you're calling him,
I'm calling her phone.
You're calling her phone
because
to find
his
him.
phone I can't get through to.
Okay.
It just goes straight to voicemail, and I still call it and leave messages on his. I don't know if you guys have their cell phones, but there's probably, as long as they weren't erased, there's gobs of messages on there from us.
Okay.
My sister and I. My sister Christy.
Okay.
And I'm starting from last week because it's fresh.
That's fine.
And obviously I have my own tangents and suspicions, but so I'm trying not to play on those. Try to tell you what happened.
Well, you know what? We'll get to those. You know what? We'll get to your suspicions or whatever in a bit. But yes, do give me the factual stuff.
And she called me. I believe it was Wednesday. It was Thursday after I left the message that Savannah and Alan called because I was so frustrated. I said, fine, I'll just leave a message. So I did.
Right.
And she calls back.
On whose phone?
On her phone,
Okay.
because I can't get him anywhere else. I haven't been able to for a while. And she said that on their way to Lake Powell, they left for Lake Powell Thursday. I was at his house the previous Thursday.
Okay.
They left for Lake Powell. she said that he asked her to go in and tell the baker that he was in Denver sick, being filled with electrolytes, and to cash this check. She said, I wouldn't even tell my best friend this. Well, Miriam and I aren't even close. We're barely acquaintances.
Okay.
So the whole conversation was odd to me anyways, not to mention the fact that my dad has never lied in his entire life, in my knowledge.
Okay.
He doesn't lie about things. He's a very straight person. He just fired a horse trainer because she lied about 6 hours on her time card. I mean,
Okay.
it's the kind of person he is. You don't lie to me.
Period.
And I don't, he's never not stood someone in the face and said, this is where I stand.
Okay.
So for him to tell her to do that is, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know what was going on. But to me, that doesn't make sense at all.
Okay.
At all.
Okay.
Can't even get there on that one. So she called and told me that conversation. They went to Lake Powell. They came home Sunday night. My daughter went over for horse lessons.
Mm-hmm.
They picked her up that night because he went to the city and got his condo sketch approved in Delta.
Mm-hmm.
They brought her home Tuesday after the lessons. Everything went fine. She was thrilled. They had a good time. And then Wednesday, and then that's where the story started. Sorry.
Okay.
And anyway, so I'm continuing to call him and not getting through to him. I try Saturday. They're still not together. He's never in the same area that she is. Okay, where am I? I'm on Wednesday. It was Monday. I said, are you guys going to come pick up for writing lessons?
That you're talking about Monday 2 days ago?
Yes,
Okay.
2 days ago. I had to leave a message. She calls me back and says,
Did you call
Miriam's
her phone or his?
Miriam.
Okay.
Well, I called both all the time, but
Okay.
I called Miriam's, got her message, left a message. She calls me back and says no, I don't remember what time this is.
Okay.
It had to have been after 11:30,
Okay.
so it was like 1, somewhere in that area.
One afternoon?
Yeah, 1 in the
Okay.
afternoon. She calls and says, I have to cancel the riding lessons. I think the horseback, I don't know, it's a new one, but I think it said Julie.
Mhm.
Billy, she has a problem with Billy, which is the horse's name, Billy. Can we cancel the lesson?
Okay.
Well, I expressed my complete, utter, no, in my tone, but I said, yeah. And then she said, well, can we change it to Friday at noon? I said, okay. And
And when was the lesson supposed to be?
Tuesday at noon, the next day at noon. And I said, well, where's my dad? I want to talk to him now. Yeah, it's been a day, and I'm getting a little ticked off. He has an appointment in Montrose. He's supposed to stop by and see you. She said he had an appointment in Montrose at 2.
Okay.
So I'm like, okay, that's weird. My dad doesn't just stop by and see me. He
Okay.
calls, makes sure I'm home. I mean, okay, fine. So 3 comes that afternoon, 4 comes. I call Miriam, I say, did he go to that appointment in Montrose? She said yes. I told him to call you before he stopped by so you wouldn't be out running errands or something. So then he never showed, 7 at night.
Okay.
I call my husband because he's there that night.
Right.
Because he's in truck driving school, so he's home.
Right.
So I call him at the house and I says, is my dad there? And he looks out the window because there's the French doors down on the horse arena. And he says, yeah, they're down there feeding the horses. I said, oh, so he didn't stop by. So I'm ticked at my dad because he didn't stop by,
Right.
And Miriam calls me, which is odd. She's called me the most in the last week than she's ever called me in 2 years. So she called me last night and says that he stopped by the Elks on the way home and talked to some friends because he was going to pay his dues at the Elks. He hasn't been paying his dues at the Elks for I don't know how long, years.
Okay.
But she goes, that was really weird that he wanted to do that. And, well, maybe he did. I don't know. That's actually something to check out if he was even at the Elks. And
Here,
he even paid his dues
elsewhere.
in Delta. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just very not a. And I don't know why he'd be in Montrose either, unless he was changing banks. Those 2 places have not been in his life for I can't.
Did she say why he was going to Montrose?
No, I didn't ask.
Okay, all right.
And she said, so he came home really, really drunk, and so she put him to bed. I should have demanded to talk to him, but I didn't. Anyway.
She's
I don't
told
like-
you that after
After he drove home, fed the horses.
So you had this conversation with her after you talked with Josh, and Josh says he's out there feeding horses. Okay.
So I called Josh. I'm like, she says he's in bed drunk. He's like, didn't look that way to me. Looked like he's fine. But then again, my dad is he's functional all the time. He's always been, so.
Is he the type to drink and drive?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, have you witnessed him doing that?
No,
Okay.
I witnessed him doing that, no. I mean, he has liquor in his house, and I've seen him drink at night and before bed, and
Okay.
but
I mean,
not like, you know.
Yeah, have you ever seen him try one on and then jump in the car and drive? Okay.
So, but I know when he goes to the Elks, he drinks. When he did used to go to the Elks, I mean, I know that wasn't odd to me. So I didn't really think about the whole process of driving home, feeding the horses.
Okay.
But I don't understand why I couldn't talk to him still. But we were all supposed to be there Thursday night anyway, so I was just waiting it out. So I didn't pursue it. I called Tuesday morning. Why did I call? There was a reason. Something triggered. I needed to talk to my dad again. I think it was about my brother or something. But anyway, I called yesterday morning and I said, Miriam, I need to talk to my dad. Well, I'm in Walmart. He's picking up the car. We're supposed to meet at the Mexican restaurant later. Okay. She told me.
Did you try his phone?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Got the voice.
Okay.
I don't know if I left a message, but yeah.
Okay.
I leave them every now and then.
Right.
And then that was it for the week. And then I found out what happened. So.
And how did you find out what happened, if you don't mind me asking?
My father-in-law, who lives in Bedrock, do you know where Bedrock is? Calls and says, what's going on at your dad's house? It says on the news at Helmick Ranch, there's a body been found. The neighbors found a body or something. And my father-in-law doesn't joke. And I'm like, you stop messing with me.
Right.
He's like, I'm not messing, you know. And so anyway, I hung up and I went on the internet and looked up local news to see what was in the local news. And there was just 3 sentences. A robbery call, man or woman found dead. Okay. I called my husband, and he had just drove up to the house and found out that my dad was dead. And obviously he would know because there's only my dad, Miriam, and my husband there all the time. Right. And the other women there are the horse trainers. And
do they live there?
No, they don't live there.
Okay. And who's the horse trainer?
She's new, and I think she's from California, and I can't remember. I think it's Julie. I've never met this one. The previous one was Stephanie. I think her husband was Brian, but they were fired because I was told dishonesty. But
who did you hear that from?
My dad. Okay. Miriam said she yelled a lot, and that's why she didn't like her. But Stephanie.
You know Stephanie's last name?
No.
Okay.
She gives horse riding
sure.
lessons. Stephanie and I don't know what Brian does.
Right.
I think he's an editor for some magazine or something.
Okay. Are they, Stephanie and Brian, are they here in Delta or Junction? Okay.
In the Junction area.
Okay.
Anyway, so that's how I found out, is my husband said over the phone, I'm so sorry, your dad's dead. Or he said deceased, but so I talked to him for a minute, then I hung up, and I can't remember the order, but I called my sisters and I called my father-in-law back, and then I called my husband again. Okay. So.
And one of the times he was talking with us.
Yeah, okay. I was bugging him a lot.
No, that's okay.
But my dad had been sick from January, about the end of January to I believe the beginning of April or so.
Okay. Sick with what?
I could never talk to him. He was always too sick to talk. But one day I just drove up there in March, I think it was, and I said, we came just to see, and he said that he was so weak his legs had atrophied because he couldn't get out of bed, he couldn't walk, and I guess they'd been to the hospital once or twice, but I don't know, for some reason there was no diagnosis per se. They say it's because he quit smoking in November. My dad's cold turkey quit smoking his whole life, on and off. For him
Never
to
had
be
these
this
problems.
sick, it's very odd, very concerning.
Does he have any long-standing medical issues?
No.
None.
No.
Does he see a regular doctor?
He did after my mom died 4.5 years ago.
Okay. Did not before that?
I don't know.
Okay. But after she died, he did start seeing a doctor. Do you know who that doctor is?
He told me. He just talked about it. Because he was on call. Because he was so sick and he called this doctor and he told me it was. I don't remember. I don't know the name.
Do you know if it would be a doctor in Grand Junction or down here in Delta?
Junction. It was in Junction.
Okay.
The, okay, I'll have to get it. I have it at home, but there's a chiropractic office he used to go see and they might know who it is.
Okay. And actually the hospital probably has that
He's
information
been to the
too.
emergency room.
Which one? Community or St. Mary's? Do you know?
No, I wouldn't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
We may be able to get the information from there. But after your mom passed away, he did
Start getting physicals.
start getting physicals and stuff. And had he seen the doctor for this sickness?
Yes. That's
Okay.
what I think that's what he went in for because he said he couldn't even stand up. He was so dizzy and his legs were so atrophied. He couldn't get out of bed. He was in bed for 2 months, he said. And, you know, I've been, obviously, my sisters and I have been calling him this whole time. And he's just like, I'm so sick. He hadn't seen my kids. He's just so sick. So
Okay.
finally, we just took the whole family down and went to see him.
And how did
He
he
looked
look?
bad.
He looked bad.
He looked bad. He looked the best he'd looked, he said, in a while. But he looked bad and he
How did he look bad?
looked tired and he looked drawn and, well, like he'd been in bed for 3 months.
Okay.
He didn't have color. He says all he's been eating is Gatorade. He said, Miriam just keeps giving me Gatorade. We brought him a basket, you know, full of emergency, which is still sitting there. He never used. And some other things.
You talking about those little packs?
Yeah,
those
little
Okay.
But I don't think I saw him again when he was sick. I just stopped by once. And the reason I didn't stop by more is because ever since he's married Miriam, they have not been interested or involved in my family.
Okay.
Until even when we moved here, it was very difficult to get together with them. The girls started staying the night there once a week, and that lasted until he got sick.
When did you move here?
I moved from Gunnison in June of last year
Okay.
to be close to family.
Okay. Okay, so you moved from Gunnison, and your kids would go up there and things like that, but that stopped when you got sick.
Yeah, it was on and off, and even when we were there though, I remember the first time we went there, Miriam went downstairs and laid on the couch and watched TV, and totally ignored us. You know, I mean, this was my first impression,
Okay.
which is with the young kids, that was very upsetting, and
Right.
but and I told her.
Okay.
I don't. I've been pulling punches. I just told her.
What did she say?
So I said, my daughter isn't going to watch TV. She's going to go outside with me. You know, and of course she didn't care. She just stayed down there.
Okay.
And eventually she came up, but you know, she has 2 dogs.
Uh-huh.
If someone was breaking in, those dogs eat up at everything.
Okay. But they do kind of live out in a sparsely populated
Yeah,
area.
but they're usually inside.
That's what I mean.
Oh,
But if someone were going to break in, as you say,
well, that was the news.
a small dog does not always deter
No.
a very good intent burglar, just for the record, okay? I don't know if that's what happened or not. I'm just saying that doesn't always deter it, because they're relatively small, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. They're little
Okay.
tiny, whatever they are.
Okay. Tell me about, okay, you have a sister that Wendy lives in Denver area, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Parker.
Okay, Wendy's in Parker. And then you have...
Christy.
Okay,
She lives in Seattle.
okay. And then you have a brother, there's an Alan Jr. somewhere.
He's in Seattle.
Okay. And are they here? Are they coming here? I mean,
They're on the road right now.
okay.
They'll be here this afternoon or this evening.
All of them?
Alan Jr., I don't know. I haven't been able to get hold of him.
Okay.
I think that was him.
Does he live in Seattle?
No. Yes.
Okay.
He just got there, yeah.
From?
Alaska?
Okay. All right. And when was the last time all these guys saw your dad?
Wendy lived with him until I don't know when she moved. We moved her. I closed the loan for a roommate, I think it was January. So it must have been February. She moved out.
Just in February. Okay.
I think so.
Okay.
I'd have to look that up.
That's okay. That's okay. Somewhere around there.
I don't know.
Okay. Your dad was in mortgage business, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not now. He was.
How long was he in that business?
Since '86.
Okay.
He hasn't been in it for 5 years.
Okay.
He's been developing subdivisions. Well, he's been doing that longer than 5 years, but he's been phasing out of the mortgage business for 5 years.
Okay.
Hell, the mortgage is pretty much dead when I took it over.
Okay. So over the last 5 years now, what is he, the business where he's developing land, is he doing it under a business name?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I actually don't know much about it.
Okay.
I know he's got land in Peach Valley. I know he has land up on Newview. I'm sorry, on 7th. I know he's got land in Fruta and in Clifton.
Okay, hold on just a minute because I need to.
Oh, you're right.
Well, I am going to write it down only because, okay.
But that's,
sorry.
I mean, that's the gist of what I
Peach
know.
Valley?
Delta.
Is that here?
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
I'm not familiar with that.
And his partner on that one is Bob Isom, who's more than willing to.
Bob.
Isom.
How do you spell it?
ISOM.
Okay.
The Delta police have talked to him the last incident.
Okay, we'll get to that. And then there was another place you mentioned that I was not
I'm
familiar.
sorry. 7th Street.
Yeah, what's that?
That's up here on Garnet Mesa in Delta.
Garnet Mesa?
Mhm. He's got a vacant lot across from where I grew up.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's the sole owner of that one?
I believe so.
Okay. And then you said Fruta. Where in Fruta, do you know?
Nope.
Okay. And then you said Clifton?
Clifton?
Do you know where that is?
No.
Okay, that's okay.
Crystal Lee. That's his business name. Crystal Lee. CRISTALEE. That's one of the ones I know.
Okay. Other than Mr. Bob Isom, do you know of any other business partners?
No. I know he had other investors, but I've never heard of their names.
Okay. Outside of this one bank, American National, is that up in Junction?
Yes.
Or is that here? Is there any other banks you're aware of where he does banking?
No.
Okay.
He's done banking with them for a while.
Okay. State Farm in Delta, you're talking about the insurance company.
He's been with them forever,
Okay.
since I was a child. So.
Okay. You don't know of any other business accounts?
Let me just think.
Okay,
I
yeah.
don't really know offhand. I didn't really pay much attention. You
Okay.
know, it's really wasn't my business, and I don't know of anything else. He is. I don't even know if he had a lawyer. I don't know what he is.
That was my next question. Does he have an attorney? Does he have a business attorney, personal attorney?
I know his accountant is Cuccetti and Baldwin, but it's Cuccetti is CUCCHETTI, and that's in Junction.
Cuccetti and who?
Baldwin.
And that's his accountant.
Accountant, yes.
Okay, so they should have some information.
Yeah, and actually they were doing the Helmick books, the mortgage books, and I just used them as well last year. So I mean they've done it for a while, as far as I know. I mean,
Okay.
like I said, my dad, he took care of it. You know, I mean there was no questions. Just
Okay. Does he have a will?
I don't know. I asked him to get one after my mom died, so we didn't have to do the whole no will thing again.
Okay.
But I don't know if he ever did it.
Okay.
I felt like he did,
Okay.
but he was very sensitive about the issue, and he didn't like me. When I asked him, he would get defensive, like I don't know what he thought, so I just quit asking.
Okay.
After the gas tank caught on fire, which you must be apprised of, because
I am aware of that incident.
that is when Miriam became friendly with me and my children. And I say that because quite literally there was no friendship, no calls, no instigations from her or my dad. My dad, occasionally he'd call me back, we'd call, we'd talk,
Right.
but no couple, no grandma, grandpa type of, or,
Right.
you know, I want to get to know you type thing. Anyway, so...
Now, how long have they been married?
They'll be married 2 years in June 24th or something like that.
It'll just be 2 years? Okay.
Let's see. I think so. I don't think last year was 2 years. I think it was this year. We're in 08, 07,
Yeah.
06. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. Okay. Are you sure about the June 24th?
No, not the exact date. I know it's right there though somewhere.
Okay.
That's on my calendar.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, I was going something with that. So they were married?
Yeah, you asked about the will.
Yes, thank you.
My daughter had a dance recital May 11th, 10th and 11th.
Okay.
They came down on Saturday the 10th to see it. My dad says, you bet I'll be there. You know,
Okay.
That's how he was. You bet. So I luckily got to talk to him then. So Miriam and him came down to that. And I asked her, after this was, we were mingling, I asked her, have you heard anything from the Delta Police Department about the car? No, but your dad said they'd accuse me and interrogate me, and she just told me the whole process of what happened.
Okay.
And she brought up the fact that they had a prenuptial agreement, which I didn't ask anything. I didn't.
Okay.
So I have no reason to ask her. If I was
Okay.
going to ask somebody, I'd ask my dad anyway. But I said, okay. And she said, and then she told me that the prenup said half was, anything before the marriage was ours and anything after was hers, or something like that, which we were in a public place and there's no way I could respond to that. I was like, okay. And then she said the police asked her if there was life insurance on him. She said, I don't have a life insurance policy. She said, he's better off alive to me than dead anyway, because he owes investors, because he's that type of businessman where money just keeps flowing.
Right.
I mean, I understand that. I said, okay. And then my dad walked up as she was saying that, and he confirmed, I believe, that there was no life insurance on him for her. But I don't know if he kept that from me or not, just to...
When you said you were in a public place, so you didn't respond, how would you have responded?
Oh, I would ask my dad, do you have a will, and is it true, and what does that mean? What does it mean, before you're married, this is hers, and after everything's or ours, and after everything's hers, because they bought the house before they were married. They did a lot of things before they were married. The furniture in that house was before they were married. It was my mother's, I mean, so I mean, all the thoughts went through my head. Well, what in the heck does that mean? And why would you tell me that now?
Right.
What are you bringing? I just simply asked if they had found anything out about the gas tank on fire, and of course, I guess since she was questioned, that she was just expounding on.
Now, the gas tank fire incident, were you there when that happened, or?
No, I was trying to move my office to my home because my husband got the new job and I needed to be home, and so anyway, I was not there a lot. But she said she came down. She came, which was weird because the police called me to find my dad because I couldn't get a hold of him. So I call her phone and she's like, he's busy. I'm like, I don't care. The police just called me. I need to talk to him. So she gave the phone to him. And I said, they can't get a hold of you, Dad. And then I can hear him say, Miriam, where's my phone? She's like, I don't know. And he's like, is it off? because the police are trying to get a hold of me. I can remember that conversation, you know, and then I don't remember the rest of that conversation now, what happened after that. But then she called me back about shortly later and asked me if I was okay. Well, yeah, I'm okay. She goes, and then she told me the story that they were at the title company because he was selling Robin Cook, the title company. She was buying him out.
Okay.
Because they co-owned it. They were there doing that deal.
Robin Cook?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, what's the name of the title company?
Title Company of Delta. And it's in the same building as my office.
Okay, which is, can you give me that?
721 Main Street.
Okay. So he owned part of that company, your dad did, and she was buying him out.
Yes.
Okay, so they were there.
They were there. Like I said, they
Okay,
always did all
Miriam.
that stuff together.
Okay.
Yeah. She said she came down to see if I was in the office.
Okay.
So she said she had the stomach flu. I wasn't there, so she was waiting for my dad to finish. And they went to go get in the car when he was done. So I don't know what happened between
Right.
there, but she said she had the stomach flu, she had to run back inside.
Okay.
So my dad got in the car and was waiting. She came back out, she said she had to go back inside again.
Okay.
Because she apparently had diarrhea, is what
Okay.
I gathered. Anyway, she said, which this doesn't fit, but this is well what I remember, but she said she went to the trunk to find her sandals. She swears one of her sandals disappeared. So she went to the trunk, she looked in the side. She said she's telling me she never went around the back, she just looked in the side, she closed the trunk, the sandals in there, she got back in. They smelled burning rubber, or her dad did. Oh, and this whole time Robin was talking to my dad while Miriam was inside at
Okay.
the car.
Robin was outside.
Robin came down and,
Okay.
seeing him off, and so she said they took her Coke, she had a Coke, and they were dumping it on the gas tank.
Okay.
Put it up. Now, I don't know where the car, because they said they went to Bozarth's, which is in Junction, so I don't know if they actually drove the car. I don't know any of that gap there. I never did
Okay.
I never asked, it was a question, but I never asked about, like, what happened after that. All I know is I periodically asked my dad, has the police department got back to you? Do you know what happened? Is it random? Has it happened somewhere else? And he says Miriam said that she found an incident that had happened once in Mesa County. Well, I called Mesa County, and they say it hadn't happened in Mesa County. So as far as the wick being burned in a gas tank, but she says that they even looked up how long it takes rubber to burn on the internet to see when it had happened. She said her and my dad did that.
Okay.
I don't know if that's relevant, but that's just something she said. That's all I know about
Okay.
that.
How did your dad was married to your mom for how long before she passed away?
Um, 36 years, I think.
Okay.
50, yeah, about
Okay.
somewhere in there.
All right. And so they're married 36 years. How was their marriage?
Fun.
Your mom's and dad, as far as you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I realize you were a kid during
Yeah.
that, so,
Great.
but,
Yeah, it was typical. It was
okay,
fine.
okay.
It was, good and bad, get through stuff. Rich times, poor times. I mean, nothing abnormal.
Any times where they had enough of problems between the two of them, where one of them moved out, or any of that kind of stuff?
Yes, but that was after I was married. I was probably... Well, I had been married a while because I got married and moved to San Diego, so... 92 plus 4 is 96, so probably in 96 or 97, I would guess.
Okay.
Somewhere in there. He came home drunk and my mom was scared.
Okay.
And my husband got in the middle of it. She asked, my mom called for Josh, and we were downstairs, and my husband got in the middle of it, and my dad got mad, and he left.
Okay.
And I don't know how long he was gone, I can't remember now. He went to Arizona, he had property down there at the time. But then he came back to us when we had moved into a place in Austin,
Okay.
and he had came and apologized and whatever.
Okay.
That's the only time
And
I
then
heard
he
that.
and your mom got
Oh
back
yeah,
together.
yeah,
Okay.
him and Mom were fine, yeah.
Okay. Did he have a drinking problem?
No.
Okay. Any idea why he was so drunk right then and there?
I don't know that time.
Okay.
Drank a lot at the Elks,
Okay.
so I could have been coming home from that.
Okay. Your mom passes away, and how does he meet Miriam?
Him and my mother, and his goal was to dance, learn to dance. That was one
Okay.
of her dream, what she wanted to do. So he decided to go do that,
Okay.
and she was his instructor.
Okay. And then walk me through that process, how we get from there to being married. Do you remember?
The story is that he teased her a lot in dance classes, flirted with her, and she's not supposed to, whatever you call it with the student,
Right.
fraternize. And the first date that everybody saw them at was at the Elks here at a Valentine's dance, I believe.
Okay.
It was a Valentine's dance. And she apparently got fired by her instructor in Florida
Okay.
or something. There was a problem. She broke the contract because she was fraternizing with a student. And so something happened with the instructor in Florida saying, you owe me this money because you broke the contract. Anyway, I don't know the details of that. I just know, anyway, they were together now and she wasn't working for this guy. And then my dad opened up a dance studio for her
Okay.
called Dance Junction in
Mhm.
and she didn't have any place to live. Apparently she was living out of a hotel, and she moved into our house here in Delta, and he said it was just his friends at first, but then obviously it became more in the basement, and she'd been living there for, I don't know, a very short time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and he had told me in the basement by myself that he didn't know if it was going to last. He was just seeing what happened.
Okay.
'Cause they weren't married yet, so he was
Okay.
just kind of.
Now, when you say some of these things, you said this is the story you have. Do you get it from him, from her? Or,
Which one? What?
how they met?
I got this from her.
Okay. Okay.
Let's see. Did he tell me anything?
He told you
He
that
didn't
he
tell
wasn't
me
sure it was going to last after
Yeah, he
Christmas that
said
one time.
that. He didn't really say how they met or anything, except that she was his dance instructor.
Okay. And she
I
got
lost-
fired from
sorry.
the dance place where she was working?
Well, she worked for a lady in Florida.
Okay, but she
Up
was
here.
here.
Yeah, is what
Okay.
what I understand. And this bothers me. There was a guy she danced with in Florida. His name was Keith, and I don't know his last name. But
Okay.
he moved up here into the basement of our house here, and lived there for a while, which was very weird to me.
Okay.
Somebody he hardly knows that's living with him brings another male into the same house. It just doesn't seem very wise,
Okay.
which is weird for my dad too. But he lived there for a while and then moved to Junction and then worked for them at Dance Junction. So his last name would be in the Dance Junction books.
Okay.
Keith somebody. And I think Keith has a brother in Grand Junction, if I remember correctly. But
Okay.
I don't know his name. And apparently there was a falling out because Miriam says that Keith was getting charged more, or was taking more lessons, or charging more and keeping that money instead
Okay.
of passing it through. Anyway, so they fired him. And so there was a falling out at some point there, which I don't know
Okay.
how drastic or anything. I just
Right.
know it ended. How did they get married? And then they just kept seeing each other. Before they were married, I think it was July 4th of, we were still in Gunnison, so. Well, anyway, the year before they got married, it was July 4th, they came up and they were very girlfriend, boyfriend, like, you know,
Okay.
touchy, handsy, kissy. And
Right.
anyway, so then they left, and I called my dad and told him I didn't appreciate that for my kids. You're not married, and you're still their grandpa. Anyway,
Right.
so I remember that. I think that ticked her and him off because they didn't like that. But
Okay.
but then they were looking for houses to buy, and they kept looking for huge houses. I'm like, we don't need a huge house, Dad. You know,
Right,
the
there's
swimming
so
pool.
many- yeah.
We're not going to be there all the time when we visit. It's really okay. But anyways, they got engaged, I think in January and married in June. I don't remember the whole process, but I don't know
Okay.
much of the details of that.
Okay.
So
Did you go to the wedding?
yes, I was a bridesmaid.
Okay. And that was, where was that at?
This was at the Junction downtown plaza, where they hold the home and garden show at
Convention
the
center?
convention center.
Two Rivers?
The Two Rivers, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So they got married there. Okay. And what do you know about her? What do you know about her past before she is here?
Who she is. I only know what she's told me.
Okay.
She has a brother named Jack, who's I believe law enforcement in Florida somewhere, police or.
Okay.
But she has a daughter, Chris, who's
Okay.
also in Florida. And I
Okay.
don't know how old he is. He's in his young.
Daughter or?
That's his son, Chris. I'm sorry, did I
Okay.
say daughter? Son, Chris. She did have a daughter named Amy who died when she was 22, I think, or somewhere in there. She said
What's
her
she die
daughter
from?
died of a brain tumor.
Wow.
And that story changed just recently, that it wasn't ever diagnosed as a brain tumor, that the doctor thought that Amy had OD'd on Valium and something else. So that just changed, so
What,
she
what do
told
you
me
mean
this about a
changed?
month. She just changed, she just brought that part of the story up just recently.
Had she always told you her daughter died of a brain tumor? And then a month ago she says what? That
She says, well, Amy was very pretty and da-da-da, and she used to have really bad headaches. This is the first time I heard this, really, really bad headaches. Hence, probably a brain tumor, I thought. And so I kept taking her in, and we'd give her Valium and there was something else she said, I can't remember, so she could sleep and get rid of the headaches. And so the doctors thought she OD'd because she had medication in her.
Okay.
This was like a month or so ago. I mean, this is the first time I heard about
And
that.
why? What? Can you remember what you were talking about to bring that up?
We were just chatting in my dad's house in the dining room about various things. She mostly talks about the horses.
Okay.
And probably it probably came into what my kids like and then what Amy liked. And,
Oh, okay.
just talking about our kids.
Okay.
So she had a husband named Jack, who,
Brother named Jack and husband?
maybe her brother's not named Jack. Her husband was named Jack. I don't know her brother's name, I guess.
Okay.
But I know she's got a brother in the law enforcement. Jack committed suicide after Amy died, apparently. Not right after, but
Okay.
and that was her story there.
She tell you how?
No, she did not.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
No.
Okay.
It seems like it was recent, but I never asked.
Okay.
And when I say recent, I mean in the last 5 years or so, but I don't really know.
Okay.
I don't know much about her past. I know she lived in Florida. Apparently she worked as an executive assistant. Her husband was a traveling businessman, traveled a lot. When he died, her bank accounts got cleaned out apparently, or something, that he had a mistress and that all the money was gone. I mean, that's all, I got bits and
Right.
pieces. I don't
Okay.
have any details. Chris has been up 2 or 3 times that we
Okay.
visited with him. He was here for the wedding. I don't know much else about. I'm trying to think anything else she said. She's had problems with I think she said she's had to put a restraining order on her past dance teacher because she says she was psychotic. She just bugged her a lot, and I don't know. But anyway, she had problems with her past dance instructor, employer. I must be getting tired.
I bet. I bet. Go ahead and take that coffee in. You had mentioned earlier that you were trying to give me factual stuff and that you had your own suspicions.
Right.
Okay, I would love for you to share those with me.
Well, I do so, but with caution because, anybody can do any tip or anything with somebody over the phone. Oh, so-and-so's doing this.
Right.
And it could not be true, and that's just
Right.
so not right, and you come to somebody's door and say.
Right, absolutely.
That's just so wrong. But anyway, I just don't see how he could have been sick so long. So sick. And nobody call us. Why would you not be concerned? I think there's something wrong with the relation. There's something wrong with her.
Okay,
I don't know, maybe it's nothing. Maybe she's just weird.
okay.
But he's been completely out of character. Drastically since January. But a lot since he married her.
Okay.
And got together with her. Very, very with the kids up until they actually got married. Still communicated with the kids, Easter, Christmas. Not as much as I'd like, but still was very communicative
Right.
with me. A lot less when he married her. And I'm sorry, I'm backtracking. I said communication, the telephones. Couldn't get a hold of him, so we're staying at his house. I see Miriam put his phone in her purse because it's pink. His phone is pink.
His phone is pink.
His phone is pink. So she puts it in her purse. I'm like, well, Dad, is your home phone hooked up? He's like, no. I'm like, well, how does anybody get a hold of you? Well, Miriam doesn't want anybody to bother me, so it's okay if she has my phone. Well, she's been telling me the battery's been dead and that just call him that she's not going to take care of that. Well, apparently she has the phone, so I don't know. I don't know about the phone thing.
Okay.
But
she's had it several times that you have been around.
Yeah.
She keeps it.
Yeah, because she wants him to rest, so she takes it with her when she goes to the post office or whatever, and he's at home.
Okay.
Very rarely, though, I've ever called and they're not together.
Okay.
I mean, until this last week, which... So, see, it's just odd to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can probably gather where I'm going. It's just odd that... it's odd for my dad. It's just
You've
not
seen
good
him
character.
change. You've seen him change his character.
And maybe not so much see him change his character, but through her, I can't even get to him.
Right.
I'm not even...
Before that, how often did you talk to your dad?
All the time. I mean, I bet I talked to him no less than 2 times a week.
Okay.
And if it went a week, I'd call and he'd talk to me.
Right.
So,
Okay. And that's when you were living down in Gunnison.
in Gunnison, and when we first got here.
Right.
Yeah.
You call, and really the calling issue wasn't a problem until he got sick. Is that what I'm hearing?
I think so, yeah. And it was hard to get a hold of him before, but we always did, eventually. We bugged him enough that he'd call back.
Right.
But then he got sick, and
then you could never get a hold of him.
Never. Had to drive out there. Miriam was like, sure, just call before you come. Like, no, I'm not going to call before I come, so I just drove out there.
Right.
But that's just the daughter thing in me. But so I went out there, and couldn't get a hold of him.
Okay. And why is his phone is pink? What color is her phone? Do you know?
I believe it's black.
Okay. Why did he have the pink phone?
He said he got it. He was comfortable with his masculinity, is what he told me.
Okay.
But I say all this is, my suspicions toward her. It's odd because Bob Isom, I talked to him yesterday. He's my dad's best friend from many, many, many years.
Okay.
And he talks to him once a week. Miriam called me and canceled the horse lesson on Monday.
Right.
I'm not sure the timeline, but Bob said that he talked to Alan that evening. This is after I got canceled. He said, Alan will be playing golf tomorrow. And Alan says, no, I have a grandbaby having a riding lesson tomorrow. So somewhere there's a time frame missing there, and something's wrong.
Okay.
And that bothers me about Miriam.
Okay. Because Miriam was the one that told you, no, we're not doing the writing.
Yes, my niece was supposed to come up on Saturday. She's from Denver.
Okay.
They canceled that. Because, well, it's my brother's daughter, but they're not supposed to see each other. My brother was supposed to come down.
Right.
So they called the mother and said, it's probably a better idea if she doesn't come. But it just, my brother's not coming down anymore. So it's just odd that now their writing lessons are canceled. The niece is canceled. Can't get a hold of my dad.
And who does that niece belong to? Wendy?
No, I'm sorry. It's my brother's ex-wife.
Alan. Okay.
So,
okay.
so they're not in communication at all. It's a separate family.
Okay.
Now. But Gina is my sister-in-law. Well,
Okay.
sister-in-law
Right.
with a new husband.
Okay. And it's her child.
It's her child.
Okay. Is it Alan's child too?
It is, however, I believe Sam, the new husband, has adopted because I don't know the legality, but apparently Alan Jr., because he didn't visit enough, they were able to go to court and take away parental rights, whatever. I don't know. But
so what's the issue with him not being able to see her? You said he's not supposed to see her.
Right. That's when Sam and Gina adopted away from Alan.
Right.
They said that it's the court liaison or the court counselor that it's better if he hasn't seen her in this long, they advise them not to have communication with him and just to say that they've decided Sam's the daddy.
Okay.
So, anyway, so she couldn't be here the same time Alan Jr. was. Alan Jr. never comes. All of a sudden he's coming, and so it's canceled.
Right.
Coming up.
So that could make
It
sense.
could be coincidental. Yes.
Okay. I can see how that could be an issue.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, however, she could have came up for 5 days and then gone home because he wasn't supposed to
Sure.
be here till the end of the week. So, I mean, there was things that could have been done there that I guess now with facts and light, I can come up with a bunch of reasons why.
Sure.
But the
And
thing that
Bob
Bob
says that your dad says I can't golf because my granddaughter's coming. Yet Miriam says no, can't do it. And what was her reason for not being able to do the?
she said, I think it was Julie. She said was the horse. Julie had a problem with Billy, and Billy was the horse my daughter was riding.
Okay, so can't do that this week. So she cancels and says let's do it
Friday.
Friday. Okay.
And Bob came over, of course, yesterday, and he golfed. You could tell he'd been golfing, and
Okay.
they had a tea time at 9:10 Tuesday morning. And he said, the last time I talked to your dad, he said, can't do it. I have a horse riding lesson with my granddaughter, and he was supposed to come by that afternoon from Montrose too. I mean, this was all the same. And Bob actually, when I talked to him, he said he saw my dad. He pulled into his house, going to a dentist appointment Monday or something. So I don't know.
Okay.
You have to talk to
What's
him.
Bob's phone number?
Oh, I don't
Sounds
know.
like I do need
He
to talk to
owns
him.
ISI,
I don't know. ISI, what's that?
Industrial Systems Inc.
Okay.
I don't
Is it down here?
talk to Bob on a regular
Right.
basis. But I do know they're best friends, and he's known me since I was a child, obviously. But we don't. It's not like we have a relationship.
Okay.
So
All right. But he came by yesterday.
absolutely, he would probably do anything for Alan.
Okay. And so that's kind of interesting, the timing of
Well, when he told me that last night, I was like, kidding me. What else do you know? I'm like, he says, well, I know some other things. And
Okay.
he says that you might talk to him. He'll tell you.
I will talk
I
to
mean,
him.
What
What did he tell you?
He told me it was his fault. He goes, I knew it. He goes, something's wrong. He goes, see, and that he's not the only person that's told me this. My Aunt Meredith, who Miriam's staying with,
Right. I'm
was
aware
very
of that.
suspicious.
Okay.
And she jokingly, Meredith would never condemn anybody. I mean, that's not her personality. I went to her house. She goes, Miriam said she'd call me back. I'm supposed to take them to dinner. She's never called back. I said, well, it's not unusual. Nobody can get a hold of my dad. I said, my sisters can't, so don't feel bad. She goes, I hope she's not poisoning her. Oh, don't tell anybody I said that.
Right.
There was just, the thought in her head was there, and she was worried. And
Okay.
I'm not saying obviously that happened, but other people are concerned about
Okay.
the whole situation. So it's not just me.
Okay.
If it was just me,
Did you
I would
ever
be...
talk to your dad about your concerns?
No.
Some of your suspicions or concerns?
Oh, no.
You
He's
said,
always
oh,
very
no,
defensive.
why not?
He's always very defensive with me because I'm very like him as far as straight shooter. I very if I believe in something, you're gonna know it. And
Okay.
For example, when he came down the 4th of July and I felt it was inappropriate, I told him, and
Okay.
you know, so he very took offense to that, and so
Okay.
I didn't want to create any more friction for the sake of my children mostly. If I didn't have kids, I probably would have maybe said something because I
Right.
could have dealt with it, but. We were moved here specifically to have a relationship with our children, so I didn't want to create any conflict at all. And I felt he was very smart, astute, aware person.
Right.
There's no reason I should be worried about him.
Okay.
I really didn't believe so.
Did Bob, do you know, did Bob mention that he ever told him anything very specific?
Yeah, Bob said he sat down with Alan and told him, and you know what? Yesterday when Bob came over, he was very upset. So
Okay.
he didn't speak real clear. I was like.
Right.
Anyway, he said that he sat down and he says, I told Alan that he needs to watch out. He needs to be aware that things aren't right. And I don't know the exact conversation.
Right.
You'll have to ask him.
I
But
will.
he did sit down and talk to Alan. And then when Alan was so sick, Bob indicated to Alan, like, hello, kind of
Right.
conversation. You hearing what you're saying? You need to be, what's going on here? But Alan didn't take the bait, apparently.
Okay.
It's Bob's conversation with me.
Okay. Okay. Who else would have been good friends with your dad? Do you know that maybe would have had some real, maybe would have had insight as far as, you know.
Well, the other two people that they both hung out with was Ron Johnson and Judy Johnson of Delta. And Ron's been a friend of my dad's for years.
Are they a married couple, Ron and Judy? Okay.
I don't know if they have any suspicions
Uh-huh.
or where they stand on it.
Don't happen to know their number, do you?
No.
Okay. Does he still work or is he retired this
He's
time?
a carpet layer. I don't know if he still does that, but
Okay. Been friends with your dad?
years and years and years.
Okay. Do you know if your dad still sees them?
Yeah.
Okay.
They came to my daughter's dance recital.
They did? Oh, okay. Okay. And the fire incident, was that before or after your daughter's dance recital?
Well, it was before because then I asked Miriam about the police incident
Okay.
at the dance
Okay.
recital. In fact, he was feeling bad. They were going to the same dance. I think it was the Valentine dance. And they went to Ron's house because he was feeling bad and had to lay down.
Okay.
And so he was sick around Ron and Judy.
Okay.
But I'm a little hesitant on it if it was Valentine's because February seems so long ago. But I
Okay.
don't know.
All right.
Those are his two good friends.
Does he have a safe?
I
Your
don't know.
dad?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you help them move when they moved from one house to the next?
Did not.
Did they? How did they move? Do you know?
I do not.
Okay.
Don't know.
Okay. Does he have a safe deposit box?
I don't know.
Okay. Anything like that that you can think of?
I
You
would.
said you're not sure about life insurance. You don't think.
Yeah, as far as I know, well, Miriam one day in the kitchen said that they went and got a life insurance policy, and he was writing it for $275,000, and she told. This is her story to me. She told Alan, "Well, that'd be plenty for me." Oh, it's because I was talking about life insurance,
Okay.
and because I had two term policies, and I was
Okay.
trying to convert them. That's right. And then she brought that up, and he said it wasn't for her; it was for his investor because he owed him that much, just in case.
Okay.
So that's the only thing I know about his life insurance policies. And actually, there are some on me that my mom put in when I was a kid.
Yeah.
That were supposed to be transferred to us, and we're supposed to pay. And my dad's brought it up twice that he's been paying on it, and because he must be the beneficiary, and
Okay.
it should have been switched over to my husband. But those are the only
Right.
policies I know of.
Probably through State Farm. You
Through
think?
State Farm, yeah.
Okay.
State Farm.
Okay. And
Those must be the ones that got stopped, because he's like, I need to stop paying where you need to take them. I'm like, I'll take them.
right.
But
Okay.
then I can't get hold of them.
Two taken.
Yeah.
Right. Two taken. Anybody else you can think of that may know information that would help us on, you know,
Only
Any
reason
possibility.
I know this name is from Bob, but he mentioned Bill Sewell as a banker. S-U-E, I don't know, S-U-E-W-L-L, Sewell. Anyway,
Okay,
I don't even know where he banks.
he's a banker.
He's a banker. He lives actually in Delta, so it must be trying to think, Bill. Because I don't know where he banks.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew a lot more a long time ago, but I have my
Sure,
own life, my own.
sure, absolutely, absolutely, things going on.
I've always been upset about the fact that there was no relationship ever. Even when we were over there, she had no interest in the kids until recently.
And you say
This year.
This year.
After he got better. I mean, after the end of the sickness, after we started being aggressive and calling 4 times a day and driving out there.
Okay.
But it's just, I guess that's just a timeline. I mean, I could make a lot out of that.
Sure.
So I have no idea.
Okay. Just so you know, they're, like I said, they're doing a post examination sometime today. Some of that will probably be released. There's a whole bunch of stuff, probably facts that won't be released for a while. And it's nothing against you, and it's nothing against your brothers and sisters, and it's nothing against anybody else. What it is for is to know that we can factually find out what happened. Clearly, this is not a person who was 95 who had terminal cancer who passed away in their home. Okay, it's not that. And so until we figure out what exactly happened, many of those little facts and probably questions, you're probably a relatively analytical person that he appears to be. I'm one too. I'm one of those. I need to know A, B, C, and D. Yeah. Sadly enough, for a while, you're not going to know those things, right. And please don't take it personally. And you may go through a time where you just can't stand us. But I'm just telling you ahead of time. We purposely don't let out a lot of that because it helps us to conduct an investigation. Where if somebody has a piece of information that we haven't put out, then we know. Right. Think about it. Then how does that person know that? Right. So. Those kind of things, a lot of that stuff won't be just open. At some time, hopefully, somewhere down the road, a lot of those things will be answered for you all.
Miriam's not, Miriam, nobody's allowed to go back to the house, are they?
Not until we're done with it, okay? We have a search warrant. I personally got it, and they are at the house. They were at the house most of last night. I believe they're probably going to be at the house all day today. I could see them being at the house all day tomorrow.
She called me last night. I don't know what number she called me from. Might have been the police department.
Okay.
It was a weird number, 770 or something. Anyway, she said she was at Meredith's, and she wanted Bob to come over and tell me what had happened. And I'm like, it was like 7 o'clock at night. I figured it out by then, but she said she's going back to the house today to clean up. So it was an irrational thought, probably.
Today? Okay.
Yes.
No, she won't
bother me.
She won't be able to get back into the home until we are done with it. Now.
Oh, thank you for saying that, not getting back into the house. The house was never locked.
Okay.
2 months ago, she says we found the house keys. We're going to have to start locking up. It's getting kind of dangerous out here.
Okay.
I said, really?
Okay.
I'm looking around all the coyotes, okay? All right, thank you. But that never happened because I was worried about not being able to get in the house because we would stop by and they wouldn't be home sometimes, And then Josh was living there and we wanted to be able to get in the house, but that never came to light again. But the doors were never locked. We were always welcome to come in the house. Which brings me to another tangent is my husband's computer was downstairs. And he wants to make sure that if that was stolen, that it's accounted for.
And we will, and he told us that.
Oh, okay.
He has a computer downstairs, they had several upstairs. What we're trying to do initially is obviously, the reason nobody can go there, A, because we don't want anybody to mess up how it is right now, and B, we're looking for a lot of trace evidence. You're talking about hair fibers and all those kind of things.
The maid came on Monday and cleaned the house entirely.
Okay, who's the maid?
Don't know.
You have a maid?
Somebody comes in and cleans the house. Josh says it was clean when he got there Monday night.
Okay.
She says.
Do you know they have a maid?
I've never seen a maid. No. Miriam says a house cleaner comes in, but she doesn't clean house. It's always been very messy and us.
Okay.
Why am I saying that? Oh, and then when we stayed there Wednesday through Saturday, the week before
Right.
last, I gave the girls a bath upstairs in his bedroom. And I went through their bedside drawers because I was concerned about him. So
Okay.
they'll find my prints
On
their bedroom drawers and
Okay.
their jewelry boxes
Okay.
because I don't know what I was thinking or expecting. I was concerned at that time.
So you went through the bedroom drawers and what
It's
else?
not the drawers, just the bedside table
Okay.
drawers. And then I was looking for cotton balls actually, so I went through the whole bathroom, and I didn't get in her jewelry box. I was going to, but I didn't. Just to look.
Okay.
So I don't know what was in there except there was 2 jewels on top. That's all I know. And then I opened up the little wooden box on top of the dresser, which was empty. But anyway.
Okay, hold on.
So I just
Little wooden
I
box
was-
was empty.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
in there because I don't know. I just something. I just was like, oh well, something's not right here.
So there's a little wooden box on top of the dresser that was empty.
Yeah. And they.
And when was this?
This was I know exactly the
You
date
stayed
because we
there-
went to Bananas on Wednesday, so I can tell you. Let me just close this.
You and the family? Everybody stayed there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we did. My dad was very accommodating. We were, it was fine. All right, I can tell you the date. I think it was the 28th. No, what day did we go to Bananas? The 4th? Okay,
The 4th was Wednesday.
what's today?
I know the 4th was Wednesday. I know that factually.
Okay, it wasn't last week, it was the last week of May. So it was
Okay.
the 28th, we stayed the 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st.
Okay.
We were gone all day 29th and 30th, but we stayed that night there in the
Okay.
6th day. We left Saturday morning the 31st, yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, you'll probably
Find your
find
prints.
that up in their room
Okay.
because I was concerned. I don't know, I don't know what I was thinking. I was just,
Right.
what the heck?
Soon you figure
Yeah,
out what's going on.
yeah, I was.
You know what, before we leave here, if they have any cards, I may see if they have somebody, I don't know how they do it here, I'd like to get your elimination prints, that'll tell me who they belong to. So then
Okay.
we're not sitting there going, whose
Who is
prints
that?
are these?
Okay.
Now, if you have a lengthy arrest record, okay, then we would need your card. If you don't have one, having your card, so we can say, okay, this is not some stranger, we know who these belong to, would be
Well, I had to be
helpful.
printed for, I had to get a CBI print for my mortgage.
Yeah, but those are sitting over at
Oh.
CBI, and they need one-on-one to do comparison stuff, so it would be helpful for us if you don't mind.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry I'm being random.
No,
because
no,
all of a
no.
sudden I'm like, oh, well,
So,
wait.
and your husband said the house had been cleaned, and you know that from previous conversations with Miriam that they have a house cleaner.
On Monday.
Okay. So, just so you know, yeah, nobody's getting in there until we're done.
Okay.
Okay. Now, when we are done, it is Miriam's home
Yep.
at this point. Okay. Obviously, it would be helpful to have your husband go through his stuff to say, is there anything missing, stolen? We will ask the same thing of Miriam. I mean,
Right.
those things we will be doing. Okay. And what happens from there at this time? If your suspicions are right, okay, let's say your suspicions are right and Miriam has done something to your father. Well, I'm really in hopes eventually we get to that
Sure.
and charges are filed. But until that time,
Right.
she's the next of kin,
Right.
okay? Now, at the same time, if we find something completely different happen,
Right.
a stranger came into the home, did something to your dad, then we will go down that route and we will find out what happened there. If by some bizarre chance they find out today that your dad died of natural causes and nothing that anyone did to him, then that'll be found too and that would be relayed to you guys, okay?
So you probably know how he died, but that's not public yet.
I don't know. I truly do not personally know.
Yeah.
And B, I have some information about that, but I do not personally know. Actually, that's why we do the post, because the doctor determines that, not the cops.
Right.
Okay? The doctor determines exactly what causes someone
Right.
to die. And so, quite frankly, even if I did have huge suspicions and huge things that I thought had happened, I wouldn't tell you, because I don't know until a doctor says yes or no. Because I've been wrong, you know? And so the fact of the matter is that that's what the doctor is.
How long does that take?
Well, it depends. Generally on suspicious or unknown causes, there's going to be a toxicology report, there's going to be other medical exams on pieces of tissue and things like that. Those take weeks. Okay, those could take weeks to get those results back. Now, whether he comes out with a cause and manner, which is what the forensic pathologist determines, how soon he comes out with that, I don't know. Sometimes it's easy for him to tell, and other times it's not, and he waits for a tox. So I don't know. It could be anywhere from today or tomorrow till 3 or 4 weeks down the road before any of that is known. And then how much of that would be shared at this point, that is a different story. Okay.
So would she be the one also that's notified by, or gets the body released to her to be buried, and because she's the next?
Well, I believe so. I mean, clearly there are some suspicions that you have brought up, that your husband has brought up, that other people have brought up, that we have talked to, and she is the person to last see him, and she is the person to find him. Okay, so there's some things that we're going to have to work on to. I mean, we have to eliminate your husband.
Yes.
Because he was in the home, he was living there. He saw him, he's one of the last people to see him. I think that's probably going to be pretty easy. I believe somebody today is contacting the place where he was at class, okay? So understand, and I'm working with time frames. So we have to eliminate people. My job is to basically, when you start out something like this, for lack of better terms, that suspect pool is very large.
Right,
I mean, it's all of Basic County. And so what we have to do is work at, okay, does this person have, can we alibi them out? I mean, I know what time Miriam is telling us she last saw your dad alive. And so can we alibi out A, B, and C, because we know that they didn't have any contact with him until, their contact was before that, not after, okay? And that's what we have to look at doing until we narrow that scope down to, okay, who's still in this scope? And then we look at, can we eliminate those people or not? And that takes more time than anything else.
Well, and just as another note,
So I want to finish that. So until that scope is narrowed, and your Miriam, I don't know what to call her, stepmom, I guess, until she is eliminated from that, or until she's found it, either one, or until she's found out to be in that small scope, until she's found to be of a specific interest, yes, she has those rights, my understanding, legally, to make, to determine if there, depending on what a will says, as to what's going to be done with his remains.
Right. And obviously, we lost my mom young 4.5 years ago, so we all have our own. We could be totally wrong.
Okay.
Sure. I mean, we could be. Everybody could be, because I mean, my sisters still are very, very distraught over that.
Okay.
And so, I mean, I guess I'm just putting that in there because I would hate my bias emotions to just not being used to somebody, not understanding somebody, not knowing what they've been through in their life in order, and accusing them, or even suspecting them.
Of something very serious. I mean,
very
serious.
Yeah.
Right. And I understand that the things that you tell me, you made it very clear what's opinion and what you know factually, okay? But who better to have opinions than the people that know these people best? So that's why we prefer those.
So how?
Sometimes they're yes, sometimes they're no.
Right.
Now, go ahead.
Well, obviously she has rights. She's next of kin, so the Delta investigation is still ongoing because I can't get information from Florida or something silly like that. So, what happens if this is still going on? Nobody knows anything. I guess I just have to talk to her, huh? If I want to be involved in anything that doesn't have anything to do with you guys.
It doesn't really have a lot to do with us.
Yeah.
That's a good conclusion. It's touchy. It's going to be very touchy, I would guess. It's going to be touchy for multiple reasons. Just because A, there's a bunch of emotions there. B, she's a relatively new wife. So there's a lot of, and your dad obviously has some assets, okay? So I can understand that there's going to be some touchy stuff there. I can expect that the length of time that it takes you all to try to figure out, what exactly you're going to do with the remains, what exactly you're going to do with A, B, and C property, those times will come much faster than our investigation. I'm going to tell you that. Having been a cop for 20 years and working in investigations now for 11 of those, it just doesn't move quickly. And it surely doesn't move as quickly as you're not going to wait months and months and months to do something with your father's remains.
Absolutely.
Facts of life.
Yeah.
So those times are going to come way sooner than the other.
So I can talk to her.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Nothing says you can't. Absolutely.
Because she's not.
Did she call you and notify you about your father?
She called me, which I can't figure out where the number was from because she said she was at Meredith's, but it wasn't Meredith's number. But she called me. I said, well, where are you? And she says, there's at Meredith's. They won't let me back in the house. Duh, I wouldn't want to go back in the house.
Right.
But anyway, and I was concerned.
Is that the first she called you?
Mm-hmm. Very first. This
Okay.
was, Bob was already there. She'd called Bob to come tell me.
Okay.
But this was a couple hours later. I called her cell phone immediately when I heard it on the phone at 5:15.
Okay.
And of course didn't pick up, obviously. And she called me and said, did you hear? I can't remember what she said. Oh my gosh. It was nothing serious, just, have you heard what happened? Or I need to tell you something or something like that. And I said, I already know. And I wanted Bob to come tell you. I didn't want you to have to find out by yourself. And I said, no, I found out right away. And I said, where are you? She said, she's at Meredith's. Can't get back into my house. She said, they told me to go to a friend's house. I said, okay. All right. Bye.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would
That was
say,
it.
yes, you can speak with her, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you all need to make those arrangements amongst you as best you can. And I recognize that could be very trying at this particular moment. Because I can't tell you, I don't know if she did something.
Oh, right.
to-
Well, neither do
I don't know that she didn't.
Right.
I can't tell you either one. I don't know. I mean, that's what we're trying to find out, obviously.
Well, and I don't. There was other people, there. There's somebody that lived in their basement named Alan. He's a dance instructor.
Full
For
time?
a little bit. No, until he found an apartment.
Okay.
Also.
How long has Alan been gone?
I remember telling my dad, Josh, we don't have to have Josh live there because I know you guys just had someone move out, and I don't want to impose on your home or anything. And so Josh has been there since he started Halliburton, so probably 5 weeks. And there was probably a week or two gap between the dance instructor moving out. So I don't know the exact date. I don't remember when last one started.
Okay.
What month are we in? June.
Right.
And he started at the end of April, I think.
Okay.
So Ellen probably moved out beginning of April, somewhere in there.
Okay.
A lot of Allens.
Yeah. And is your other brother, Alan, is he coming down?
I don't know. I haven't got a hold of him. He probably doesn't have any money, so I don't know. I'll have to decide whether I'm going to pay
Was
him.
he coming down anyways?
He was supposed to, but he called me and said that he might not be able to make it because of the money. He called me on, today's Tuesday. He called me.
How was he planning? Flying, or was he planning?
Flying to Denver and driving down with Christy,
Okay.
who had the same
Right.
price.
Okay.
So.
Okay. And yeah, and I would guess maybe your is it Aunt Meredith?
Yeah.
Maybe she can, be of some assistance. I have no idea on how to get all this done.
Right.
For the time being, yeah.
So so the autopsy, how long could the body be held? A couple of weeks while the reports are being done?
No, I'm not convinced that they do that. I don't know that they do that. No.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I'm just trying to figure out a time frame on how, because something has to be arranged.
Right.
The grapevine is huge. I've had people call me from Maryland this morning going, "What happened?" And I'm like,
Right.
great. People are coming in from everywhere already. So
Okay.
I was just curious. As far as
I don't know how long that he would retain your father's remains.
Yeah.
I don't know how long that is. I don't think it's typically weeks and weeks, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can I see him? Can I go see his body?
yes, you may be able to.
Yeah.
Whether you want to or not, I don't know. To be honest with you, and I can give you, I'd have to look it up in my phone, but I can give you their phone number and his name. I believe Dr. Kurtzman is the one doing it. There are two forensic pathologists that work there. Both are very good. And he absolutely has allowed family to see them, depending on injuries and depending on. I mean, some people are okay with that and some people are not. And he's usually very good about telling you whether he thinks that your father's remains are in a condition of which you would want to see.
Right.
But I sure can. Would you like to see?
Yeah.
It'll take me a minute. I'll have to look up his phone number.
Which I think my sister Christy already called down there once.
Today?
Yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, and they're probably not going to tell you very much over the phone.
Right.
But I can let them know that you are going to contact them, and that at least lets them know. How do I put that in there?
You've been out to my dad's house?
I have not.
Oh.
I have not. Some other officers did that. I just wrote the.
Because I find, he's a private drive.
Uh-huh.
It's a shared road, but it's a private.
Right.
It's an easement road,
Yes.
so there's no other traffic, and you have to pass 1, 2, 3 homes.
They've talked to all the
homes
neighbors. They've talked to the
get
neighbors.
there.
They've already talked to the neighbors. We did that yesterday.
Yeah.
I can tell you we did that
Well,
yesterday.
I'm confused on why someone would choose that, but I'm not a psychopath, so sorry.
But these are great questions. There's nothing wrong with those questions.
I just don't think that way, I guess.
I want to make sure I'm giving you the right number.
There's horses there that need fed as well that are probably, I don't know.
Actually, quite frankly, I think we threw them some hay yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
Several of our officers have animals, and that's
they're like,
a
okay,
big deal.
Because there's a baby horse down there.
And we knew there was a mom and a baby. I think they've been throwing flicks of hay.
Not that I care as far as the horses, but I think some of them are worth money, so.
This is his name, Dr. Kurtzman, and this is the office phone number. Quite frankly, calling this minute probably would do you no good. But if you will give it until, I would say wait until like 3 or 4 this afternoon, because I don't know when he was doing that today, and I will let him know.
Right.
At least that you're going to call him,
Right.
and tell him that that's probably who the other people are, Christy and those guys. And quite frankly, when are Christy and everybody going to be here? Are they still coming?
this morning,
Okay.
4 or 5 hours.
It may be that he sets it up so you can all do it at the same time. If whoever has a desire to do it goes at the same time.
Yeah.
You can work with him for that, but he's usually pretty good about that.
And they're very, some more aggressive than other in our family, but we're very just like my dad as far as get the facts, get it done, so. But they're 30 and 32 and still suffering, so they might be a little more emotionally aggressive.
That's fine. That's fine. I have dealt with a few people.
Yes, I'm sure you know.
Well, you know, the sad thing is through these situations and people's emotions, you know what, if they're not emotional, well, gosh, that's when I get worried. Because, I mean, this is a very emotional thing to happen. And especially, it's unexpected death is bad enough.
Yes.
But unexpected with some question marks all around
Absolutely.
it, that's not easy. And I got a pretty thick skin. We don't take that stuff too personally. So they can be as they are. It's okay.
Well, it's funny because when my husband told me, it was surprise, but it was like, gosh, it was there in my gut. Something was wrong. You know, it was the surprise was so, it was more like, no, not, no, I was still working on that.
Right. Okay.
I just don't get it.
Hold on just a minute. Let me call back to my office and make sure there's not something that I haven't missed that they
Okay.
want me to ask you. Hold on just a sec. It's done.
I've turned the light off.
I turned the light off on me.
6 messages, yay.
No, they can't think of anything.
Nobody will be talking to my kids, will they?
No, I sure hope not.
Okay.
I mean, if we had, I'll tell you when we have to talk to kids. If they're present, or like if they are present when something happens, we have to talk to them. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I'm trained to do is talk to kids.
Yeah.
We do it all the time on this all stuff.
Right.
So if they were present, that would be something different. But I'm gonna guess
No.
they weren't present.
Thank the Lord. No.
And obviously you're not telling me that you were present.
No.
And
We were at the rec center.
you were at the rec center swimming.
We got there
Okay.
at 3:30. I texted my husband at the time.
3:30.
It's Tuesday afternoon.
Okay.
We stayed till 4 or 5. We got home at 5.
Where were you Tuesday morning?
My girls were at VBS, and I was in
Bible study.
Vacation Bible School
Yes.
from 9 to 11:30, and I was in an appointment with a client at 9:30 at the office.
Okay. I don't think we have any reason to talk with them. Generally, unless kids have a real specific knowledge about something, we don't generally talk to them. And I mean, if they tell you something that they saw or something that they heard, I would really like to know that. And I can tell you that if they saw something or they heard something, I would not ask them to come to the police department. What we would probably do is, I believe they have an advocacy center down here. I'm not 100% sure because I haven't used that, but I believe they do, which generally it looks like a house. And we have one up in Grand Junction, and we use it to talk to little kids because it's got toys and it's and I go like this so that they don't really, because if we tell young kids generally that you're a police person, then they ask you all kinds of weird police questions, and
Well, they tell you what you want to hear.
well, actually, surprisingly, no, many of them don't. They don't tell you that so much, but it's more like they either want to go with the little boys. It's do you have a gun? Do you want to shoot anything? But stuff like that.
Yeah.
It keeps it much more forensic and clear if we just say, hi, I'm here and I understand you heard something and you want to tell me if they know something.
Because of the relationship with them, when they come home, I always ask them how'd it go.
Okay.
Did you need to tell me anything?
Okay.
And only because I don't know. I don't know anything about. So they've never had anything to say that's negative or concerning me.
Okay.
Never
Never acted different when they came home? Okay.
No, not.
Ever been sick when they came home?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I would have any reason to. I can't say 100% no because I don't know everything, but I would think not.
Because we've told them that their grandpa's dead, but obviously I never tell them why until they are much older.
Until they get able to handle something like that.
Okay.
That's fine. And then I will get a hold of Dr. Kurtzman's office and let him know that you may be calling him, and that'll just he'll know when you call who you are.
Okay.
Okay. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. All right. If you have any questions, my number's on the front of that card.
Okay.
You give me a call anytime. Okay. And that's a personal voicemail. I'm the only one that gets it, and
Okay.
we can do whatever we need to do. Okay? I'm gonna have to walk through the dog.
Detectives now have two clear suspects, Miriam and Alan Jr. As soon as Alan Jr. arrives in town, investigators haul him down to the station for questioning.
And it's been kind of crazy, and I can only guess at how you are.
I'm very angry, actually, if you want to answer to that.
You know what, that's okay.
You know?
I can appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, and we keep that closed for privacy. Kind of let me tell you a little bit, Alan, about where I'm going, okay? I'm guessing you've probably talked with your sisters. You guys are all standing there. I have spoken with all of them. I'm the one that spoke with all of them.
Very little about this.
Okay.
Yep.
I've spoken with all three of them about this. I've been making a lot of trips to and from Grand Junction, which is not that routine for us. In situations like this, anytime there is a death where it's not 90-year-old man known to have terminal cancer dies, okay? That is much more clear cut.
Murdered my father. I mean,
When we have anything where there is an unexplained death, then we treat them all like a homicide, okay? Until we show otherwise.
I'm hoping that you're finding explanations.
Okay. Well, some yes, some no, okay? I have not been in your situation personally, so I surely can't speak for it. However, I've been doing this a while, and I've talked to a lot of people, unfortunately, who have been right where you are. I recognize it's not easy, and I recognize probably the last place you want to be is have to talk to somebody like me, in general, okay? Most people don't really want to talk with them.
I'm not really worried about talking to you. It's just
It's
that
just, you know-
it plays on the fact that I'm angry, and I want to know why
Okay.
people aren't arrested, and I want to understand what's going on,
Okay.
why it isn't that somebody's not in jail for
Right
this,
now.
you know?
Absolutely,
And that doesn't make any sense. And have you looked at every satellite photo from that time frame? And
Sure,
you
all
know
that
what I mean?
stuff.
Did you pull all every little hair out of the air filters and
Right,
stuff?
okay.
Those are the
And
things
a lot
going
of
through
those
my mind.
things, I can answer for you.
You
Some
know
I
what I'm
can.
saying?
Here's
And
what
how
I'll
does
do.
a man get shot with his own gun that's hidden in his house? That's hidden.
Let
His
me
house.
finish. Let me do something. What I'd like to do is kind of go
Sorry.
through. No. You know what, Alan? Here's what it is. Usually it's shock, then it's anger, then it's disbelief, then it's depression, then it's back up to anger. It's a cycle, and I'm very used to it. And I don't take any of it personally.
Okay.
Even if I should, I probably don't. Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay.
You're not going to offend me.
I'll try not to interrupt. Tell me what you need.
What I want to do is kind of talk to you just a little bit about the history, only because I don't know you all,
Right.
don't know your family. I've been a cop at Mesa County for 17 years or something like that, and I didn't know them. I don't have a clue who anybody is.
As you should be.
So the only way we can get into the
Right.
family dynamics and figure out what happened is to talk to you all.
I would have been upset if you hadn't talked to me.
Okay.
In fact, I was kind of wondering why you haven't called me before.
Well, because I knew you were in transit, and so quite frankly, I'd rather meet with you face to face.
My thought, of course, was hopefully that you had had someone that was already
Right.
under your eye.
Okay.
And knowing, of course, that,
Well,
anyways. But
first of all,
now I'm
and
getting the
foremost,
impression that's
No.
not the case.
first and foremost, we have to look at, when you have something like this, there's a ton of possibilities, and so we have to look at all of them.
Mhm.
I am not the only one doing this. There are 12 of us right now working on your dad's case, okay? And we're all taking little different sections, okay? And that's how we do it. I have one section, other people have a different section. We're all doing different things. So some of the questions that you have, which I will let you ask any question you want at the end, okay? Some of them I may know, and I'll tell you, I can't tell you or won't tell you, okay? Because some pieces of information we will definitely want to keep to ourselves for a while, because only the person who did this would know, okay? Number one reason.
I understand.
Secondly, we have to, some of the questions you may ask, I may not know the answer to. Not that somebody in our agency doesn't, but I may not. I am not the lead investigator, there's someone else who is in charge of that. And I would have to go back to him sometimes and ask some of those questions. I had to do that for one of your sisters the other day, because I didn't know the answer. And I'll tell you, I don't know the answer, okay? And some of them, we may never know the answer to some questions. That's pretty regular. There will be questions that forever will sit in your brain and go, why did, and I may never be able to answer that.
Understood.
Absolutely, okay?
Okay.
What we have to do is obviously talk to family, understand that we consider Miriam next of kin for legal purposes, because she is his wife, current wife. current wives, our current spouses, next of kin. Then we go out from there.
Mhm.
So our legal requirement is obviously to notify next of kin who did know.
Mhm.
Okay, by the
I
time that
understand
person called
the
us.
process.
So that's how we're getting there. Okay.
I got you.
And also, Alan, to be quite frank with you, I like to talk to people face to face.
Mhm.
My job is to judge whether you tell me whether it's true, not true. I mean, come on, just like you're judging me.
That's fine.
That's how we are.
Yeah.
We're human beings, but that's what I get paid to do.
I'm a
Okay?
human lie detector sometimes too.
So that's where we are.
When it comes to
okay?
my work, so I understand.
Sure. So that's kind of where we sit. Okay.
Right, fine.
First of all, do you have your driver's license on you?
No,
All right
I
then.
didn't bring my wallet.
That's okay.
I didn't bring it. I'm sorry.
To
I have no wallet.
Delta or to this interview.
Oh, I brought it with, it's in the clothes
that's
somewhere.
fine, that's
I packed a coffee cup away in my suitcase yesterday. I
Okay.
took a shower with my clothes on 2 days ago. So I'm not even sure where my wallet is, but I know it's somewhere in my bags.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
Computer science. I build websites, program computers. I'm a network engineer. I do a lot of data structures, back-end databases.
Okay. Already, that's all way above my knowledge level when it comes to computers. I'm going to be real honest with you. I mean, I have a very basic, user-only.
I was gonna say, I bet you're an excellent operator.
No, I can operate it,
Yeah.
but don't ask me to problem solve it when it doesn't do what it's supposed to do. Then I want to shoot
The
it.
world is quickly changing from that. We're having a great change that's in the next 10 years. You're going to see a large shift in the populace as far as those that know and those that don't. And it's going to create a great division in the way things are done,
Oh yeah.
economically and
Oh
socially.
yeah.
And it's already started to do that.
Well, you can look at today. I mean, people would have never done banking online or paying bills online. Think about it. 10 years ago, people
I type
rarely did that.
130 words a minute, which I think is incredible. It
Right.
took me to the age of 40 from the age of 14 to, well, actually I reached that speed
Right.
years ago, but to reach that maximum speed. I know 13-year-olds that type that speed.
Oh yeah.
So don't feel bad, is what I'm trying to say.
No, yeah.
I'm a dinosaur almost.
And do you do all of your computer programming? Is it all done remotely, where you do it
The
on your
majority of it is done remotely. I
Okay.
have been
self-employed or work for a company?
self-employed.
Okay.
I've been very bohemian for a long time.
Okay.
I volunteered a lot of my time. I generally have not been very money-oriented.
Okay.
More of a free spirit. I'd rather sit by the lake and practice the ukulele and write a poem
Okay.
And
And watch the
do-
porcupines.
and do just as much work as it takes to provide what I need. And that probably comes very really from the fact that my father worked all the time and I never got to see him. And I decided when I was very young that I was never going to be like that.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm kind of the opposite in that sense. My family's very work-oriented, very responsible. And I'm actually probably very irresponsible in their mind.
You're the free spirit.
I guess you would say that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um.
But I don't need much.
Well, okay. And you were single.
Yes,
Okay.
currently.
So tell me about what you know about your dad's life now, how it got to here, the last time you talked to him, last time you saw him, all
Okay.
that stuff.
Should I go backwards, I guess, or,
However you want to do it.
well,
You were how old now?
I'm
40?
40. Yeah.
40.
You know, and that's I don't want to say sad or silly, but it's the sad part is that I actually started getting along with my dad real well because I've been so different than him in that sense,
Uh-huh.
as far as he always being something that probably he didn't want me. He'd rather that I was,
Okay.
a plastic surgeon, right, or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. I'm asking.
But you know what I mean, how parents are, and he doesn't want to hear that, I'm hanging out with, that I'm traveling with the Rainbow Group this year or something.
Right,
You know what I
right.
mean? That's not something he wants to hear. I finally reached a point where I'm adult enough that I kind of understood him and was able to start communicating with him on a real good level again.
Okay.
Because him and I have not always got along real great, to be honest. Not bad. I mean, we love each
Right.
other, we go fishing, we do things, but not the best of friends by any means.
Okay.
And my mother and I were super tight.
Okay.
My mom was a mama's boy.
Mhm.
We went everywhere. I mean, everywhere together. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And so I finally reached a point where I started to realize these things, and I decided, okay, I'm 40 now. I've done it this way my whole life. Why don't I start actually trying it the other way? I
Okay.
started applying for jobs with Google. And these
Okay,
other things.
right.
I actually go to work all week and see how it works.
Right.
Just for the hell of it.
And how long ago did you say where you started?
I started calling him last year,
Okay.
actually. And this builds into some strangeness that's been coming to my mind lately. So just to kind of make sure that I don't bypass that, my phone calls always get returned from my father or answered. Always. Even me, the least favorite one, always gets called, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No matter what. And quite often it was, no, I'm not going to send you $1,000, but let me give you some good advice.
Okay.
You know, right?
All right,
Still,
fair enough.
the phone was always answered. It hasn't been answered for at least 2 or 3 years now. Like that, and last Christmas, most notably, I called 2, 3, 4 times from different phones before Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt really bad because I was supposed to drive up from Gunnison for Thanksgiving and I had to work.
Okay.
And I called him and I said, gee, when you guys sitting down? He says, in 10 minutes. And of course, you're not here, which is a normal conversation for my dad. And I'm sorry, Dad. I had to work last night. I just slept longer than I thought.
Right.
But I needed the money, which is normal for me.
Right.
Needed,
Sure.
work as much as I need and then go back to that need situation,
Sure.
which is normal for me. And he sounded upset about it. And that made me feel bad.
Okay.
And so I'm like, okay, I got to make sure that I take care of the Christmas thing that your dad sounds upset. He had been sounding funny for a little while, not like himself. But, which maybe here nor there. I've realized there's a lot of perspectives and things in life, and I'm seeing one, but I have to speak of the one I see in the way that I see it, because that's all that I have.
Absolutely.
I don't have anything else. But for me to call and leave messages and not have them returned to 2 weeks before Christmas is unheard of.
Okay.
And every time I called, Miriam answered. Before then.
His phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
His cell phone, which I thought was weird. He always answered his phone. It's his voice on the voicemail. But quite often when I would call, she would answer. And I told him this the last time I spoke to him.
Which was when?
And in fact, it was before I moved out of the house. So it would have been, what was that? What month are we? June 1st. That would have been probably the second week of May, somewhere around in there. First week of May, maybe. I called him up and I said, and he was leaving Delta with Miriam. She answered the phone. They were in the car. She said that they were here doing some sort of real estate deals and handed the phone to him. And then we had our conversation, good conversation, because of course I'm not asking for money.
Right.
Right? I gave that up a long time ago. He got smart. But it was a good conversation. And I said, Dad, you didn't call me. And he says, no, I always return your messages. And I'm like, no, I called you. I left messages. You didn't call. And he's like, no, of course I did not return your messages. And so I was trying to reach him after that because I was going to Seattle and I wanted to see Christy. And I couldn't get a hold of her. And so I started calling him and leaving him messages. And I said, see, Dad, I'm leaving messages and you're not returning them. And then 2 days later, I left another one. See, Dad, I'm leaving you messages, you're not returning them. And then all of a sudden, out of the blue, Christy calls me.
Okay, hold on a minute. First week of May is when you talked to him.
I think so. I'm really not sure.
And you said something about moving out of the house. So tell me what that is. That's when you moved from where to where?
Grumman to Girdwood again.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Which was close to the end of the month. I think it was the 23rd that I moved out of that.
23rd of?
May. 23rd of May when I moved out. Yeah, it would have been around there that I moved out of the Grumman.
So it's not, I'm sorry, I thought I wrote down first week of May, but that's not the first week of May, so.
Well, that's when I moved. First week of May is when I think that we were talking.
Okay.
I believe it was about 2 or 3 weeks before I moved out of the house that I had my last series of conversations. The reason being is I was intending on going to Seattle for my birthday, and I wanted to see my sister.
Sure.
And I'm trying to call him and say, hey, I can't get a hold of Christy. And I'm bad with dates and times, so it's probably wrong, but it's close. You know what I mean? And
sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I could go and probably get my phone records and find out for you.
Okay.
But exactly. Obviously.
Sure, but you're wanting to see her for your birthday, which is May 30th.
Yeah, I'm trying to plan ahead. I'm trying to be abnormally responsible for me, which is not calling 3 days before and saying, hey, guess what?
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I'm trying to be,
sure.
proactive. And he had told me last year that we were all getting together on July 4th. And I told him, July 4th is not a good day for me. That's the day my ex-wife divorced me. That's, the day this girl left me. That's the day I woke up, with no possessions in my house. I'm just going through all the things that have happened to me on July 4th because it seems to be the lowest day of
Okay.
of my cycle
Right.
in life, and he says, "You'd better be here." And I thought, wow, he doesn't ever say that to me.
Okay.
He's usually like, okay, whatever, you know.
Right.
And he was like, "No, you had better be here,
For this coming up July.
July 4th, because everybody was supposed to get together."
Okay.
And so I'm calling him to let him know, hey, you know what? I heard you this time. And I felt bad about Thanksgiving because he really sounded upset. I've never heard him sound like he was going to cry before the fun. He's a rock.
Right.
You know, maybe with the girls he's different, but with me, no. He's never cried. He's never acted, like that. He sounded really upset
Okay.
on Thanksgiving when I told him I was going to be late. And I told him I'd even drive up and be late and just hang out.
Right.
And he totally dismissed it, like, no, it's too late, So it made me feel really bad. And then I called him for Christmas. No response. I'm like, okay, now I feel really bad.
So you didn't see him at all for Christmas?
No, he never responded. And I said, okay, whatever.
When did
Maybe
you
he's
move
still
from
mad.
Denison up to Alaska?
That would have been March something. Somewhere around middle of March, probably.
Okay.
Around middle of March.
Okay, go ahead.
It's hard to keep dates when you don't hold a normal schedule.
That's okay.
But around middle of March, I would say.
Okay.
I was up there about 3 months, so
Okay.
2.5.
Mm-hmm.
And I was still feeling bad. I was like, okay, I got to make it for July 4th. And I got other things I know I need to take care of in Colorado. So I said, okay, and I want to see my family and Portia too, because I miss the girls. And so I'm like, all right, I have to be there for July 4th.
Okay.
I need to be responsible and call ahead.
Right.
Because I didn't go to his wedding because I called a week beforehand and he was already mad and they'd already made plans.
Okay.
And I'm like, all right, I got to do this ahead of time. I got to
Right.
show some responsibility. And so I called him. I said, I'm going to be there. I'm there. I just want you to know I listened to you when you said that. And unlike him, he was like, oh, well, we're not getting together. Your sister can't make it, and this sister can't make it. And just kind of brushed it off. And I'm like, that's kind of weird for him to be lackadaisical or to sound lackadaisical. That's just not like my father at all.
Okay.
To not say, I was ready for your call, and
Right.
this is what's going on. Very exact plans. It's very loose, which hasn't been unlike him for the last 2 or 3 years, which is,
Okay.
I don't know if it's because mom died. I don't know, and this ties into other thoughts. I don't know if it's because of his new wife. There's all kinds of things there
Okay.
that correlate time-wise
Okay.
that could explain why his behavior was different.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly what is. I can always jump to a conclusion, right?
Right.
But that would be unfair of me. So anyway, so he dismissed it. I was upset. I said, well, you didn't give me a chance to be wrong this time.
Right.
And he laughs. He goes, yeah. He says, well, we'll see you when you come down, but we have other plans. And I was like, okay. When she's been very aloof since mom died. He's been very aloof. It's not.
Okay.
In fact, before I forget to mention, he's promised to go fishing with me 3 or 4 times since he moved to Whitewater.
Mm-hmm.
He never promises to go fishing with me and doesn't show up. I'm the one that doesn't show up,
Okay.
or is late,
Right.
or he has to come find me and wake me up and say, hey. And he didn't show. He didn't call. He didn't answer my calls. Something that's just really weird, but I wondered if it wasn't just because mom,
Okay.
and the new wife,
Sure.
right? And he's got a lot of things going on, and I haven't always been the most respectful or responsible child. And I thought, okay, maybe I just wore him out with not being there on time.
Right. Okay.
But 3 or 4 times, that's just not like him
Okay.
in any way. He did finally come up once,
Okay.
and
When you were in Gunnison.
yeah, didn't he come up with the boat? I'm trying to remember. It's vague. I can't remember, but it wasn't recent. It was right when mom first was gone. So this may have been before or right during the beginning of him being remarried. But anyways, yeah, it's just not like him
Okay.
to say, let's go fishing and not. And I wanted to make sure to bring it up because I thought that was something, his behavior has been strange and I don't know why.
Okay.
Again, I attributed it to mom being gone and
Sure.
him trying to figure things out.
Okay.
So where was I? I was talking about calling him, right? And,
So you called him, hey, you're missing.
yeah, I'm coming. I'm finally being responsible. I'm calling you ahead of time. I'm trying to plan.
Right. Nothing.
And he's like off somewhere else. It's almost like he's high,
Right.
And
Okay.
I'm like, whatever, okay. He's getting old,
Right.
So I call my sisters and I say, I still want to get together with you. Chrissy says they're going to be gone, probably that weekend because they had plans to go to Portland.
Okay.
So I said, okay, that's not going to work.
Right.
You know what I mean? But I did call him 3 or 4 times in that week, saying, hey, look, I'm calling you, you're not responding.
Okay.
which is not like him.
And he still didn't call
I
back?
never got a call back from him, but I did get a call from Christy.
Okay.
And I thought to myself, I forgot to ask her what instigated the call.
Okay.
You know, who
Right.
said, did somebody say call? Or did she just call?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But going backwards through weirdness, the last 2 or 3 years, it's been like that. I've had difficulty contacting him. I've had messages that don't get answered. He doesn't seem to be exact, you know, with things like he was.
Mm-hmm.
He was incredibly sick. My father's never sick. My father's like an ox.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, every time I would talk to him, he was sick.
And did he say what he was sick from?
He didn't know. I don't think he had a clue.
Did he tell you? He didn't know?
I don't remember him ever saying anything exactly. He just wasn't feeling good. And I could tell he wasn't feeling good. He was slow.
Did he say he didn't feel good? Or?
Yes,
Okay.
he did definitely say he felt sick and that he hurt his back. Those
Okay.
two things
Hurt
I
his back.
remember. I remember both of those. I remember him saying that he felt ill,
Okay.
that he was in bed, and that he hurt his back and that he was in bed. Two
Okay.
separate things, sick and back. Now, I don't know what he did to his back, and I don't know why he was sick so often.
Okay.
And again, of course, when something like this comes up, your mind goes and tries to attach and attribute
Sure.
things that probably have nothing to do with anything. He's probably just got old and got a bug and couldn't get rid of it.
Okay.
The first thing I think of is how come he's been sick every damn day since he's got this new wife?
Okay.
Is she, is being with her making him sick? Or is he just sick because he misses mom?
Right.
Is it psychosomatic? But he was extraordinarily ill.
Okay.
And that bothered me. And it
And how
bothered
long
me.
has that been going on?
That bothered me way before this year.
Okay.
And I mentioned it to my sister.
Okay.
Portia, I think it was, and I think she dismissed it like she dismisses all of my crazy notions.
Okay.
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 I'm like, why is he sick so much? It just doesn't seem right.
Okay.
Dad's never ill,
Okay.
And he's never aloof, and he's never not exact. He's never, complacent. He's a very precise human being,
Okay.
and he's been that way. And so my relationship with my father since my mother died and since he got remarried has been almost non-existent.
Okay.
And that's not to say that we had the most horrific one before.
Okay.
It was somewhat distant, but I was still including the things. I still got invited to go to trips, you know what I mean?
Sure.
Thanksgiving and stuff. He'd call me up and say, "Be a good boy. Don't start trouble with your sister." Of course, we're older now, but
Right.
so some of this is retro. But he'd be like, "Don't start problems. Keep
Okay.
the peace. Don't argue with me in front of the girls.
Right. Right.
Be cool. And but get over here." And ever since he's been remarried, that hasn't been the case. He's been removed, distant.
Okay.
And I've only visited him a couple of times.
When was the last time you saw him? Physically, in person?
Gunnison. I don't know, or maybe at his house. I'm trying to remember which it was. I saw him Christmas the year before.
Okay.
And I believe that I saw him,
So that's going to be Christmas of 06?
Yeah. He bought me a fly rod and some flies.
And
that was something else I found weird. My dad was a fisherman. And I asked him about the flies, and he couldn't tell me about the flies, and I'm thinking to myself, that's just not like him not to know what every fly is and where it goes. And I don't know if the word's aloof or slow, or, like I said, maybe just getting old, I kept telling myself.
where did you see him on that Christmas?
At his house.
At the one in Whitewater?
Yes.
Okay.
Saw him there. We stayed there.
You stayed there?
Yes, I did.
When you stayed in the house, everything seemed okay?
It seemed more like my grandma's house compared to a house that my father would live in. It was very neat, but
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of how neat it was?
I'm just saying, it was very neat. Yeah, that was very unusual, But
when your
I just assumed that.
your mom and dad were married?
My mom would clean, but the place just seemed like a museum. It was different. But he's got a new wife, and they're in a new,
Sure.
brand new house.
Okay, it is brand new.
Everything was new, so
Okay.
obviously a lot of that had to do with that. Plus, there's not a bunch of kids running around,
Right.
right?
Right.
Which actually I thought that was strange because the nieces weren't coming by very much, and that's not like Dad either. Now that you mention that, it probably should have looked more like kids. But
Okay.
anyway.
And why? No, not anyways. So why do you say that? You say they weren't.
Well, I started to
coming
feel like maybe he wasn't communicating with them either. Me, I understand.
by. Okay.
Half the communication with me in my life is send me $1,000.
Okay.
I'm broke, right? But Portia and him have always had a outstanding relationship. She's much like him.
Okay.
They think and operate much the
Right.
same. Very responsible, very on the ball.
Okay.
So I was just really surprised that in fact, even in Gunnison, I was extremely surprised at how little time he came and spent. That just wasn't like him at that point. You know what I mean? And so I assumed maybe Mom was the one always driving that.
Okay.
And then I thought, no, that just doesn't settle well. But anyways, Christmas, and I'm trying to think if I saw him again. I think that I actually saw him driving down the street in Gunnison as he was leaving, and I recognized his car and waved. Months later, as he came to visit Portia,
Okay.
and I had to see him. He honked, his wave. I remember that. I remember that we all went to the A&W,
Okay.
and I think this was after Christmas. Geez, I don't remember times. But we went to the A&W there in Gunnison, and I owed him $300.
Okay.
And I only had 100.
Okay.
And so I tried to give him $100, and he says, "That's not enough. You owe me 300. You owe me." And I was like, "Whatever." And so I just walked off. I left my hot pocket and left. I was like, "Whatever." That really wasn't an abnormal moment for us. In fact, I think this was before Christmas. I think this was before. This was like in the interim, somewhere in the middle. And this really the only couple of times I've had any contact with my dad, other than one other time I visited the house.
Okay.
So I've been to that house. I've been to that house twice, I believe.
What was the other time you visited the house?
I can't remember, but I'm sure I've been there once before. I'm sure in my mind somewhere that I've been to the house once before, maybe to go to Lake Powell with them
Okay.
for a minute
Okay.
or what have you. But I'm sure that I've been to the house twice.
Okay. Now, you mentioned something, and I'm going to ask about it. You mentioned a lot of, you would call him up, "Hey, Dad, how about $1,000? Because, I'm in the midst." Okay. Do you owe money now?
Well, I'll owe him eternally. Yeah.
I'm not talking about eternally. I'm talking about a set amount of money that he
No,
let you borrow that...
Not like that, no.
Okay. Explain it to me.
He set $300.
You owe him $300.
I owe him $300.
Okay. For what?
He just loaned me $300 when I got to Gunnison. Because I
Okay.
didn't have any money.
Okay.
So I needed some cash.
Okay.
Yeah.
He loaned you $300. How long ago would that have been?
4 years. 3.5 years.
So
And that was a big deal because since that was an issue between us as far as, him supporting me in college and doing these things, we hadn't had any exchange of any kind, as far as money goes, for at least like 10 years.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That was like...
So you didn't have it, there were no loans?
Yeah, no, and I was very careful about not trying to destroy what little relationship we had by doing that. And pretty much at one point he told me, "You know what, Alan, I made a mistake." And I said, "What's that?" He says, "I made you dependent on me." He says, "I was giving you money, and now you expect it." And he said, "I made a mistake. You need to learn how to take care of yourself." And at
So
the time, I
basically
didn't
from your
understand.
late 20s until your late 30s, there was no money exchange between the two.
Exactly.
And then sometime in your...
He would give me a lot of really solid advice about
Advice, but no money.
to do. Yeah,
And
exactly.
then somewhere, okay, you're 40 now, so somewhere around 36, he loaned you $300 when you moved to Gunnison, and you just never paid it back.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I tried to be paid back, and we got into the thing again, and I was like, whatever.
At the end of it.
And then he told me whatever. You know what I mean? And that was after Mom died. I remember what it was for too. He didn't loan me $300. Now I remember what it was for because I would never borrow money from him anymore. That was a problem between us.
Okay.
And I remember for some reason I just assumed that I borrowed it in my mind. What it was we went to Lake Powell, and he said we didn't plan on. Everybody that's going is kind of paying their own way this time because Christy's bringing some of her friends.
Okay.
And so we're kind of making everybody pay their way. He says, "I'll loan you your way."
Oh,
So
okay.
that's what it was. It wasn't, he didn't even give me any cash. Because I was just thinking to myself, no, he quit giving me cash a long time ago.
Okay.
But
When do you think the last time was, in all honesty, he loaned you any money?
any cash?
Yeah.
Let's see. That would have been at least 15 years ago.
Okay.
Maybe 13. Yeah,
Okay.
at least. When I was, the last time I can, even before I was married, wasn't it? Yeah, I don't think Dad's helped me out in any way that way, except for advice since that. Because that was an issue between us.
Okay.
Because when I was in college, he sent me $2,700 a month,
Okay.
which was a lot of money.
Sure.
And I had this local soup kitchen. I fed everybody, I was pretty generous
Sure,
with it.
sure.
I fed all the kids and said, "Come on over, you don't have any money, I do,
Sure.
I was a tutor,
Okay.
so I made more money, so I was just like, and he spoiled me too much in that sense.
Okay.
And so that made that was bad for our relationship in the sense that I didn't understand for a while what that was about.
Okay.
But yeah, as far as that goes, no, Dad wouldn't. In fact, Dad would give me a dime.
Okay. Did you ask?
No, I'm sure that I had back then, and
Okay.
they repeated, hey, this is something you need to learn to take care of yourself. I remember him saying that. He says,
Okay.
once you need to learn those skills, I've killed those skills in you. I remember him saying that, and that was a bad thing. He said, I should not have killed those skills in you.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, just to be honest, going over
Sure.
it. Yeah, that's it. But that was a great wall between us.
Long-standing wall. Also, it sounds like. I mean, just
that was a bad thing, and the fact that not so much that and he did a lot of that, of course, giving me money to make up for not being there
Okay.
when I was a kid, and not being the best dad when I was a kid. I was the first kid, so I was the trial kid.
Okay.
the learner child.
Sure.
The sisters got it a lot easier than I did. What I mean?
Okay.
Plus, I'm the boy.
Mm-hmm.
Right? The man needs to learn how to take care of himself.
Right.
All
right.
of those thought processes. So I think that's one of the reasons, just to give you the whole scoop on that he gave me so much when I was in high school and then going into college, because he was trying to compensate for not being there and working all the time. Then he realized that was a mistake. But that was the best thing that ever happened as far as our relationship goes. So then, when we were talking, it wasn't about money.
Right.
It was actually about advice and good things.
Okay.
And I would call him because he would have a way of putting perspective on things that just nobody else could.
Okay.
He'd twist things around in such a way, I'd be like, wow, I see what you mean. In the most hopeless situations.
Okay.
He'd be like, no, think of it this way. And he'd give me a perspective.
So he gave you a positive perspective.
Always, yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now,
But
did he seem happy in his marriage when you last visited them, whenever that was? Whether it be the A&W incident or the Christmas?
that's funny that you say that, because I felt like that he was acting like he was happy. I felt like he looked like he was hollow.
Okay.
And they didn't know if that's just because he missed Mom or what. He'd smile.
Not things that he said, but just your perception of the way he acted?
Yeah, just the way that it felt.
Okay.
I have nothing that I could give you that would concretely point to that, other
Okay.
than he did not have the same spark.
Okay.
He did not have the same fire. He seemed pacificial,
Okay.
pacified,
Okay. Pacified, yeah.
like he was okay. His relationship with her didn't seem like a relationship with a mother and a father. She never acted like a mother at all to me in any way, nor tempted to. In fact, she spoke very rarely,
Okay.
very, very quiet. In fact, when we were there, she interjected very little in anything that had to go on. So and I thought that was good, because she didn't try to, jump in, because none of us would accept her as mother at that point, you know what I mean?
Right, well, you're
So
adults, yeah.
So I assumed that was the reason that she was that way. She was always very removed. And
Okay.
my dad and I did do things. We played games of pool. We did the things we normally would do. Of course, he whooped me as always,
Okay.
Yeah, but I didn't get him to go fishing with me. He was smoking again, which I noticed he started doing.
Okay.
Which was surprising to me, because he gave that up when I was a baby.
All right.
And I thought, well, maybe that's just retro, right?
Okay, sure.
Seemed to be drinking more, but not a lot. He just
Okay.
more, he seemed to be a little more relaxed on some of those things that he was very rigid about.
Okay.
And, but he didn't seem himself, to be honest with you. He seemed kind of hollow, and I just assumed it's because of Mom.
Okay.
Because Mom left, that part of him left.
Sure. And that makes sense. They were married how long? 40
Yeah,
years?
I just assumed that. And I assumed that Miriam was just a pacifier, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That he really wasn't in love in that sense, that she was convenient and agreeable.
Companionship.
Right.
Right.
And that's all I got out of that. And then he wasn't really super happy that he was just making it,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Did you ever hear from him anytime, but more interested in the recent several years of problems with other people? Anybody?
No, I've thought about that in great detail. In fact, I've thought more so about my own self. But I have thought about him as well. Me being,
Right.
Alan Helmick, right?
Right.
Like, did I piss somebody off? My mind's gone through all kinds of paradigms.
Okay. Have you pissed somebody off that would have gotten him?
I cannot think of anyone, no. But I have gone down the list in great detail.
Okay.
And, and I'm thinking ex-girlfriend, right? No,
Anything.
she'd say something, but that's beyond.
Okay.
That's beyond the realm of understanding for anyone that I've had to deal with. Even the women that would say things to the police that were a little, were way exaggerated, you know what I mean, just to get back at me, which has happened in my past.
I saw that. I've seen that.
That's happened in my past.
Well, at least I've seen that there have been issues in the past. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
Whether they were exaggerated or not, I don't know. I wasn't there.
I've had some crazy women in my past.
Okay.
I've come to terms with that recently as well.
Okay.
Actually, understanding why that is
Okay.
and dealing with that, because I actually met a healthy woman.
Okay.
And I've been talking with her about 3 hours a day for the last month and a half from eHarmony. She lives
Okay.
in Canada, which is another reason I was going to Seattle.
Right.
And she's kind of brought to light things that I already knew about why I was attracted to damaged.
Types of people.
Yeah, and how that relates back to my damaged relationship with my dad.
Okay.
And, and my life and everything that I've seen. And I've started to recognize that, realize what it is.
Okay.
That's really wrong with that.
Sure.
But,
so there's nobody you can think of that's angry at you that may
no,
with your dad.
I thought about that really intensely. And I made a list, of women mostly, right?
Right.
I thought, Rita, the last woman I had sex with. Rita's, she's too busy drinking scotch. She doesn't ever get out of the house,
Okay.
Sandy. And I thought, well, Sandy's quite an insane woman these days. I mean, she had a stroke, though. I mean, because she had a stroke.
Okay.
I mean, she's not really fully functional.
But if they were angry at you, why wouldn't they go after you?
Exactly. They all know that my father is different than me. So there would be no confusion. Exactly. As I go through the list, that's my thoughts. Who would there be anyone that would confuse that? That was just, I think that was just a natural thought.
Sure.
Because I'm trying to grasp some understanding in the situation.
Did he ever mention to you anyone that was upset with him?
Well, and that brings up thoughts. No, not recently, but many years ago, I remember him coming to me and telling me about a bunch of guys that tried to rent a big shed from him in Paonia. Now, this is when I was a kid.
Okay.
We're talking 28 years ago.
Okay.
And I remember he says they were going to pay me extraordinarily large amounts of money to rent this huge onion shed he had or whatever, as long as I never went out there. And he says, I could tell they were drug dealers.
Okay.
So I told him no.
Okay.
He says, because he's not going to get into that. So my dad was a straight arrow.
Okay.
If my dad turned over a rock and found a snake, I'm sure he would have said something.
Okay.
That was the kind of guy he was. He wouldn't tolerate that kind of stuff. He was not the kind of person to tolerate dishonesty or corruption in any way.
Okay.
So obviously that's been on my mind too. Did he turn over a rock and find
Sure.
a snake?
Sure.
Do
you know of any besides the one 28 years ago?
No, and that was just, and that,
Sure.
that was just him mentioning, going, ha ha, and he goes, and I think they rented that and shed up the road.
Right.
But I wasn't going to have anything to do with them.
Not in my house.
And that, I haven't thought about that for so long, but your brain starts to kick stuff out that you never even remembered when you go through something like
Sure.
this. And no, I cannot remember him directly mentioning to me any disagreements or problems with anyone else, but realizing that I am the oldest child and that my sisters have had a lot more recent time with him.
Okay.
So
you may not be the one he would even talk to, even if there was.
I'd probably be the last one, because our conversations, we tended to be very agreeable with each other, very family, we're here for the family. You and I don't see things eye to eye, but, we love each other. And I do love I love him, he's gone. I love my father very much, so I do.
Okay.
And part of my life has always been seeking his validation, which I was never going to get. Never going to really reach that pinnacle. But that was always, I would always go home hoping that this would be the time we would get along a little better, And it did. As he got older, he mellowed.
Okay.
The last few times we've been together has been actually very agreeable. No arguments, no negativity, no me storming off and walking for 2 hours and coming back, or something like that because he said something sharp and crass to me.
Okay.
But I will tell you, my father was not, how do I put that? It is possible for him to piss someone off.
Okay.
With his words.
Okay.
He was not, I know he was very charismatic. Most people loved him very much. Okay. Very well liked. Very good human being, really believe that. And as a child, how do you really know your parents? I mean, how does my daughter know anything about me? But I believe that he was a very upstanding human being.
Okay.
And that when people were good, he treated them very well.
Okay.
And that when people were wrong, he let them know it.
Okay.
And so, and I've had thoughts of that lately, is that he's the kind of guy that if he saw something that wasn't right, he would give you his 2 cents about it, and it would not be nice. It would be sharp.
Okay.
As he would be with me.
Okay.
If he saw me doing something
Sure.
he didn't like, it was sharp. There was no kid gloves about it.
He just told it as it is.
Yeah, it's sharp. Yeah, right out. It'd practically make me cry most of the time. That's why I'd storm off.
Sure.
You know, his manner with me was much different. My mother was much softer, of course. She would try to explain, and do you see why this is this way, Alan? You know, my dad wasn't like that. My dad's like, you're out, you know, you're a jackass, you know, whatever, you know what I mean?
Okay.
You know, I don't like you because you're doing this,
Right.
you know what I mean? Which I respect about him, but I mention that only because that if he did see something that was going on, and this has been a thought in my mind, and there was something wrong going on in life, or in something that he had a dealing with, he would more than likely point it out. So I would think that it would be very unlikely that someone wouldn't have been told.
Okay.
I don't think he would be the kind of person to keep that as secret.
Okay. He does business dealings and transactions, land moves and things like that, right?
Yeah, he doesn't talk much, at
Okay.
least to me, about business. He's very
Okay.
quiet. Every once in a while he'll say something like, yeah, I just bought all this land and I'm going to develop it. And he did mention to me, matter of fact, that's the only time he's really ever talked to me about his business lately, that he bought all the subdivisions in Grand Junction.
Okay.
The guy had put them in 6 feet too low.
Okay.
Had put everything in 6 feet too low.
Uh-huh.
And he showed the guy in the contract, it has to be at this grade. And the guy says, well, you need to pay me X number of dollars more. And Dad says, no, you signed to do this. You have to go back in and raise everything 6 feet per the contract. Make it the way it was supposed to be to begin with.
Right.
And this was some, subdivision in Grand Junction.
Okay.
So it's funny that I remember that specifically because very rarely does he have anything to talk about. And I think the whole reason he was even going over that with me, as always, was reiterating that when you make your word, you keep it, even if it costs.
Right.
You keep
Sure.
it. Yeah, the guy said that he would make it right. It was 6 feet too low, below standards.
Right.
He said he would make it right. He needs to pay the $40,000 or whatever it takes to make it right.
Okay.
And I remember what he said.
Right.
Exactly, but it was something like that.
Okay.
Now that you mention that, I didn't even think about that.
Okay.
But that's the only thing he's talked about as far as business dealings. I mean, I know that he owns land out by, where is it, Eckerd? On the way to Austin, down that way.
Mm-hmm.
Out there he's got some land. We used to go pheasant hunting on it,
Okay.
he and I. So I knew that was his property. I know he sold the house here in town. I know he's got that. That's really all I know. I know Portia's got the mortgage company, which he actually closed because he had problems maintaining the people there.
Okay.
And from what I read in the paper, which I did not know, I guess he was involved in a dance studio, which Miriam led me to believe was hers, I thought.
Okay.
Which was strange, because I thought she said that was hers.
Okay.
But from what I read in the paper, of course the paper's crazy as it is, that he was involved in that.
Okay.
And it was my understanding from her that she had that before they met.
Okay.
Yeah. But then it could be me not listening.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So as far as business goes,
He just didn't.
oh, they were doing horses. I remember that. That pissed me off, actually.
Why?
I shouldn't say pissed off, but I'm being honest.
Sure.
I love my father. I would never hurt him. But the thing is that he had a website built for selling his horses, and I'm like, well, how come he didn't call me to build it?
Right.
And I'm like, that's not like him. Really,
That's not like him. Not to call you?
Yeah, to not at least give me a chance to screw
Okay.
up, right?
Okay. Right.
And we had been communicating around that time frame, so I just assumed that Miriam took the ball and ran with it, and he just was like, whatever, better do with that. But I was like, wait a minute, that's right up my alley. So when I say pissed, I was pissed because I was like, why did you call me to do the work?
Right.
I could use the work. I did a good job.
And I could use the work.
That was
Right.
silly. Yeah.
Okay.
And I told him, I just built a site like that for the High Country Cowboy Company in Gunnison. I just built a site like that.
Just did. And what did he say when you told him that?
He was like, I think he just kind of looked at me and he's like, well, you should go check it out. And then he kind of misdirected to Miriam.
Oh, okay.
And then that's when I got the feeling, okay, I should shut up because I think he told her to do it and she didn't. She just went and did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, that was that. But I just remember that. So
Okay.
that was business that he's doing, and I remember him talking.
And when
about
did they get that
horses.
website?
Geez, I don't know. I wouldn't know because they didn't tell me when they did it. They'd had it
When did you
sometime.
guys have that conversation? Do you remember?
Oh, well, it would have had to have been around the last time I was at the house. So probably
Okay.
that Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah, I would assume. When we
Okay.
talked about everything, I would have to say.
And you moved to...
I don't remember.
That's okay. You moved
Yeah.
to Seattle a week ago, you said 2 weeks?
Yeah, like over a week. Yeah, just a little over a week ago. Been staying at the hostel there, which you have the address to.
That's the hostel?
Yeah,
Okay.
been working there for them every
Okay.
day, doing their computers.
At the hostel, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which is what I told my sister. You know, I'm like, yeah, I'm glad that, you know, that for all intents and purposes, as far as the law goes, you know, I was in a different state and around a lot of people all the time. And she goes, yeah.
Well, and that was my next question. Where were you Tuesday? Because everybody's been asked that question. And
you know,
understand why,
I'm not an ignorant human being.
Right.
And I would be offended if you didn't ask those questions. In fact, I would be angry with you if you didn't ask them in that way. And that if you didn't consider everything in that way.
Absolutely.
Because we need to figure out who the hell
Well, I have to look at
did
who
this
may
thing.
have, either it's done
I'm
out
sorry,
of passion.
angry.
No. Either it's done out of passion, it's done because somebody has something to gain, it's done a random act of violence. And so I have to look at all three of those.
Right.
So if it was you, it wouldn't be a random act. And if it was you, it would be more you had something to gain. So where were you?
Right. I was at
Last Tuesday.
I was at Central.
Central?
Mm-hmm. Dollar Beer Night.
You
I had
were
three-
at Dollar Beer Night during the morning?
Wait. Oh, I thought it happened in the afternoon.
No.
Oh, I was, I would have been working on the computers. I would have been at the hostel on my
Okay.
computer.
What's their phone number?
I don't have a clue. I'd
Okay.
have to look in the phone.
At that address
Yeah,
in Seattle?
that's called
Okay.
the Green Tortoise. And Colleen is the general manager.
Green Tortoise.
Yeah, and Colleen is the manager.
Okay.
And she would have been the one, and I would have had to have checked in each day between 10 and 11:30.
Okay.
I don't know what time this happened, but I would have to check in each day at that time to renew my room because I didn't have, well, I might have had a standing reservation at that point. It depends on when the bunks are available. You
Okay.
can only reserve for as long as they have that point, so maybe I didn't check in that
Okay.
day. But I was around
Okay.
somewhere that day, you know,
Okay.
in Seattle,
Okay.
you know.
I know your sister Christy told me she saw you on, you guys,
Thursday.
Yeah,
And I went to
so-
try to go see the gal in Edmonton on Friday.
the what?
The girl that I've been talking to on
Oh,
Harmony for
yes,
the last
the
2
one from
months for
Canada?
3 hours every day, yeah. And they
Okay.
didn't let me in Canada because I had a birth certificate and an ID. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't have my passport.
They have to have a passport now, yes.
Well, not just that, but then they went and said I had a DUI in '87, and they started pulling up all these things, and I'm like, "Pfft, yeah, whatever. They
So
showed me.
20-some year ago.
Yeah, not only that, but I went to the judge and explained most of that and didn't get convictions for some of that because it was just being a dumb kid with other dumb kids doing dumb things. I got into a hot tub naked.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And my record shows a knife, and I'm like, that's because I had a knife on me. You know, what is that, right? You know what I mean? I just was streaking in a hot tub. You know, I walked out behind a bar in Grand Junction, and some guy tried to rob me, and I pulled out my knife and said, give it your best shot. You know,
Okay.
you know what I mean? Simple stuff like that never resulted in any kind of conviction or anything.
Right, but it shows up. Right.
You're from Mesa County, so you can easily
am from
read
Mesa
that
County.
and see that. So, you know, all that stuff I tried to explain to him,
Right.
you can go and see real easily. I wished he could have,
Right.
because I
They
told
don't
him.
have, they
Yeah.
have access to it, but it takes a lot more time for those type of people. to
Right,
do
so they bounced me at the border and brought me to tears.
that. Okay.
And so I was like, because I was waiting, so I was going to go move in with her. I mean, if we get along as well in person as we do on the phone, it's done. We're married, you know. Otherwise, or it's going to be a complete letdown. One of the two.
Okay.
You know, 3 hours a day on the phone for a month and a half, whatever. We get along perfect. So it's the only good thing. I told her yesterday, we had a little argument yesterday. I'm like, look, you're my rock right now. You're the only thing that's keeping me sane because we
Right.
have this going on. I said, I'm ready to crumble in all other facets. Just try not to argue with me for the next week, please. You know,
Okay.
just be beyond yourself a little bit and realize
Right.
that I'm like this far from just, you know, breaking down and completely losing it.
Okay.
And so that was a tough conversation last night, actually. But I think that she's worried about me because I tend to be the last one in the family to cry.
Sure.
And that's because I'm the oldest one, and I kind of wait for everyone else to make sure that I can take care of everything that's needed. Like I'm taking care of the slideshow and I took care of the music. And,
Okay.
you know, I'm going through and making sure everyone's writing down what they're going to say so they don't get lost up
Right,
there.
right.
I'm going to be the one that gets up and does the introduction and, you know, starts the speech because that's where I find my strength.
Okay.
Without all that, I'd just fall apart.
Okay.
But anyways, we were talking about Seattle, so Friday I got bounced, so I went back to the hostel, and I was on a day-to-day basis, I think actually until Monday, you know, I had to check in each day.
Right.
I explained to them what happened. They told me you can't stay here for more than a week. I'm like, I'm stuck. I don't have enough money to go back to Alaska,
Right.
you know. I can't get into Canada yet because I have to file for a pardon, which is going to take a couple of months to process all that stuff. So I'm stuck here. Well, this gal, I call her, Maureen, and she says, well, I'm trying to get a job in Victoria Island, which is right by Seattle.
Right there.
I'm like, okay. So the next night, I meet a guy from Google. I guess he's in charge of webmaster tools for Google. Has the owner's ears. The owner's ears of Google. You know, works like directly for them. And so I show him a few things with my laptop. And he's like, wow, you do have skills, you know? And he says, if everything you've told me pans out, you're going to have a full day interview. I guarantee it.
Okay.
And I'm like, wow, finally some responsibility in Alan's life. Something I can be proud of. So I can go, hey, look, I got a job. And I got a good one.
Right.
You know, and not just contracts. I mean, I worked for IBM, AT&T, you know, US West. I've worked a lot of good contracts. I paid $75 to $150 an hour.
Right.
Made good
But
money.
they're just contractual.
Yeah, I'd work 4 months, make a bunch of money, and then screw off for a year.
Okay.
And then be broke again and start over again. It's
Okay.
been most of it, you know, honestly, on strippers and booze.
Okay.
And I'm not going to lie, you're going to research everything about me and why I was a stripper. You know, I was a little bit crazy. But I've reached a point where I've grown out of that. I want responsibility, especially talking to this woman. She doesn't, you know, I told her everything honestly. And she's like, well, you know, you going to be, and I'm like, yeah, I want to be.
Right.
This is what I want. I want stability. I want retirement. You know what I mean? I want to build something for myself. And it's very easy for me with 20-some years of skills in computers. It's a gift.
Right.
I mean, I can make a couple $100,000 a year without even thinking. You know.
Did you go to school for that? Or?
I did have a little college. I went to in the military. Most of it was hands-on training.
Okay.
Most all of it hands-on training. I started when I was 14.
Right.
I walked into Radio Shack here in Delta. They had this thing called a TSR-80, and they just pulled it out of the box. It was brand new. And there was 4 guys in a little room. I remember off to the side, all talking real loud. And I just sat down, opened the book, started writing it, started coding. First day, without any thought, without even trying, because it's a gift.
It's just, yeah.
And they came out and they're like, we've been trying to make that work all morning. How did you do that? They're all freaking. First they said, don't touch that, don't. And they're like, wow, it's working. And they're like, how did you do that? And I went through the code and I said, well, obviously the semicolon's out of place. And they're like, how do you know that? And I said, well, look at the rest of the construct. It doesn't match. And they're like, well, you can come in and play with our computers anytime.
Right.
In fact, I would come in and play with the computers quite often, and they'd give me components to like build my circuit boards and so forth. And so that's where I started. It was a gift. And I have a natural ability to troubleshoot and resolve computers. A gal brought in a laptop at the hostel, which is why they love me at the hostel. I'm like the resident fix-it. And they've
Right.
Seattle, so there's a lot of laptops. And I don't mean to digress.
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay, but this lady brought it in from Geek Squad, paid $150. They told her it couldn't be fixed. It took me 33 minutes to restore it completely. You know,
Okay.
just idiotic stuff. It was just a corrupt operating system file, simply. And so it would stop the minute the operating system would try to start.
Okay.
You know, in any mode, safe mode, no matter what. And I'm sure that's, you know, great.
You're way up here right
Great,
now.
but you know,
Keep going.
any of the diagnostic stuff, any of the base level stuff wouldn't work, you know, that a base level guy would use. And it's not hocus pocus for me anymore. I mean, I've done it long enough, I understand front to back. I don't have to guess. If it's not this, it's this. If it's not this, it's this. I mean, there's no guesswork in it. There's a straight line from one end to the other.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
And I find that a lot of people in the field, especially lower end people, it's, again, they're waving chicken bones.
Right,
Like,
they're guessing.
well, if it's not that, let's try this. And so people love me because I fix it and it stays fixed
Okay.
and it works the first time.
Okay.
And I don't know how we got on that. Oh, college, I don't know, gift. It's just a gift. God gave that gift to me.
Okay.
It's my gift, which is why I've been so lazy, probably because it's so easy.
Because it's easy for you.
It is very easy for me.
But you also
very easy
must,
for me to make money.
so far, must have liked that lifestyle.
I have enjoyed it. I have been free. I have lived my life. I have done the things I've wanted to do. You know what I mean? I have painted pictures when I've wanted. When I want to go camping for 2 weeks, I go. You know, I want to go ride a roller coaster. When I want to sleep till noon. No one has really told me what I have to do very much in my life.
Okay.
And I think a lot of that has to go back to Dad again, who was very strict, right? And worked all the time and was never there. And I just never wanted to be like that.
Didn't want to be like that.
Yeah, I never wanted to be the guy that worked all the time. I wanted to enjoy it.
How did you first find out about your dad's death?
I noticed Portia had called me 3 times, which is very unusual for her.
Okay.
3 times. You know, I know she called the night before when I was at the punk bands.
Okay.
And I didn't answer, of course, because I'm in the middle of a concert, you know, with a
Okay.
bunch of tattooed girls. I'm having
Okay.
fun.
You're having a good time, right?
Exactly.
Why would I speak to my sister?
No, not that. It's just that I'm like, okay, I'll call her later.
Right,
She's,
right.
you know, she's obviously calling about the computer,
Something.
you know.
Okay.
So I remembered when I woke up the next day, okay, give Portia a call, and then my phone beeped. You know how it does sometimes when people call, but you don't really get the ring?
Right.
And I was like, oh, I need to call her. So I'm walking down the street and I call her, and I'm going to the bank to just open an account, or I was going to put more money in the account. Gosh, you know what? My brain is starting to slip since last Tuesday.
Okay.
I mean, seriously, I took a shower with clothes on. That day too, I believe. I got in with socks and my glasses on, and I realized I still had my glasses on,
Okay.
and I still had my socks on in the
Okay.
shower, and I'm like, what am I doing? You know, I unpacked my bags to get to a shirt, and I got it out, and then I put it right back in and packed my bags again. And then realized when I got done packing them that I just packed the shirt back on the bottom.
Okay.
So I've been doing that a lot. So if I don't remember things, that's
It's okay.
why. But I remember she said, it's big. And I thought, oh, great. Something happened to Josh's heart again.
Okay.
Because Josh's got a heart stent.
Okay.
You know, and we've had a big scare with him as far as his heart valve and so forth. And I thought, oh, great, something's, wrong with Josh. And she goes, Dad's dead. You know, it's like a movie. It's not even like it's real. It's like somebody's playing a movie, you know? And she's like, somebody shot him. And so it's still like a movie, you know? It's even more so now like a movie. And it has been, to be honest with you. A lot like a movie. And I'm not really part of it. And I keep waiting to be part of it, but I'm afraid to. Because I know that's the moment I'm just going to totally, break down. And so she said that. And I think for the next 2 days, I stared at the wall. I have a little room there, where you go in and they drink beer and they smoke cigarettes. And I hadn't been smoking for a long time or drinking that much. I've been up in Alaska being as healthy as possible. And I think I just sat there and just drank beer that people kept shoving in front of my face because they all knew about it. And just stared at the wall for 2 or 3 days.
How did they all know about it?
Well, that's the first thing I mentioned. They're like, what's going on with you? Are you okay? It was my friend Jose, a friend, the guy I met there, a friend.
Right.
Says, you okay? I said, no. I just said it out loud. I just blurted it out loud. And later I thought, God, that's stupid, to lay that on all those people. But I just blurted it. Somebody shot my dad. He's dead. And everybody just stops. And I'm like, well, why did I just blurt that out? You know what I mean? But it was like it wasn't real. To be honest with you, it still isn't. Until somebody puts some sort of concrete person in there, it's not going to seem completely real. And I'm not going to be, I think, fully to move it from anger to where I need to be, which is accepting this fact. And that's bad. So it's important that you guys find some conclusion for us in this. Extremely.
And I can understand that. I think I did need to ask you, do you know close friends of your dad?
Yeah, I do know about them. I would say Bob Isom. Let's see, Ricky Cry died. Not, let's see, Les Mitchell, Bob Isom, I said already. Who's the other guy's name? The painter, I can't remember his name. He was painting, can't remember his name. And I think they're not great friends anymore. They used to be. Ricky Cry has the cleaners down here, but I don't think that they have hung a lot, you know what I mean? In fact, I don't think he's hung a lot with anybody since Miriam, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That I've noticed or seen. But those would be the guys that I would know that he would be playing golf with or hanging out with. Or going to the Elks.
I'm sorry, give me the name of the person with the cleaners. I missed that name.
Ricky Cry?
Okay.
Yeah. They used to play in a band together, all of these guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody else you know?
Well, this is the moment where I should take time to think about it. Dad's friends. Bob Isom would be top on the list. And then Les Mitchell comes straight up under that.
Okay.
I mean, they bowled, they golfed, they did everything.
Okay.
I can't believe I can't remember. This is part of the brain thing that's been going on since Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Some things are just not available for me. So the guy's a painter.
Mm-hmm.
He has a son that's a little older than me.
Okay.
I don't know his name. I can't remember, but I bet the girls would remember.
Okay.
They were good friends. Of course, there was the carpenter, who I just mentioned, who died.
Mm-hmm.
Although I can't tie his name in right now. And I used to go to the band practice, so those are the guys that are going to stick out in my mind. I can't honestly think of anyone else
Okay.
that I know.
Do you know friends of Miriam's?
None. Never
Okay.
seen a friend of Miriam's in my life.
Okay.
Oh, but you know what? That's not true. A gal came for Thanksgiving, because I was there. That's the second time I was at the house. Right there. Thanksgiving, Christmas. I was there for Thanksgiving with Wendy. Wendy was there. It was Wendy.
Your
me.
sister Wendy?
Yeah, now I remember. Wendy.
Thought you didn't make it for Thanksgiving.
That's the year before.
Okay.
Yeah, year before. Yeah, no, I didn't. I
This-
missed it for
this-
work. Yeah, I was upset about
The
that.
year before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it had to be.
so
It had to be.
06.
It had to be.
Okay.
Unless that was Christmas, but I'm pretty sure I might be confusing dates, but it was one of those two.
Mm-hmm.
I know I've been to that house twice, so maybe I'm suppositioning or filling in to try to be accurate, but it was Wendy,
Mm-hmm.
Miriam,
Mm-hmm.
Dad, and I.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it was Christmas. Maybe that was Christmas. I'm sorry. That might have been Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
It's confusing.
Go ahead. That's fine.
I'm sorry, that's confusing. I'm just trying to think of when the actual second time was I was at his house, because I know I've been there twice.
Okay.
But
But there was a friend or something
I
there?
only spent the night once. Her friend, a woman, in the horses, older, maybe 60 or less, came and had meal with us.
And
then,
do you know that
and then
person's
left.
name?
No, have not a clue.
Okay.
Not a clue, but they had meal with us. And it was
Okay.
Wendy, me, Dad, Miriam, and this other person. And I just remember she sat to my left.
Okay.
So when you said that, I thought, well, no, that's true. I did momentarily meet one of her friends. The only other person I've ever heard mentioned in any conversations is the repeated talks of the guy that runs the dance studio.
Being who?
I don't know his name. I just remember them talking about him.
Okay.
That's it. I just remember that being someone that was talked about in discussions, and for some reason my brain
Okay.
fires off and says, I remember them saying, did you call blah blah? Oh yeah, he's got that, blah
Alright.
blah.
Okay.
And maybe that was when they were planning the wedding.
Okay.
That's all I
That's okay.
remember on hers. I don't know any of her friends. I know the dad said he did eHarmony and tried some dating before he met her.
Okay.
And like I said, I know that it never seemed like it was really, it seemed more like they were friends, more like, convenience
Okay.
than loving,
Right.
like, wow, relationship.
Okay. And
I don't remember a lot of his friends, but if I think of more of them, I can email
That's fine.
them to you.
and we probably have.
Okay.
Well, I know we have a good chunk of them. I'm just checking
Okay.
to see if there are more that you remember that maybe one of your sisters doesn't remember or something like that. I asked pretty much the same questions to, probably not in the same way, but,
Well, he hung out with, he hung out with the same guys.
okay.
And the only other guy I can remember that they probably wouldn't know worked at Delta Savings alone with him. Played a
Okay.
lot of golf, worked under him.
Okay.
But I think that he's gone, and was gone.
Right.
But that's the only guy. But those guys really hung out a lot. Bob Isom, Les Mitchell. They played golf. They hung out at the Elks. In fact, I could ask if there was really some question about who he hung out with at the Elks, I could ask the gal I know that works there. She would remember all the guys that sat around the card table.
Okay.
If that becomes something that you need.
It may be I'm gonna guess you may see this person.
Phyllis, yeah.
Yeah,
I went and
and,
saw her the other night because she's been calling, knowing that I was coming to town.
okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
Phil Sanderson, she used to work at the Elks, and she's just a friend. We had a relationship 15 years ago
Right,
or whatever,
Right.
and we're just friends now. And I went over and, let her hold me. 'cause
Phyllis,
I was
what's her
upset.
last name?
Anderson.
Okay.
Went over and let her hold me because I was in bad shape the other night, and
Okay.
she was been calling.
When did you get here?
And she's always liked my dad very much. I got here Friday evening.
Evening, I
And
wanna
I was
say.
supposed to be Friday afternoon, but I got stuck in Salt Lake.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Friday evening.
I thought so from talking with your sisters, that's when it was gonna be.
Yeah, I spent the evening with Aunt Meredith, and we hashed through stuff we've never talked about, of course.
Okay.
About Dad and life and everything, And then I've been with Portia and Wendy and Christy since.
This This is kind of a time when you can ask me some questions. I'm happy to answer what I can, and I'm going to be straightforward with you. I can tell you that, I mean, we know your dad did not injure himself, okay? He did not commit suicide. We know that.
My question is how many people would know where one of his guns, and Josh told me that he read the police report. And then
how could Josh have read the police report?
Well, that's what Josh said.
I don't think Josh could have read the police report because the police reports aren't public record right now.
Okay. Well, Josh said he read some kind of report.
Out of there.
Josh said he read some kind of report about the .25 auto that said the clip had been ejected.
Oh, that may be from the search warrant.
Okay. There you go.
We would have left.
So that immediately triggered my mind, made me think it's the .25 auto we bought for Mom. Now, how did my dad...
anything that we seized from the home, and we understand we searched the home for days.
Right.
Anything that was seized from the home, we had a legal list of it. We're required to legal list of it for whoever's living there, which would be Miriam. And Josh is staying there. There are some things that I believe, I know he had a laptop, and that's with us now.
Right.
So there's some things that we would have seized
No, I understand.
his person.
And the point was, I was led to believe that he was shot with his own gun. And I knowing my father, he doesn't leave things laying around. You know what I'm saying? Things are hidden. Well hidden. There's kids in the house. Right. Nieces. Things aren't laying around.
Okay.
You know, and I could be totally wrong about this, and Josh could be assuming something that's feeding thoughts into my head that have nothing to do with the reality of the world. But I know he bought a .25 auto for my mom. I know that Josh said that there was something strange about the way that it was listed on some sort of piece of paperwork, that it was listed differently than the other items on the piece of paperwork. And that's all I know. And so my initial response is nobody broke into the place. People that go to rob places don't rob when anybody's home. They make sure nobody's home. You know, I'm no...
Generally, you know what, I spent about 8 years working on both burglaries and robberies, and they're different. Burglars want to come when nobody's home. They want your stuff, not you.
Yeah.
There are people that commit burglaries and people are home, and that is a situation, and we have seen some of those.
It's more typical than
in Grand Junction. No, I don't think that's that typical.
You know, because if I was a smart burglar and it's way out in the middle of nowhere, wait till they drive it off.
Yeah.
You know, why are you going to go in a house where somebody is to steal? So
there are situations where that happens. It is extremely rare.
Right. Thank you. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
It
doesn't seem in a 1 mile down a private drive somewhere where you could leave the doors open for a year and come back and everything's in the same place. Yeah, it seems really unlikely, doesn't it?
It's rare.
Yeah, it seems unlikely.
Rare. We've had some of those situations, but they're rare.
I'm saying it's possible.
So
that would be okay. I guess that you're answering the questions that I really have. Go ahead. No, I've said.
No, is it possible? Possible and probable are two different things.
I don't think it's probable.
It's possible. And I think it's extremely rare, but that is a situation that we have to look at, obviously, because that's how it's being reported to us.
Right, and I was told by Josh, which is where all my information's coming from, and he felt the need to help me not be spinning on this, that the place wasn't ransacked, it wasn't gone through, that it wasn't disordered, you know?
I personally have not been to the house.
Right.
I don't personally know what it was like before, and I don't know what it's like after. So for me to even
address
that, I don't know.
But okay, and so, and I guess this isn't really a question, but you know, my mind starts going, okay, middle of the day, seems unlikely somebody's going to rob a house, especially out in the middle of nowhere without casing the joint. Not that I'm an expert burglar, but you know, I've watched enough TV to understand that, you know, these guys want to steal something, they've got a plan. You know, they're not complete idiots. And who's going to shoot somebody for a TV? You know, not even that I don't even know if they took a TV. You know what I mean? But, you know, hopefully they didn't now that I said that. But you know what I mean? Who's going to go to that extreme, you know, to rob somebody? You wait till they're gone. And it sounded like nothing was taken. You know, maybe there was specific things taken. But it just sounded way too specific. It sounded strange to me. I get a really weird feeling about it. I've had a really weird feeling since he started this relationship. But that could be circumstantial. I mean, him being sick all the time could have absolutely nothing to do with the gal. You know? Mm-hmm. Him being not returning all these phone messages could be he's getting old. Could be he hears them and forgets. Could be he's got, you know, he had a small aneurysm. Nobody knows, you know. Obviously we'll find out. But there could be a lot of explanations would cause me to feel bad about jumping to a conclusion. But quite honestly, and I'm not asking a question, I have felt strange about his relationship with this woman since the day it started, and I have felt that he has degraded since the day this relationship has started. and I have felt that he has been removed. But that could be because of a lot of other reasons too. I'm not saying that I have any clear understanding that would make that be because of her. It could be because of Mom, like I said.
Right.
It could be because he just knocked it.
Well, what is suspicion?
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. The first thing I said to Portia was, "Where's Miriam? And what has she got to say about this?"
Mm-hmm.
And then I felt bad.
Why?
Well,
Why did you feel bad?
That was, I felt bad because I wondered why that would be my first instinctual response. Without even a thought having crossed my mind, that came out of my mouth.
Okay.
Instantly.
And why did that come out of your mouth instantly?
I think I'd had the thought before that something was strange about their relationship. And I can't put any concrete thing on it. It's a feeling that you have as a child when you go around your parent and something's not the same.
Okay.
And there's no way that I can give you any kind of concrete understanding. He was different.
Okay.
There was 4 phone calls before Christmas, unanswered. I bet you can find the logs and see where I called him too. He says he never got a message.
And is this the phone number you've always used? Whatever
That would be the predominant one. Now, I, of course, would have used numbers from Gunnison or from Montrose or around that area.
Okay.
But, you know, calls were made and they were not returned.
But since you moved to Alaska, is this the only
Oh, no, there's another number. That would be...
Okay.
And that is my business line. It still goes to an answering service up there. In fact, I just got a couple of calls for work today.
Okay.
A lot of which I could still do from remote, so I left it on.
Okay.
That one, I would have made long distance calls from that number. Also,
Okay.
and that was the cell I had up there until I found out that mobile to mobile with ACS Communications is only in Alaska.
Okay.
Because they're an Alaska-only based company.
Right.
And so all of my mobile-to-mobile calls to the States were long distance.
Ooh, okay.
So I quit using that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was bad. But those are the numbers that I've had since, you know, Gunnison.
Okay.
Other than, you know, pay phones or a friend's phone.
Sure.
Something like that.
Okay.
But that should be pretty easy to determine.
It is?
Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, exactly.
Have you heard any information since you've been here? I'm going to say outside, probably outside of your sisters and your brother-in-law and brother-in-laws. There are 2, because I've already talked with them. So have you heard any pieces of information that you think we need to know?
You know, I've really gone over this. In fact, I was going to send you an email last night because they gave me your card.
That's fine.
And I started to think about Sandy Hale, my ex-girlfriend. You know, I started making a list of people, thinking, God, could someone be that insane? Could it be like one of their angry ex-boyfriends that just got out of prison?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Possible. And I started thinking, then today my conclusion was, that just doesn't make any sense. Dad's not like me. He's 62. I'm 40.
Right.
Who's going to confuse him for me?
Right.
You know? And especially on that, and who would hate me that much? I mean...
Well, is there somebody that hates you that much?
No, I can think of anybody. I mean...
You have a couple exes? One ex-wife? 2 ex-wives?
Yes, I do.
Any of those people hate you that bad?
God, I would not like to think so. No.
How long have you...
I haven't done anything...
Have you done one ex-wife or more?
One ex-wife.
And how long have you been ex from her?
Oh, 6 years, 8 years.
Okay.
Like 2000, 2001, I think it was.
When was the last time you had any contact with that person?
Probably 2004, 2005, that I had any contact with her. Now, I've had contact with her step-husband.
Okay, what's her name?
And Gina.
Okay.
Gina. Listen to me spell her name. I don't really think she had anything to do.
I get that.
Gina's a crazy brat, but I don't think that she's going to, throw her life away. I think she loved my father. I think her and him got along great.
So she'd take you out before she'd take him out.
Exactly. And in fact, most women that I've known in my life, and this is the conclusion I came, liked my father. And they got along because they wanted the same things from me that my father did.
Which is?
Stability, responsibility, And
you didn't have that, or you didn't present that?
Things that a woman would want, right?
Okay.
Things that a woman would want, some sort of stability.
Well, and that's why they get married, for stability and all that.
Right. My father would probably agree with that. Most of the women that I knew probably would get along with my father like peaches.
What's Gina's last name?
Her last name now is Ventola.
Spell it.
She's Ventola. L.A.
Okay, and you have a child?
She's the mother of my 13-year-old child,
Mm-hmm.
who I have not seen for the last 2 years,
Okay.
who I have legal rights to see,
Okay.
but she has prevented it. Usually it only takes 6 months for her to come back when this goes on.
Okay.
So one of my promises to myself on my 40th birthday was that I was part of getting serious about this job, was demonstrating stability so that when I go to the judge and I say, look, I'm not being served, that she can't come back with the ammunition that I know she has. Hey, she doesn't hold an address for more than 3 months.
Right.
You know, how can he be a responsible father? So that's another
Okay.
factor that instigates me creating a good, stable track record and, you know, kind of changing for the next 40 years.
Does that child ever see your dad?
That was the whole reason he told me that he didn't get involved in our court stuff. Oh, you know, like Gina really burned me, actually. She really went on a limb to burn me. But, you know, as far as my dad goes, they got along fine.
Okay.
In fact, the whole reason he didn't get involved, he said, was because that as long as he didn't, Gina and him would maintain a fine relationship. He was allowed to be grandpa as much as he wanted.
And has he been?
No, that's a question I've asked him a couple of times. I said, and I even said that to my sister. I said, you know, he let me go to the dogs on this for a reason.
Okay.
Is he exercising the reason? He better tell me
Right.
seeing her, right?
Is he?
Because I don't know.
Okay.
I don't have that information. I don't know. I hope so.
Okay.
I would greatly hope so. But I'm worried that he hasn't even been seeing his even closer family
Okay.
since he started this relationship, which makes me think the answer to that is no.
All right. Logically, taking
Yeah.
the next
Right.
step. Okay.
But I realize at this point that I have to respect his decision in that, although he could have made a great difference in my dealings with her. If, you know.
Sure.
But it's not like I was incredibly angry or anything. I mean, I understand, and I like the fact that he kept continuity with, you know, my daughter. But I really wished he'd been there, you know, to stand up and say, hey, Al's not a bad guy. He's just a goofball, you know.
Right.
He says dumb things sometimes, but he'd never hurt a fly, you know, which my family knows, you know. That,
Okay.
You know, that's how I am. You know,
Okay.
I'm reactive and I have a big mouth, but when it comes down to it, I'm pretty tender, you know,
Okay.
in that sense.
All
I'm
right.
not a big fighter. You know
Okay.
what I mean? I'm not that guy. I'm usually the guy that tries to work things out.
Okay.
You know, love and peace. You know, let's go play the ukulele and smoke some pot and hang out on the hillside.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It'd be cool, right? And
Right.
everybody be cool. Yeah, you know. And of course, that's changed a lot for me recently, you know.
Okay.
But in previous years, that would be my
Sure.
philosophy. And I'm just being straight.
No, I appreciate it. I
Okay.
appreciate it.
You know? But I.
You can't think of anybody though that would be that
No,
angry with you.
Gina, no, and Sandy hates me. And she says mean things that have no basis in reality or context. But I think that's just because she loves me and you want, you know, it's just one of
Where
those
was
things.
Sandy?
Sandy's in Gunnison.
Okay.
I did
Sandy's
have
last name?
Hale, H-A-L-E, Sandy Hale. I think that she, and she's vindictive.
Okay.
There's only one other person that I've had bad relationship with
Yes.
recently, business-wise,
Okay.
and that went sour. He still owes me money,
Okay.
but I don't think he's the kind of guy to go, you know, way out of that.
Okay.
You know, he owns a tile company in Gunnison. Carl is his name.
Okay.
I'm just listing the people that I'm not getting along with. You know what?
Okay.
These people are far, I think, from murderers, and I would hope
Right.
so. But then again, I don't know any more than my, you know, like I said before.
Mm-hmm.
But Carl, I feel like owes me $1,000 for a website that was half finished, and we had a falling out that he has not explained to me. And
Okay.
his daughter said some things in a social party situation that I felt were inappropriate. You know, but that's like minor stuff. I'm just listing it because that's all I have.
Mm-hmm.
But his daughter Nikki and I, we've never had a really direct conversation about this. I just had a friend tell me, you can't come hang out at this party because Nikki says, you know, you're this way. And I'm like, what? And then the next day, Carl doesn't respond to my calls. You know, it's just something.
Right.
And it may be just a girl thing. That may be trickle down from Sandy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because she tried to run me over with her car.
Okay.
Sandy did. But that's me. That's not my dad.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be.
Yeah.
There's
She's angry with me. I'm the guy that she spent every day with for 2 years. You know.
Okay.
Not him. It doesn't
Right.
have anything to do with him.
Okay.
You know, really,
Sure.
that doesn't. When a woman's mad at you, and I've had some women mad at me, I'm good at that sometimes,
Okay.
you know. I don't know how. Maybe it's the fact that I can just.
You must have the touch.
I guess, you know, I just the fact that I really pick some of the craziest women because I like people that are alive.
Mm-hmm.
And I've described you the way that I live my life.
Right.
And so I'm the kind of guy that says, hey, today let's go kayaking down the Black Canyon.
Right.
And then we'll get out and we'll climb the rocks on the other wall and we'll camp for a couple of days. And then we'll go hang out in the boat on Blue Mesa.
Right.
You know, and that's life. And most people, I don't fit into those molds. So a lot of the women that I probably attract fit into the kind of, yeah, let's do it, and very vibrant, energetic, you know, muscular, good shape, you know, very outgoing, and somewhat crazy occasionally.
Okay. Okay.
But maybe I make them that way.
I'm going to give you a
That's
card.
it.
You mentioned a
All right.
card. I don't mind if you email me.
Okay, all right.
Feel free to email me.
Good.
If you're a computer guy, that's probably going to be an easier way.
Yeah,
Most people are one or the other. They're
Right.
either a talker on the phone or they're a computer.
right.
And feel free.
Right, I didn't mean to do this, but I'm actually trying to think, okay, you know, out of all the women.
This is where we go from here, and I'm going to
Okay.
tell you the same thing that I told your sisters. Sadly, but in a good way.
So it's what have you,
Well,
do
let
you
me
have
finish.
somebody?
Let
Oh, I'm
me
sorry.
finish.
Oh.
Sadly, but in a good way, the legal system many times moves much slower than people would like, especially in situations like this. Okay, we start with this big, huge pool of possible suspects, possible situations, and we take our time narrowing it down till we get to here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this to here takes a long time. Can
So-
take months. Can
Yeah.
take
Right, so
years.
obviously you didn't find a NASA satellite image at the perfect time when somebody's leaving the place.
Yeah, that'd be interesting, but
Well, yeah, it's a 1 in 12 shot, there's over 240 satellites that pass over at any one point in time.
and then you have to get it. And believe it or not, it's not always as easy. Some are easier than others to get.
Okay.
Especially when you're the cops needing it for criminal
Well, I
purposes.
just thought, that was the first thing that hit my
Right.
mind, sorry, go ahead.
It's because you're a computer guy. So it does. You go from this to this. And a lot of that is speaking with different people. A lot of it is doing a lot of analytical things. We're required to get warrants for many things versus other people, you know, they think, I mean, some of this stuff is easy to get, quote unquote, online, but if you need to use an actual original certified copy for something else, it's a whole different story. Then you've got to get a warrant,
I
okay?
understand, you're talking about evidence.
And lots of pieces of
Versus
evidence.
understanding.
Yes, lots of pieces of evidence.
Right,
And
so do you
we
have?
are looking for understanding, because understanding helps us, dynamics of somebody's life, as we can hear it from family members, helps us understand whether this item or this item is a piece of evidence or not. Because we don't know what's normal and what's not normal. So until we know that, how do we judge whether, you know, is this matter? Does this make any difference, or does this make any
I
difference?
understand.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's why I've tried to have perspective on the whole marriage
Right.
thing, that it may just be the dad was whacked out because of mom.
Okay.
And the fact that when he started his relationship here, his behavior changed greatly,
Right.
may have nothing to do with her. I would
Absolutely.
hate to be in her shoes and have my entire family say, you know, and we've said this before. I mean, this isn't the first time like I told you, we said before, why is dad so sick? Why doesn't he return calls?
Right.
This isn't the first time we've had these
Right.
conversations. So maybe we're tying too much into something. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No,
Right.
basically, what we look at doing is trying to eliminate people. For example, Josh was living in the home. Josh wasn't home when we got there. Everybody's like, who's it? We didn't even know there was a Josh living there.
Right.
And we speak with Miriam and she tells us about it. So then we're like, okay, where's that person? And let's find him, you know? We find him, he's at work. That's easily alibied out.
Right.
Not a problem, okay? So it's not Josh. So looking
Josh
at
is
the
the
picture.
sweetest guy ever.
So looking at the picture, who, if it's not a random act, and let's face it, if it's this absolute random act, okay, then you're talking about DNA evidence being examined at a lab. You're talking about fingerprints.
Right.
Those things take time. Lots more than people think. It is not like television.
It's not CSI where they type it in.
You know what?
You get 2 million combinations in a second.
Right, in CSI they put some random print in there. Not only they come up with your picture, current location on a satellite. Yeah, it's not like that. Not
Yeah.
even close, okay?
Right,
As a
okay.
matter of fact, it takes a
That's fine.
lot longer than that. But you know, sadly,
because I always pick those shows apart.
I know,
Right.
but sadly, people think that's the way it works.
But the truth is, a human being constantly sheds. So
Oh, yeah.
anybody that was in that house
Sure.
left evidence. So if you guys absorbed every piece of skin, every piece of hair, every piece of particle. You found something that doesn't match everyone else that belongs in that house. You had to have. Or cataloging, it's a different story. Sure. I understand that.
I can tell you, I believe we did a very thorough job at processing the scene.
Right.
I wasn't there.
It's a closed air house.
I wasn't there.
You know what I mean? It recirculates its own air.
I'm not there,
yeah.
But I believe they've done this many, many, many times.
Yeah.
And so I believe that was done. Processing that evidence to determine whether you have that DNA of a stranger or whatever, that takes time. It takes a lot of time. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of samples.
And I've been there for a while, so that makes one factor easier.
So it's, so there's a lot of different things there. That takes a lot of time.
Well, that's what my mind says. My mind says if you do a thorough job, you're going to find something that doesn't fit. Sure. Now, how do you plug that in? I don't know.
Well, we do. So that's a good
thing. Right.
That's a good thing.
Right.
Okay. So we do that. Right. We talk to people. We figure out, okay, this person, these people can alibi out. So then to work our way to, okay, who can we not eliminate, and why can we not eliminate this person? And then we look at, okay, well, does this person? I mean, basic stuff. Does this person have a motive? Mm-hmm. What would they gain from this? Blah 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 blah. So we have all of those possibilities. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what we are doing is taking it and just moving slowly to this.
Right.
And that's where we're at. The homeless process.
My dad would never give me a dime.
That's
the easy part about that. He'd probably leave me a bill. That probably is. If you want to know how much money I want, if there's any kind of written thing, it probably says, and for Alan, I still leave, $230,000 in debt or whatever it cost him to raise me, and send me to college and send me money. Okay. That would be my father.
All right, then we'll look for that. So we look at your father had some money. I mean, he was not an incredibly paycheck to paycheck guy. He's not a multi-billionaire. He's somewhere in the middle. So we have to look at all of that. We look at insurance stuff. We look at all kinds of different things. And so in looking at that, we decide whether we can or cannot eliminate people.
Well, I don't know if Portia told you the first thing I said.
I don't believe.
Oh, okay. Well, you asked me what the conversation was. It seemed unreal. I said, "Where's Miriam?"
Right.
And I said, "So what's she saying?"
Right.
And then Portia says, "I don't know." And I said, "Well, Portia, it's really simple. I don't know why this came from. Maybe it's from TV. Maybe it's just I was reacting to what she said." I said, "It's always the person that has the most to gain. It's not that hard to figure out."
Then I
realized I was reacting.
Right.
But
I don't mean to point a finger
at people.
If it's not a random act of violence,
right?
Okay, then somebody has something to gain.
Yeah.
It's being done for a reason.
Right.
I mean, if your father's death is not a random act, then it's done for a reason. Whether that be,
of course,
a long-term planning,
any number of reasons. It could be that he discovered illegal activity. It could be that it was planned. It could be that it's his new wife.
We have to look at all of this. Absolutely.
And these are all the things that go through my mind. But I really, nowhere in my mind can believe that it was a random robbery. That just doesn't fit. I mean, that would have to be the most obtuse, ignorant, out-of-the-world rarity to exist. It has to be somebody he knew. It has to be someone that was connected to someone he knew. I mean, I can't see how it could be any other way. How do things happen in that way? And this is just going on what Josh has described. Right. There may be information I have that don't have that would totally change that paradigm and make me think differently. Right. But if you want to know my intuition, which I think people have intuition in life, I think that it has to be someone that he knew or related to someone that he knew. Okay. I do not in any way feel that this was a random act of any kind.
Okay.
And I really feel that.
Okay.
Big time.
Okay.
And I don't know why. Maybe that's just my little emotions playing whatever dance they do because I'm going through craziness and I'm packing dishes in my suitcase.
That's the thing that we want to know though is I do want your intuition and I want your perceptions because it helps us see a bigger picture.
And he's a straight arrow. If he saw something was wrong and somebody said, shh,
not gonna happen.
No, Dad, no. He'd be like, you guys need to get the fuck out of town. That's what he'd say.
Okay.
Really,
Okay.
He'd be like, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
He would.
Okay.
He would not be the kind of guy to let something get swept under the rug. He would not participate in anything like that. But I'm saying that, what does my child know about me? But my dad was great. Which is one of the reasons we didn't connect.
But your child isn't growing up in your same home.
And not anymore, right? That's
I mean, that's been a long time,
We
right?
used to spend every weekend together,
Right.
right? Till about 2 years ago. So we
So-
have, and I did stay home with her the first year as the stay-at-home dad. But
Right.
you don't know what's
I
right.
remember
But still,
that,
even me being at home with my dad, I didn't know what he did at Elks.
Sure.
I don't know what he
Of course
does at
not.
the golf course. You know, he could be one of the top drug dealers in the country, and I wouldn't know it if he wanted me not to know it. But I
Right.
know in my heart that my dad was the kind of guy.
But you're also an adult, and your perception
Right.
has on your
Mature,
family
right,
matures,
right.
and you see your family members now that you can compare them to other people in the world, because
Mm-hmm.
your view opens up. You can see them, and you can say, "Gosh, I've had people say as adults, gosh, I thought my parents were okay, but now come to find out they're not."
Yeah,
Yeah, I found that out from learning.
My dad wasn't terrific to me as a child.
Right.
I mean, he'd come home drunk and throw me out of the house sometimes for no good
Right.
reason. I didn't bring a lot up. It's not important.
Right.
You know what I mean? My dad and I didn't have the greatest relationship.
Sure.
But he loved me and he was good to me.
Right.
In many ways. And like I said, he tried to correct a lot of that with the money. And I've come to terms with a lot of that already. And forgiven those things. And my whole thing in my whole life has been me wanting my dad to spend more time with me because he's always fucking working.
Right.
Excuse me.
You're fine.
I'm upset. But,
That
that's.
takes a lot more than that.
And any hatred or ill will I've had to my father would not be for him to die, it would be for him to live forever and learn.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And go fishing with you.
Yeah, exactly. And just show up, which he wasn't doing all of a sudden, and return my calls. I'm like, that's so weird. Even when he's mad at me, he
Okay.
calls me back and says, "What is it?
Right. Right.
Are you in prison? Are you in the hospital?
Okay.
What do I need to know that you're bothering me while I'm upset with you?"
Right.
He would do that,
Okay.
and that hasn't
What
happened.
time is the service tomorrow?
10
Okay.
a.m.
Okay.
I think. I have
Okay.
to check.
No, I don't need to know that bad. I just
Okay,
wanted to
I'm
know.
pretty sure. Like I said, I've been
And where
taking
it's here
showers with
somewhere?
clothes
You guys
on,
are
so I
doing it
don't-
here?
Baptist church, that's all I know.
Okay. All right.
I don't know exactly where it is. I was surprised. It wasn't at the Catholic church where we all went to school and grew up, but that was where Mom's was. And Christy, who has probably spent more time with Dad lately than most, because she's the youngest,
Right,
because of the gap, I think is kind of driving some of this because she's having an extremely emotional response right now. And I think that's kind of the pecking order. Christy's going to blow up and disintegrate, and then Wendy, and then Portia, and then it'll be my turn.
Okay.
I'll have to wait and till then. And this girl I've been talking to on the phone, she says, "Alan, it's not healthy. You really need to just let all that go." And I'm like, it's not how it works. That's not how it worked when Mom died. For some reason, until I sense or know that everyone else doesn't need me anymore, I can't quite get there.
Okay.
And then once everyone else is okay, I'll be there,
Right.
and with them in that privacy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that, which is why I told him, give me these responsibilities. Let me do the slideshow. Let me set up the music. Let me narrate as much as possible and control, because that's what'll keep me in my mind and out of my heart,
Okay.
and allow me to deal with this for now. And then once all that's said and done, that would generally be the time that I'll just completely be destroyed.
Just so you know, I'm going to try to keep Portia as updated as I can.
Mhm.
Okay.
She's the responsible one.
Well,
She's the
no, she's just
cornerstone.
here.
She's the cornerstone, though, the family. That's the one who really should.
Quite frankly, she's here.
Yeah, okay.
It's easier to get a hold of her,
Right,
and
okay.
she's just here. And
That's the right
what
one.
I'm hoping to do sometime, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Would be sometime down the road, whenever that is, for all four of you guys, if possible, to at least come up to our office, sit down, meet with investigator Havenstrike, who's the lead investigator, the sergeant, just so you
said
guys.
that really fast. Well,
It's Havenstrike.
Oh.
It's a very long name.
I noticed you kind of went.
No, it's Havenstrike. It's a very
Okay.
long name, Jim. And sit down and meet with them and myself, just so you can.
Is this the point where you're actually
as-
going to divulge some information or understanding?
Yeah, and hoping to.
Because I'm not asking you questions because I know that in your position right now, if you haven't arrested somebody, you really can't give me any real answers.
Well, I can't give you a ton, but I'm happy to try if you have questions that you would like to
Do you have
ask.
an understanding? Do you have an understanding? Do you really, because, I figure by now you've got to have a pretty clear understanding.
We have some ideas.
Yeah,
How's that?
okay, because you got to
I'll
have some
give you
kind of
that.
understanding,
I'll give you that.
all
We
right?
have some ideas.
I mean, you're sifting through the sandbox, but you got to have some idea. There's got to be something that goes, wow, we've done this for 20 years, this fits. You know, right?
We
Hopefully.
we have those things, but we also have to.
I feel aggressive because I'm angry about it. I'm sorry. I just like, you know, and it's a good thing.
If you get too aggressive, don't worry. I'm not shy to tell you.
Okay, it's just that
throttle back.
Yeah,
You're fine.
It's I'm very angry.
No, that's fine.
And
It's
a good thing that I don't know who did this.
Right. We have to look at all the possibilities. Well, listen to it. We have to look at all the possibilities.
Okay.
And because I'm a fact finder, I'm not my job is not to pick someone out and convict for whatever I can.
Right.
Okay, that's not my
You're
job.
not a profiler or whatever.
That's not any of our jobs.
Right.
Even profilers. The job is to find facts.
Right.
And then determine what about those facts matches the evidence.
Exactly
That's
the opposite of what we're doing, which is based on feeling.
Sure, because and it's easier for me because I don't know your
it could
dad.
be very well that poor woman has nothing to do with it, and we're all going to feel this way about her, and it's going to totally ruin any chances we have of having a standing relationship.
Possibly, and you may not know that answer for a period of time, and that's very tough sometimes in these situations.
She's strange. I've always thought she was strange. Even she's back in that house. How do you go back there and stay there? I could be wrong. Could take a different kind of person. I'm probably one of the strongest people you'll ever meet when it comes to things like this, as far as not being emotionally affected. And when we drove up there to get her, the only thing I wanted to do is get the hell away from that house. I couldn't even stand to be in the driveway, and I don't even live there.
Okay.
Because I knew that that's where my father. Does that make sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
And she's staying there? Something about that, and maybe she's not. Maybe she's got 20 friends there. It's my understanding she's been there by herself. How do you do that?
Well, you guys would know that more than I do. I mean, I'm not personally sitting there.
I mean, does that? Anyways, I'm sorry.
Okay.
But then again, that's based on emotion. That's not a fact. That's not saying factually it's proven that this person acts this way.
What happens generally in these type of cases is there will come a time when we can sit down with family members and say, here's what we know, here's what we don't know, and here's where we're going forward from here. Okay, and we try to do that. It's a little bit difficult when you have a bunch of people who are immediate family members who live like this throughout, the United States. But we will try.
I'll be back here a lot.
Okay.
I'm now the oldest male in the family. I have 3 younger sisters who are just insane right now, and I have to be. I have to come back. Because they're not going to be any better next week, and they're not going to be any better next month.
No, they're not.
They're probably going to get worse.
Oh yeah, no, they will get worse.
And so I need to get this regular job, and I need to have money, and I need to be flying back and forth on a regular basis and spending time with them. And I need to do the things that my father would want me to do in this situation.
Everybody will go through. I mean, you guys have been through the grief process with your mom, and everybody's going to go through those things, and you're going to go through it. In a different way when you know what happened to your dad, but you don't know why, and all those whys and what ifs are not answered. And there are a lot of what's, whys that we will never be able to answer.
And you guys have the finest tools they have for doing such things, right?
You just don't, yes. I mean, just don't.
I read that there was a CBI office that just opened by the airport.
Actually, it just moved from Montrose up by us.
Okay.
We would have taken our stuff there anyways.
I just assumed that you have the latest equipment, that everything is there.
No, they have good, and we've always had access to. We've had cases in the past where we haven't had the stuff we needed. We haven't had specific tools that we've needed, but that's why you have friends called the FBI or the whoever's, not the CIA, but
obviously you guys are taking this as seriously as possibly.
Absolutely.
This was a good person. This was not, some guy that was involved in a bunch of.
And we have people who are involved in a bunch of shit, and we still take those seriously.
It's the same, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Right, okay. It's a person. This is a human life.
Right. True. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I was judging there, wasn't I? But a
smidgen, but that's.
I'm sorry, it's my dad. I'm sorry. But you're right. Everyone's life is precious.
And every life is precious, we look at all of them the same.
You're right.
Now, if it's a drug dealer, sometimes that's an easier case because you know what? It's pretty easy to figure out who in the group is mad at.
True.
And many times it's done over drugs. If it's a domestic situation where you have huge domestic violence background and then the lady ends up dead. I mean, these things are somewhat easier sometimes to figure out because of the background. This one is a little bit different because it's being reported to us as a random case with a robbery involved, and so that makes it a little bit different. Involved. Well, that's how it came into dispatch.
And then is there stop missing?
I do not personally know that.
Okay.
I don't know. And I know that Miriam wouldn't know that until she was allowed back in the home. Mm-hmm. And we didn't allow, well, I know we allowed her in Friday, but I mean, she didn't get back in the home until Friday.
I know that because she spent the whole time asking my aunt, what are they doing over there? What's taking them so long?
Right.
Again, something else that, of course, my mind assumes in a negative sense, which probably has nothing to do with reality. Why would she be so concerned with what they are doing rather than other things? You know what I mean? Right. Why would she seem so agitated the whole time she's with Meredith about what are they doing in the house? Obviously, what are they doing? When are they going to find him would be my question.
Right.
Not what are they doing in my house and when do I get to go back? That would be the last thing on my mind.
Right.
Again, but that's just me. That doesn't necessarily mean that it has anything to do with anything.
Right.
But it just doesn't seem right.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because I'm looking at, like you said, the little piece. I'm looking through a paper tube. I don't see the whole thing.
Sure.
But my question is, what would be if I had questions that you really could answer? And I'm sorry, what time is it?
You know what? I don't know what. Well, it's 2:45. But
I gotta get going.
Can you hold on just a minute? Because this is the lead investigator.
Yeah.
I think he's done this twice now, and
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out why he wants to talk to me. Can you hold on just a minute? Let me ask him because I think he's paged me twice, so he may have something he needs to ask important. No, he just wants me to do something else.
I really did have one question.
Yes.
That I thought that Josh answered, and I just realized maybe I should ask. And it's really the only question that I had is, did he suffer? From what it looked like, did he suffer? Josh says it didn't look like he did, like he died when it happened. I know that may sound like a really weird question. I don't know. I don't know how Josh has. Josh is the kind of guy that has a lot to say too, though. And really, I don't know Josh, but I know him from a brother-in-law. I think he's the last person in the world that would ever hurt another human being. Honestly, he's a real sweetheart. But he's trying to give me tangibility where it didn't exist. So maybe he was trying to create it where it doesn't exist.
I'm not a medical doctor, okay?
Yeah.
Not even close. It has been explained to me. It has been explained to me in the past. He did die from a gunshot wound to the head, and so it's been explained to me in the past that generally those are relatively instantaneous.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I read the paper thing that said.
I haven't read the paper recently. I just generally don't
read the paper because it's crap. It said it was beat up. Said the house rat, all this stuff.
I don't know that it's crap. But many times they're receiving information that sometimes is incorrect or they misinterpret stuff.
I can't think of any other questions that would be relevant other than who the hell did it and what are you going to do about it?
Well, those are the two things that we do try to get to. We try to get to who the hell did it.
Mm-hmm.
And if we find who the hell did it, then we generally try to put them
I understand, but
in
you haven't
prison.
arrested anyone.
So, no, we have not arrested anyone.
Yeah. Okay.
No. And if we had, we would have told you all.
Right,
that's not
a
secret.
Or you wouldn't have had me down here.
Well, and that's not a secret. I mean, that's not once we do arrest somebody, as a matter of fact, generally, first thing we try to do is tell tell family members that they know before the press.
And I assumed that, but I didn't know that I knew everything either, because I don't, as far as the way to do things.
Okay.
All right, what do you need me to do something? What do I need to do to help? Do I need to go and list more friends that I can pick out of this? Are you sure?
I think you're fine. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's anything you need to do.
There isn't anything I can add that you might be missing?
You know what, if I need further information from you, I will absolutely call you. If you have questions for me, don't hesitate. Call me, email me, it doesn't matter. Okay. I'll either say, not gonna tell you, can't tell you, don't know, whatever.
Okay.
But I'll answer your question. Okay? But I don't mean...
I'm sorry, my brain in the same brain says, how could you not say, send me everything? So that I can.
Well, if you think of something that you think is very relevant, I do want to know. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay.
I do want to know.
I don't know what's relevant, so that
right. But right now, I don't hear anything in speaking with you
that relates to what you think is going on. So you do have some kind
further
of
information.
Good. Okay.
Well, I'm just saying that I don't think
that
there's
makes sense to
anything
me
that
as
you need
well.
further understanding.
Good.
I think I understand everything you've told me, and I don't think there's anything there that
well, that's your job.
we need it.
Just like computers with me.
There you go.
I understand. Okay.
My job is to find the facts, and when I talk to people, figure out, are they being straight up or not?
Gotcha.
That's what I do.
Well, I have a real problem not being straight up. It's probably why I get in trouble so much. I can't lie.
Okay, there you go.
It's like, yeah, I was there.
I'm gonna turn this off. I'm not trying to get us in the dark, but.
With the number of reports about Miriam's odd behaviour growing, investigators turn to one of Alan's closest friends, Bob Isom, to see if he can shed any light on this real-life murder mystery. What he reveals is shocking.
How long have you known Alan?
Conservatively, 45 years.
Okay. How did you guys meet?
School.
Okay.
And my wife and him actually, before I even met her, they were in school together. So.
Okay. So you've known him a long time?
When I come back from Vietnam, we lived across the street from each other for years.
And I don't know how long he's been married to Miriam. How long have you known Miriam?
Since he started dating her a few months before they got married. I don't know how long they've been married. I lose track of time pretty easy.
Okay, I can figure that out when they got married. But you knew her before they were married, like when they were dating?
I just met her a couple times before, and actually, if I remember right, we all belonged to the Elks Club in Delta, and I think we just met there a couple times. We never went to supper or anything with them.
Okay. And then they got married. How much are you around her since they've been married?
Not very much. I have a manufacturing facility, a steel shop, and construction business. And of course, I repair all of his stuff for him, and so they come by once in a while. We're all boaters, and so Alan and I used to boat at Lake Powell together a lot. And since they got married, we would run across them once in a while, and Alan and I would talk about going to Lake Powell, and he says, well, we're going to be there, but other than, so we never really spent too much time, maybe a night or two together until weekend before last, and they spent the whole weekend with us. We have a wet slip, so they spent one night with us there, and then we went out on the beaches in Hansen Creek. Up in Lake Powell, and we spent the whole weekend with them there.
And which weekend was that?
Weekend before last, not this last weekend, but the weekend before.
So not like the 10th, so the 2nd or whatever?
That's right. Would have been a Friday, Saturday, and a Sunday.
So June 2nd, Friday, Saturday. So they were there, they have their boat and you had yours, or how's
That's
that?
correct.
Okay.
There was 3 boats of us. There was another couple there too.
Who's the other couple?
Phil and Christy Schmidt.
I butchered how to spell that, but.
It is. It's SCHMIDT.
Okay. And do they live in Delta?
They live in Hotchkiss.
Hotchkiss. And did you guys plan to go down there together, or did you just happen to meet down there?
No, the Schmitz and us are very close also, and so we planned on going together.
Okay.
And then I had talked to Alan the week prior to that, which would have been the end of last month. I said, hey Al, we're going. And I'd stop by his place. And I travel a lot. I travel a lot between Delta and Grand Junction, so he's really hard to get on the phone anymore, so I just squeal into his place,
Mm-hmm.
And I had said, hey, we're going to Powell. Well, there's another thing. Alan and I own some property together.
Okay.
Actually, it's 480 acres, and we've recently, because he's got a lot of housing development projects going on, so we actually split the 480 acres, and he's got 240 and I got 240, and he's been developing the chance. We've had it for like 30 years together.
Okay.
Years ago, probably before you were born, there was gonna be a dam out there, and so we ran out there and bought a bunch of property thinking.
You're gonna have lakefront.
Yes. And so anyway, we split the land here not very long ago because it helped him in his asset value to get loans on his projects. So anyway, we were talking about that because it looked like we had a chance to sell it, or he thought we did, so we were re-talking and gonna sell it all as 480. And so I just stopped by to get an update on that, and that's when I told him that we were going to Powell.
Okay.
And so he looked over at Miriam, and she was standing there. They were up in their garage area. And, hey, Ice wasn't going to Powell, maybe we can work it around so we can go. And so they did.
Okay.
And it was a good time, and Miriam was a lot more talkative and casual than she had been in a long time. She was really hard to get to know.
Okay. But the Lake Powell trip, she seemed.
Yeah, actually, my wife kind of thought, it's kind of funny how nice Mary was being to all of us. But my wife knows a few things that I know too, and that's one of the reasons why I wanted to come and see you, is because I think you guys ought to know this, and I don't know whether you know anything about it or not yet, but whenever you want me to tell you, I will.
Well, let me ask you a couple quick questions on this. Where's the 480 acres at?
It's in Austin. South of Austin, Colorado, on the Black Canyon.
Okay, that was what I needed to know. Go ahead, if you had a thought.
Well, just after Alan had lost his first wife in I don't know what, 30-some years.
Mm-hmm.
And so he had dated around a little bit. He hadn't dated for quite a while, but then he started dating a little bit. And he had actually taken a dance class, and Miriam was running the dance class.
Okay.
And so a little ways into that deal, I get a phone call from, let's see, I got a phone call into my office, but I did not actually talk to him. But Bill Sewell, who is another friend of ours, he's a retired banker, and I think he's the mayor of Delta now, I'm not sure, but he's a little bit older than me and Alan. Somehow they knew I was going to be back in my office in a little bit, and him and Jason Galvin, who was an investigator for the Delta Police, or for the Delta County Sheriff's Department,
Okay.
Being Jason Galvin, Bill and him, when I got back to my office, were waiting for me in my office. And I would hope at some point you interview both of those gentlemen. And I thought there was probably
I know Lisa was working on.
because I told her the story. I told her that she really needed to talk to
She was
you
working on
guys.
trying to find reports, and
Yeah,
as far as I know, she hasn't found them.
yeah.
But go ahead.
Well, Jason's still in the area, but he's not with the sheriff's
Okay.
department. He has a little business of his own now. Anyway, the story, the crux of the thing was, I'm gonna make a very harsh statement here before I go on. And I don't know whether this is a standard word in the world or not, but some people back in Jacksonville, Florida, was accusing Miriam of being a black widow. And to me, that means somebody that comes in and sucks the life out of you and takes all your money, and you're usually dead, and that's the end of that. Well, she got this interview. There had been several interviews, unbeknownst to me, prior to that, with Jason Galvin talking to some ex-employers of Miriam's back in Florida.
Okay.
And the way that Bill Sewell got involved with it, he was still a banker then, and Bill had been to Lake Powell fishing with Alan and I, and we used to bowl together, and he's not a real close friend of ours, but Bill was a good man, and he knew us. So he got a call from one of Miriam's ex-employers,
Okay.
and said that according to him and what Jason could tell me, this lady called all the banks in Delta area and said, beware that Miriam is in the area, and I understand that she's dating a Mr. Helmick, and he needs to be careful with his bank account, and I mean, she was really harsh on this whole thing.
Okay.
And so I in this meeting, they brought all of that out to me. And they even, Jason even used the word Black Widow, and Miriam had, she had had two marriages of husbands mysteriously dead.
Two?
I think it was at least, I think it's probably more than two, but maybe some of them weren't married yet. Then another one was her daughter's untimely death. And I, I've made up my mind I'm gonna tell you all this, and then I hope you can go back it up. But there was just so much there. And another thing is years ago, her and her father, he appears to be fairly wealthy in the area, and she was working for him, and she, according to this report that I verbally got from Jason, was that they had the outs because she had absconded $250,000 from her father. And I don't know how true all that is, but that's what was brought out in the conversations.
Okay. Was that in Florida also?
Yes.
Okay.
And so kind of where this is all heading is that's quite a bit of stuff to put on your shoulders for a real close friend. Mm-hmm. And the next thing I know, they're getting married. And we had spent some more time around them then. We'd been to a party at their new house in whatever name, down below Whitewater there.
Where they're living now.
Where they're living now.
Okay.
And but Alan had bought or leased a dance studio and rebuilt a dance studio for her. And I gotta tell you, some of the people, especially, she was a professional dancer, and the professional dancer men that were there, they were something.
What do you mean something?
They just weren't our kind of people. They were, I don't know whether drugs, I don't know. They just looked pretty fast tracked to me. And
were they instructors or students?
Yes, instructors. And so anyway, that's kind of an off the call comment, and it's come from me and my wife. But anyway, so we spent a little time around them, and we spent a little bit of time. But Alan and I used to golf quite a bit together, and of course neither one of us has the time to do that anymore, so we weren't seeing each other too much. It seems like all those guys got back together one time. I don't remember what, but anyway, I would really like you to interview Jason Galvin, or Jason Galvin, and Mr. Sewell if you want. But Galvin is the one that contacted the people back in Florida, and he was the one that was calling them.
Okay.
And somewhere through this whole thing, Miriam was supposed to be working for this lady out of Florida, and she had funded her coming to Grand Junction and funded renting this place, and she had one of this lady's cars. And somehow through that whole thing, I don't know how that all got worked out. Alan knew some of that, but him and I didn't talk about it very much.
Okay.
So then it gets to the point that I carried this on my shoulders for a long time, and I couldn't figure out how to talk to Alan about it, because he'd been through hell losing his wife, and
right.
and this could all just be bullshit, And so the next thing I know, they're getting married, and so that happens, and they have a really nice wedding here in Junction, and on and on. The kids are a little reserved about all this. Their kids, which I know all their kids because they lived across the street from us, and my daughter knew their 4 kids.
So their kids being Allen's.
Their kids being Allen's, that's correct.
Okay.
And so then Alan starts getting sick all the time, and on and on and on. And that's about all I can comment about there, but I think you've probably interviewed Portia already, and her and the girls have had some concerns about that. And Alan and I have talked some about it, and but in the last month or so, he's kind of been in good shape. But then I heard this weird damn deal about somebody trying to blow his car up by doing trying to explode his gas tank or something. I guess there's a report on that, right?
I think that was in Delta, right?
Yep, that was at his own. That was at
tank.
the old building that he used to own, that area right there.
Yeah, and let me interrupt you. If you think I know something, if this table is a puzzle, I have this piece.
Okay.
So, and there's other people working on this, so if you just assume that I know something, you need to tell me, because I don't know everything.
Well, with Alan, he's always been a healthy, strapping, very athletic guy, you know. He's the only guy in Delta High School's career to pitch a no-hitter, you know. And for him getting sick, I need to back up a little bit. Before the sickness started and all this, and they started creating this 40 acres of horse ranch and everything they ended up doing down there, they got married. And you know, I kind of took this for a grain of salt for a while, and then I guess maybe he did get a little weird sick, and stuff. And so I stopped by his house one day, and this has been just a little while after they got married, I guess.
Okay.
And Miriam, it was about 4 in the afternoon, and Miriam was going to the dance school, so she left. And it was pretty hard to talk to Alan a lot of times with her around, because she usually was right there underfoot, and I guess there's nothing really wrong with that. But she went to dance class, and so Alan and I sat around and talked for a little bit, and we decided to have a drink, and so we had a drink, and it came up just right. And I thought to myself, I mean, I might lose his friendship over this, but I'm going to tell him this story, because something doesn't quite seem right here. And I did. I told him everything about what I've just told
The
you.
Florida and the Black Widow.
Yeah, everything. I used those words, everything.
Okay.
And it didn't surprise him as much as I thought it would. I think this lady, actually, he said something to me about a person in Florida, and I kind of thought he was talking about this lady, which used to be Miriam's employer.
Okay.
Which, when Miriam quit her, Miriam had her car and stuff, so I'm sure they had to communicate in some manner. And so he wasn't real happy with this lady, but I think he knew some of it. And just telling you that if I hadn't have got that done and he would have got killed like he got killed, and I hadn't have told him that, I would be feeling way worse than I am right
Oh,
now.
I understand.
And so anyway, I told the whole thing to him, and we talked a lot about it, and we, you know, he said to me that he knew she had a lot of baggage, and he used that term. He says, but we have a lot of fun together, and you know what I went through losing Sharon. That was his first wife, and he says, we've decided that we're going to have this fun for a while, and if it don't work out for us, we'll go our separate ways. I mean, that's the way he told it to me. And so, you know, I felt better. I felt jubilant about getting it off my chest. And but then for a lot of months after that, man, most of the time he was sick in bed and stuff. And I started thinking, man, is this gal trying to poison him? Because this kept ringing back in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Is this gal poisoning him or what? Because I heard that there was some of that from Jason Galvin. I heard some of this happened, something like this happened, or was suspected to have happened in Florida.
What did he say happened in Florida?
Well, you need to get hold of that report, and you need to talk to him personally. But I kind of remember that there was some mysterious poisoning or some damn thing. I shouldn't.
With the husband or with someone else?
One of them, one of those people. I don't remember which one. And I hope to God Jason still got all his records, but he's the one that had told me the story.
Okay.
He's the investigator for Delta County. And I guess this whole thing was The reason I was involved at all was because Bill Sewell, when he was the banker and this lady from Florida called Bill, he knew that Alan and I were like brothers.
Okay.
And so that's the only reason I got in on that deal, was that Bill and Jason and Jason, Jason's uncle lived down the street when he was growing up from Alan and I, so we knew him as a kid. He's a young guy. But anyway, that's the reason I knew all of that, or was privy to that. I didn't talk to anybody back in Florida or anything, but Jason had at great length. Now, for some reason, as I was sitting in your office, I'm kind of thinking that Bill Blair was the sheriff at that time.
I think he was the sheriff for a long time.
Yeah, he was forever and a day. Well, I know him, and his wife was raised with my wife. He's retired, but he got my cell phone somehow, and he just left me a voicemail and let him go. So he's wanting to know something, and I just made a note that I'll be calling him back here after a bit.
Okay.
But I think he may know something about this.
Okay. When you sprung this on Alan, did he say he's noticed anything strange, or, I mean, did he think this may be the case, or
No.
he defended her? What happened?
No, he did not defend her. He did not go one way or the other. He just absorbed the information.
And he didn't get upset at you, or he did?
No, he did not. He did not at all. And I think he knew something about something, whether he believed any of it or not, whether he believed that. I didn't even tell him I believed this.
Okay.
I didn't make any comments about a few little things that I had seen that was kind of weird. I didn't say any of that because we wanted to spend the rest of our lives enjoying his company, and if Miriam was his choice, we were going to try to do that too. That hasn't worked very well till weekend before last. But
besides weekend before last, when's the last time you guys were together? Or?
Well, 2 or 3 times a month, I'd literally stop by his ranch, or he would stop by my office.
Okay.
And I have an office right there in Delta, and he would, that was like a couple weeks ago, actually a little bit before that, he had ruined a piece of equipment doing his horse arena. And so he brought it into my office, or into my shop, and wanted me to rebuild it and actually build it stronger than it was. So he had spent an hour in there with me, and Miriam was with him. And we ended up talking a little bit about the property that we have together, which we don't really have together anymore, but we're gonna sell it together. And so we ended up talking a little bit about that. And so I don't know, we get together 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 times a month, but
Okay.
it isn't going golfing or anything like that anymore like it used to be. I mean, we used to bowl together once a week and hunt deer, elk, and pheasant every season together. And me and 2 other gentlemen that were real close friends of his, which one of them works for me now, who's the ex-golf pro in Delta. But when we get together, we would say, hey, we gotta cut all this working out. We gotta go, this year we were gonna go pheasant hunting in Nebraska. We're gonna lease a motorhome and go down. And so we were all getting the same 4 guys that always hunted together. We're getting ready to do that, and Alan was ready to do that. And so we're gonna try to slow down a little bit because we're all 62 years old now, and except one of us, and he's about 4 years younger than us, or 5. I guess that's all I wanted to tell you. I can't think of anything more.
When's the last time you were actually in Alan's house?
Oh, I do have one other thing to tell you. Actually, physically in his house. Oh man, I have trouble with time. I've actually just kind of went in and we walked out on his rear deck patio to look at his new horses. I probably passed through his house a month, 6 weeks ago.
Okay.
And I wasn't there, but 30, 40 minutes, you know.
Well, the reason I ask, as you probably understand, there's a crime scene, we get all the fingerprints, all the evidence we can, and we need to eliminate people that should have been in the house. So if we find anything of people that shouldn't have been, we know.
Okay.
I mean,
That's,
so like,
that's an estimate. I could probably get it closer than that if I went
well,
back.
when we're done, if we could just get your fingerprints, then
Oh,
if we
yeah,
find
sure.
a fingerprint that's yours, we'll know, okay, you should have been there 6 months or 6 weeks ago. So.
Yeah. Now, I was there, no, that was longer than that. That was the last time, other than out in the yard.
Okay.
And I was in a hurry. I pulled up, well, there's two times. I pulled up to, this was 3 weeks ago. This is when I asked him to go to the lake. I just pulled up in my pickup. They were both working in their garage. And they actually walked out, and I never did get out of the truck, I don't think. And so we talked for a bit there, and that's when I told him we were going, that Schmitz and us were going to Lake Powell. So that would have been about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago tomorrow, actually. And I think about tomorrow. Then I drove into Alan's house Monday. Last Monday. That was what, 4 days ago?
Okay.
I drove into his house upstairs, and his pickup wasn't there, so I got out of the pickup and I walked around the west side of the garage, just barely, and to look down at the horse barns, and they were down there. So I got back in the truck and I drove down.
Alan and Miriam were
Al and Miriam were there,
Okay.
and they were just unhooking from I think they had a horse at the vet or something. Anyway, they were just, he was just opening a gate, and I pulled up and he waved at me, and Miriam had went around behind the horse barn, and she come around the corner on a four-wheeler, and I waved at her, and she waved, and she said something to Alan that she was gonna go up and get something up by the house. So she left, and Alan says, you need to come look at my new foal. I said, I'm sorry, Al, I don't have time. I had a tooth, lost a cap. He milked as a grandbaby. And I said, I'm on my way to the dentist, and I was about 30 minutes early, so I thought I'd swing in because I have my wife's family's here, and one of them really likes to play golf. I haven't played golf this year, but he said, Les, which is one of the foursome of us, the old time buddies who works for me. So Les and I are gonna take Eric golfing tomorrow at 9:10 in the morning, and you need to go with us. And this was about 1:30 on Monday, because I had to be at the dentist at 2.
So it would have been Tuesday when you were supposed to golf?
And Tuesday morning, that's when he died, right? So I, and we're kind of rough on each other. We rough talk each other, and I says, you're gonna go with us? He says, well, I got a horse lesson, a riding lesson with my granddaughter here tomorrow morning. I said, I'll see if I can move that around, but I'll call you back and let you know one way or the other. So he called me about, 3 hours later, 3-4 hours later, and he says, I can't make it tomorrow. He said, I'm gonna do the grandbaby thing. And of course, him and I both got grandbabies, so we know how to do, 6, 8-year-old grandbabies. You just anytime you get a chance to spend some time with them, you do it.
Right.
So he called me and canceled the golf match.
Do you know what time he actually called when you said you were there, and then he called 3 or 4 hours later? Any idea what time that was?
Well, he called my cell phone, so if you guys have any way of doing cell phone deals, it's on my cell phone.
When you said you stopped there, was it on the way to your dentist appointment?
That's right.
What time was that?
Well, the deal was I had called him earlier, and I called his 596-2096 phone number. But he never answers it much anymore. So I called that, and so I busted out of my office to go get this tooth fixed because we're going on vacation, and I wanted to make sure I could get it done before we left. And one of our close friends is Elizabeth Thompson's a dental assistant. So she worked me in at Scoggins, that's here in Junction. And so I headed down and I realized I was still doing this golf thing the next day, and I realized that I was about 30 minutes early. So I told myself, I'm gonna run into Alan's real quick here and see if he's here, and I'm gonna make him go golfing with us tomorrow. So that's exactly what I did.
So what
I had
time
called
was
him
your
earlier,
appointment?
but it was at 2.
30 minutes early, so it was about 1:30.
It was, when I pulled off the highway, it was probably like 25 after 1. 25 after 1, something like that on Monday.
And then he called 3 or 4 hours later, so in the
Yeah.
evening.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and said I was back out of the dentist and I went to Western Implement to look at some stuff for my horses. I got horses too. And so that's probably 3 hours later.
Okay.
But it'd be on this cell phone.
Okay.
No, I assume there's a record of the times. So then, here's to finish that up. Then I was home after golf that evening. The whole California group that's my wife's in-laws were at my house. And so the guy that golfed with us, we decided we was gonna have a gin, and so I didn't have any tonic, so we jumped in the pickup, and I'm just right on the cliff west of Delta, and so we just ran down to the little liquor store there and grabbed some tonic water and head back. And between then and when I left, Miriam called my wife, and I'm not even sure what time that would be, 5, 4 or 5, I don't know what time that would be. My wife would know better. And of course my daughter was there, and her and the Helming kids was really close. And so she and my daughter came out the door while the garage door was open, so they seen us pull back up, and they informed me that Miriam had called and that Alan had, they said that there was a robbery and Alan had gotten shot and he's dead. That's the words I remember my wife, Peggy/BJ, saying. And so they recommended that, she wanted me, Miriam wanted me to go to Portia's house. That's Alan's oldest daughter.
Okay.
And be with her. Of course, I didn't hesitate. I just got right back in the pickup and went to Portia's. And so I went to Portia's, and and Kimberly, my daughter, went with me.
Okay.
And so we spent, I don't know, Portia probably remembers better than us. We spent at least 30 minutes there, if not 40. And Portia's a strong girl, but we both broke down pretty bad there. And she mentioned to me that her and the girls, being sisters, were suspicious. There had been some suspicions. And she used the word, she talked about her dad being sick so much, and she used the word poison. And boy, everybody's trying to get us over
You're
this
talking to a guy.
And that's all I have to comment about that. But there was one thing she said, you know what was funny, Bob? And I said, what? She said, Miriam called and canceled the writing lesson and he used the grandbaby's name. And that was the whole reason why Alan stayed home that day instead of golfing with us, was to give his grandbaby a writing lesson. But it was Miriam that supposedly left the house at 8 or 8:30 that morning, according to Miriam telling me that. And so I didn't figure.
Did Portia say when Miriam canceled it or called?
No, but it'd be good to know. And because she said from the time Miriam told me, because I called her back that evening, she left a phone after I got through with Portia.
Miriam?
Yeah, after I got through with Portia and everything. She was at Alan's sister's house.
Okay.
And I never can remember her name, but anyway. She said that her and Alan had a lunch date, that she had left the house at 8:15 and they were supposed to meet in Junction for lunch. And she told me that she couldn't get a hold of Alan to find out when the lunch date was gonna be and so on. She kept trying to call Alan, and she says that's why she come back home. Well, why in the hell did she cancel? Portia said she called and canceled the writing lesson for the grandbaby. Well, why did Miriam do that if Miriam hadn't talked to Alan since she left the house? So that, I mean, you see what that's the only comment I have about that. It just, and Portia and I both picked up on that, so.
Is it Portia's baby that was supposed to go?
I think it was. I'm not 100% sure that it was Portia's kid.
Okay.
But I think that they're the only ones that are that close. Portia's got like 4 of them, I think.
Okay.
But it was kind of weird to me if in fact Portia, or if it was in fact Miriam that called and canceled the dang thing. It must have been something that Alan would have told her early in the morning. Say, oh, by the way, you call Portia and cancel that ride. It just didn't make sense to me.
Did she say why they canceled it?
No. Portia didn't tell me, and I'm sure Portia's told your other investigator because I guess they spent a lot of time together.
Okay.
But I did talk to Miriam, and she started, we talked, and I don't know how you're supposed to act if one of your spouses been shot. If he was shot, I guess he was shot. But it was a little bit weird to me. But anyway, we talked for a bit, and about the only major questions I asked her was how she was doing, and how she said she found Alan and how he looked, and she said, well, he's laying on his back, and I said, well, did he have holes in him or what happened? And she says, no, he just had blood under his neck. And when she also told me that she found a shell casing. She's seen a shell casing there. Well, when she told me that, I just assumed it was maybe an automatic that when the guy pulled the trigger, well, it spit a shell casing out. Mm-hmm. Well, now I'm hearing from, I think it was Portia, that it was a shotgun casing or something. So I don't know any of that, but that's what Miriam said to me. And but then she went on volunteering the fact that she just voluntarily was defending herself to me, that they had a prenup agreement, and she went on about he had a $140,000 loan due at the bank, at some bank, because of one of his startups on one of his housing projects. I didn't know that. Alan had told me that, I think, at the lake.
Okay.
And which was kind of leading into, he still owned half of Robin Black's title company in Delta. He had helped her start that years ago. So in fact, that's where they were when the car tried to burn up, was at Robin's, because he had sold his 50% interest to her. It was my assumption that Alan was doing that to do this loan thing, because his housing business and his subdivisions was really going. He was actually doing quite well. He would have in a year or so or two. He would have been doing very well with all the things he had going. And of course, we talked about that freely. I went from being an employee to a 33% owner of a construction fabrication company, and I sold out and started my own. And Alan was an advisor to me through all of that time, and then me to him at the same time with all the things he used to do. We talked pretty intently. And
did he ever tell you about the prenup, or?
No.
But she brought it up when
she brought it up in that phone conversation after.
Why did she say why she brought up the $140,000 loan that was due?
I don't know why she did that, but I think what she was trying to say was she was, I don't think it had anything to do with it. I think she was trying to say that she didn't have access to any funds to live. I think, and she told me there was $132,000 in his account, which I'm just putting two to two together here. I think that was either all or part of the money from the sale of the title company. I don't know that for sure, Pete,
Okay.
but she volunteered those things. I mean, I didn't ask her. She volunteered them, and it appeared that what she was trying to say was that the 132 was in his business account, and she didn't have any access to his business account. I think that might have been what she was trying to say. But I mean, I don't know. I was pretty shook up because I just came from Portia's, and when I got there and got back to the house and we had all the company, I was out in my own shop. I have a little shop at home. And I just said, I gotta call her, and I did.
And how did she sound when you talked to her? Was she shook up? Could you tell she was crying or not?
No, she wasn't. I don't think she was crying. I think she acted shook up. I mean, but not like my wife would have been, or not like any other the women I know. I mean, she just wasn't there. She wasn't there with that. And whether she'd already been through it, or I would have thought she wouldn't have been through it. But I've never ever seen her emotional. I mean, you know, I got a lot of ladies that work for me, and I got a lot of friends and lots of female around my wife and all that, and she don't act like them. She never has, but I just can't. Yeah, she sounded a little bit shook up, but she was sure thinking a lot on subjects that I wasn't even asking her about. I mean, I didn't ask her none of that. She just volunteered it.
Do you know if he had life insurance or anything? Did she mention it?
I know that a year or so ago he didn't have. I don't think. And I don't know. I don't know. You know, we did talk a lot about it, about a lot of things. But we just hadn't been together that much lately. So. I know that he probably didn't go out and spend a lot of money on insurance because he was real excited about his new housing developments. He had at least one in Delta, and he had some going down here. And he was pretty excited about it. He's about half talented at picking out good pieces of property and doing design work and all that. And actually the last, like the Lake Powell thing, he was a pretty happy guy. He had some good things going, and he actually he has about a 1986 268 Sundance Sea Ray, and I'm the old racer guy. I'm the one that builds all the engines and so on and so forth. So I helped him design an engine and blueprint it and everything, and he had it and a new double prop out drive on his boat and everything, and he would just tickle pink. It would just run like hell. And so he's enjoying the fact that the boat was so good, and he just got it restored. It's really a nice looking boat.
Okay.
And
Is
he
it
was
still
just,
Lake Powell, or did he bring it back?
I think it's still, well, I know it's at Lake Powell because we ran across them. They had already eaten lunch in Green River, Utah on Sunday when we got there to eat lunch. And they were just pulling out as we were pulling in, so they didn't have the boat with them, so it must be in dry storage.
When you were Lake Powell, you said he seemed happy. Did him and
No.
Miriam seem to have any
No.
problems
not,
together?
No, they did not. We didn't know. I didn't see anything. And when you sometimes when you do things at Lake Powell, there was this little inlet in Hanson Creek Bay, and my boat was parked here. Phil Schmidt's was parked here. Actually, that's not right. I have a 330, so my boat was the biggest, so I always put mine right in the end, and then the 290, which is what Phil had, his went right beside mine, and then Alan's is a 268, which is 33, 29, and 27, so his fit right here. And so what that does when you do your boats like that, and you get them all tied up together, and then we throw our anchors out and hook them in the sand, it actually makes, when you pick a nice spot and you're old captains like we are, we end up with all of our swim platforms right in a line, so you can just boat hop. And so we had fixed big meals, and we all boat hopped and ate together and all that. And so you get, and we had some, well, actually not at this camp spot, but back at the marina, we had a big poker game one evening, and we had a ball. It was like the old days. We laughed and carried on. And Miriam didn't play poker, and we had our grandbaby with us as the only 7-year-old, only child that was there was ours, because we promised her after school, after she got out of school. So there was two adults plus one here. And so anyway, that, you can see how close-knit we were there for a couple days, and they were just fine. And they did a lot of fishing, caught some pretty good fish out in the water. And actually both of these boats did a lot of fishing, and my grandbaby, she loves to fish, and she was fishing, and she usually had her pole on the edge of Phil's boat. So they was all fishing and giggling, and there was always a fish on the line. So, and Miriam caught the most fish. She always does, according to everything I know. She always catches a lot. So Alan's a fisherman, and she loved to fish, and so they did have a lot of fun fishing together, and they enjoyed Lake Powell together. But to me, he was in above average good mood that trip, because his boat was working good, and I think he said developments were doing well, and I think he just sold this other business, and that was probably paying one of his debts to start a new housing development.
And he was feeling better from being sick?
And that's another thing. When I stopped by, it was when I asked him to play golf. He just looked super. He looked back like the old Alan. He's pretty athletic, and for an old guy like us, he just looked good. He was actually had been to town or something. He looked good. I commented to myself, he's back at it. He's doing okay.
Okay. Do you know if he'd been to a doctor or a hospital?
Yeah, he's been to some doctors.
Do you know what they ever told him was wrong?
According to what he told me, they never could find anything wrong with him.
Okay. Do you have any idea who his doctors are?
No, but Portia knows. His daughter knows, I think.
Okay.
I would think. And I think the doctors may have passed him around a little bit, specialists and stuff like that, trying to figure out what's going on, but I don't know for sure.
Okay.
I was really outside that loop, but that's all I know.
So you said that it was hard to get a hold of him on the phone. Is that because he didn't answer his phone, or did Miriam answer and say he wasn't home?
No, just nobody answered it. And so they did. I think when they got into the ranching end of the world, they just didn't carry a phone with them. I mean, I live on my phone, but I have to. It's my business. But he didn't need it so much anymore. But Portia complained to me that her and her sisters couldn't get a hold of Dad anymore because Miriam would never give their that's what they said. True or false, I don't know. But it seemed to them like Miriam never would give Alan the messages that they were trying to get a hold of her, of him. And so I'm sure Portia, hopefully she told all that, because she told that to me the day I was, that evening I was up to her house.
And when Miriam wasn't there when you asked him to play golf?
No.
Okay. When you went to ask him if they wanted to go Lake Powell, did they immediately say yes, or did they have
He immediately said yes, and he looked over at her and said, Miriam, I think, he said, this and this, everything's pretty good. We can go to Lake Powell. Let's go to Lake Powell with them, with the Ison.
So they planned it from there?
Yeah,
And did they tell you, so you guys went on this Lake Powell trip, did you hear of any other plans to go to Lake Powell, like in a month or in a week or anything like that? Did they talk about going back?
Well, I know they're going, I knew they would go back, I knew that, but I don't think, we didn't talk about trying to hook up.
They didn't say
They actually knew we were going on this vacation. I think, you know what, there might have been a little bit to that because they knew we were going, well, they knew we had all this family coming in and they knew that we were going on this trip that Pete and I had planned for 6 months. And I think we even talked a little bit about it, saying that it was gonna be like a month before we could go. We use the term see our boat again, because our boat's in wet storage down there. Theirs is on land on a trailer. And I think, you know, we said something about it'll probably be a month or so before we can see our boat again. And I think they may even have commented a little bit about that too. And, you know, Phil and Christy Schmidt might remember some of that stuff too, because they were there.
Okay. And did Penny come with you, or is she?
Who?
Your wife?
Peggy.
Peggy, I'm sorry.
Did she what?
Is she here?
No, she's home.
Okay.
She's trying to get ready to go.
Probably. When are you, and you guys won't be back?
We won't be back till a week from Sunday.
Okay. She talked to Miriam on the phone. We'll probably at some point need to talk to her just to see what that conversation was about. Do you know, did he have firearms around the house, anything like that?
Well, I assume he did. Yeah, he's always.
Have you ever seen him?
Mitch and I talked, Mitch being one of the buddies, he works for me. We tried to, after Portia told me that she heard it was a shotgun casing, and I don't know whether that's true or false, but I think that's what Portia said to me. I asked Mitch, I says, what kind of gun did Alan always hunt with? And we kind of remember it as being a Remington 12 gauge.
So you think he has one of those?
We think.
Do you know where he keeps his guns at the house? I mean, are they out in the gun cabinet, out on the wall?
I don't know.
So he has a Remington 12 gauge shotgun. What else does he have? Do you know?
He has a big game rifle, or he did.
Okay.
And,
does he have revolvers or?
I never seen him with a
pistols?
revolver.
Okay.
I ain't saying he doesn't have one, but I don't know that he
Or
does.
any kind of a handgun?
I don't know. I've never seen it that I know of. Now Mitch, Les Mitchell, he may know a little more about that than me, because years ago we all bought a reloading system together, all four of us.
Mm-hmm.
We bought a reloading system and we would get together and reload, have a beer and reload shells together and stuff. And most all that's at Les Mitchell's house now. We haven't hunted together in a few years now, so. I know he had a 12 gauge because we all had 12 gauges.
Okay.
And I know he had a big game rifle, and I don't remember what kind it was, but I never. He's a big bow hunter, I know that. So he had bow hunted a lot, but I don't. That's the only thing I know about that.
Okay. And I've heard he may have had a problem with a horse trainer. Do you know if he was suing a horse trainer, or a horse trainer might have been suing him over something? That was kind of a rumor, but I talked to him.
I heard a little bit about that some time back, but I don't know anything about it.
Okay.
It would have come from Alan.
Okay.
He mentioned something to me about that, I think, but I don't remember much about that.
And anything else along those lines, or some other lines where somebody might have been upset at him?
Other than something like that, I just can't imagine Alan having a.
Do you have any bad business dealings lately that you know of? No? Or any old time, I don't know if you did. Anybody you can think of that didn't like him, that he had a squabble with in the past?
Another high school buddy.
Okay. Okay.
that they went into business together, but it was Alan that was upset. It wasn't John Silva was his name.
Okay.
John had built some houses for Alan early on, and I just can't imagine. I don't think John's even in the country anymore. And John never was upset. John never was upset with Alan. Alan was upset with John.
Okay.
But I just can't. That would have been the only one. We all graduated together. Alan was one grade ahead of us. But
Anybody else you could think of?
nah,
How about Miriam? It doesn't sound like you're real close to her, but do you know of anybody that maybe through the dance or some other way that might have been upset with her?
They being her and Alan had some problems at that dance studio with employees. And now that you mention it, there was one that absconded with some money.
Okay.
And they fired him.
Do you know who that was?
I know his face. I remember he's about my height, but fairly slender, but real buffed up for his size because he was a dancer. I think I'm not too sure but I think he was from, he was either from Florida or Louisiana. And
Okay.
I think Portia may know him. And he was one of the ones that was at that party that we went to at Alan's house one time.
How long ago did they have the problem with him and fire him? Do you know?
It would have been at least a year, I'd have thought. But I'm a horrible person to ask a date from.
Okay.
But yeah, they did. They had some problems with one, at least one, if not some more of those.
And you thought he was from Florida? Do you have any reason? Do you know?
They actually used to fly him up. I think they used to fly him up here or get him up here somehow, like once a month or something to do some kind of dancing or something. And
Okay.
for a while, I think he moved up here and wasn't heavily involved. But I think part of the deal was he was taking customers on and pocketing the money.
Okay.
You got to understand that I don't know this really for sure how it all come down, but I know they had some problems, and Alan was pretty damn upset about it.
How about Miriam?
Well, this guy and Miriam went way back.
Okay.
I think they had won a championship together dancing or something, and I thought they were really close.
So was she upset at the guy when this happened, or just Alan?
I don't think she was right there when Alan was telling me about it. I don't know what her reaction to it was.
Okay. And you don't remember the man's name?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I don't even know how to find it out. But it could be. I think you guys can find out who it was. Because he was one of the male instructors they had for a while.
Okay. Anybody else you can think of? Is there anything, what did you think I was gonna ask you that we haven't talked about
I don't know. Flip it on me.
Oh, I heard they had a house cleaner. Do you have any idea who that was or what company it was through?
No, I don't.
Anything
I
like
never seen anybody there. But I probably wasn't inside their house more than half a dozen times, and it probably wasn't for the longest time I was ever inside their house. The two longest times. Once was at that party, and we had to leave early.
Okay.
My wife and I had to go, so we didn't spend the night there. I guess it got pretty crazy. And then the day that I spilled my guts to him, I was there a couple hours with him. That's the only times I've been in his place, in his house.
When you spilled your guts to him or any other time, did he ever have any concerns about Miriam and the guys at the dance studio or anything like that?
No, the dance studio thing, he was just really pissed off at whoever that was,
Okay.
you know. And
No.
his main deal was, Alan's a really trusting guy.
Mhm.
And he was more pissed off, not so much, it sounded to me like not so much about the money part of it, was that he trusted the guy and he was giving the guy a chance to really show his stuff, and he screwed him. That was.
Do you know if they called the police over that, or did they just fire him and let it go?
I don't know that.
Did he tell you how much money was involved?
You know, it was whatever those fees were.
Okay.
Whatever the fees.
So he wasn't taking money out of his cash register, he was just doing a
Didn't
job
sound
on the
like
side and keeping
Yeah,
it.
yeah, he was, you know, instead of running that money through the cash drawer to pay the overhead and everything, he was just putting it in his pocket because there was no history of it, I guess, if he didn't write it down or, so that's all I know.
And any indication either one of them were seeing someone else or fooling around?
No. I remember one time, Alan and I was gonna do another venture together, which was some man camps in the oil and gas areas. They were really, I worked for a lot of those guys. They're all having trouble with where to house their people. So Alan and I started getting involved in, I told him that if he'd do all the legwork on building, getting these man camp things put together, and I already had a file about that big, and I turned it over to Alan. I says, if you can get something going here, and I gave him all these contacts. I says, I've got the contacts with the owners that we could be the man camp people in this valley. So he started working on that, and Miriam started helping him a little bit. And she did a lot of computer work for him and stuff on that. And I just forgot what I was going to tell you. I don't know what I was going to tell you about that now.
Well, and if it helps, I asked you if one of them was having a.
Oh yeah. And this, they was having some kind of a benefit or something. I don't remember what it was. But Alan wasn't there, Miriam was. Well, Miriam come home and there was an oil and gas guy that was at this thing, and he'd hit on Miriam, according to Miriam. He had hit on her. But she sat with him a long time because they ended up talking about man camps, and he said, boy, you guys are on the right track. He was, according to her, a really nice guy. They had his name. And so she said that, well, yeah, her husband and one of his buddies is working on man camps and stuff. And he had left her his name and phone number. And he was from out of state, but he had an office going in the Piance Basin or somewhere.
Okay.
That's the only thing about any of that I know.
Okay.
Otherwise, no. They were together all the time.
Okay.
And but I wonder. I mean, I know that she went to dance class. She would leave and go in the evenings to the dance classes. A lot of times he wouldn't, but that's all I know about that.
Okay, but he never expressed a concern that maybe something was going on.
Mm-hmm.
And this guy from Florida that used to fly up, do you have any idea? Did he say he went back to Florida?
I assume he did. I don't know.
Okay. Anything else you can think of we need to talk about?
Not that I know of.
I'll give you a card in case you think about something while you're on the road.
Yes, sir.
We may try to call your wife, or if nothing else, when you guys get back, because obviously you're leaving town, have her call so we can talk to her.
Okay.
In the meantime, you might call your cell phone or something, try to set something up with the phone or something, if it's needed.
Okay.
And if you don't mind, it's totally voluntarily, but if you would give us your fingerprints, just so we can,
Yeah.
if you find them in the house, we can know who they belong to and don't have to wonder if some stranger was
Yeah.
there.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Miriam swears that Alan's loved ones never liked her and are out to get her. With no hard evidence against her, police focus on people who could offer a more balanced perspective. They bring in Alan Laurel, who Miriam employed at her dance studio and who lived with Alan and Miriam for several months. Investigators hope his inside knowledge of the Helmicks will give the keys needed to unlock this twisted true crime case.
What brought you out here?
Miriam recruited me as a nerd dance manager for her studio in January.
Oh, okay.
She I was working for another dance studio, and she saw me and she made me an offer. It took me 6 months to decide that I wanted that offer, so I just packed things up and drove up here with, kept the number though.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, do you get charged a roaming charge or?
No,
Okay,
it's T-Mobile, it's
nationwide.
nationwide.
Okay, that makes sense. How tall are you?
5'10",
And what do you weigh?
270.
No, you don't.
Yeah,
Are you really?
uh-huh.
And you call it brown hair or black hair?
Brown hair,
And color of eyes?
brown.
Okay. You must have lifted a hell of a lot of weights or something like that.
About a year I did.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed you at 270.
It only takes 20 more pounds of loss, and I'll be looking for quite fit.
Are you trying to?
I haven't tried lately.
Okay.
I've been doing more training in technical dancing than exercising.
And what's technical dancing?
Oh no, just the aspects of making sure my dance is perfect. So
Ah,
I don't exercise. I just make sure my lead and follow and all aspects of ballroom dancing is good.
okay.
And because I have a competition this weekend, so I've been training for that heavily.
Where do you go to compete?
It's various ones. It's either a ballroom, but I like to specialize in West Coast swing competitions.
Okay.
And this is a 3-day event, and couldn't happen at a worse time for this to fall on it.
Yeah. When do you go?
I leave tomorrow around 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness.
Got to be there at 8 o'clock in the morning to register. 3 days of complete West Coast dancing.
And West Coast dancing does what?
It's a swing style.
Okay.
It's like those a modern disco version. It's very freestyle improv. So you have salsa for the Latin community, and
Uh-huh.
West Coast swing is kind of the American thing to do nowadays.
Okay. And I don't dance. I couldn't do a damn thing. If I got out there and tried something, I'd fall on my face. No, I'm jealous as hell of you. So you've been a manager here since January?
I was a dance instructor for just 2 months, in January and February, and then Miriam found that she was too busy with the horse ranch. So, and I always gave her ideas and helped her out on how to run the business because she's always been too busy. It's like we could set in. So she asked me to start making the schedules and made me an offer to be her manager at the same time.
That sounds great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, who's manager before you?
She, Miriam kind of ran the whole thing. She never had anybody run it for her.
How long has the Academy
Dance Junction?
Dance Junction?
It's been around since 2005, I believe. I don't know exactly what month it started on.
Okay. How long have you been dancing?
I've been dancing for 3 years.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
3 years as
Yeah.
manager and you're competing.
Mm-hmm.
I am really, really jealous.
I used to go to college for aerospace engineering and quickly stopped that when I found I liked dance more than engineering.
There's a hell of a spread there between engineering and dancing.
And pay grade. And I was like, well, I like dancing. I don't.
You gotta do what you like.
Mm-hmm.
So, what have you heard about Alan?
Like, as of recent, or
What happened to him?
I heard that in the news he had a gunshot to the head, shot to the head, and a possible robbery.
And do you know anybody that you'd suspect?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I couldn't. I actually lived with them. They put me up for 3 months when I came from Mississippi. I stayed in their house for 3 months, and that house is very isolated. You had to get on a dirt road, and that dirt road curves around to the bottom of that canyon, as you can see.
I've never been out
Oh,
there.
you haven't been out there?
And other officers are doing the crime scene and stuff like that. I'm just doing the background and talking to anybody and everybody we can
Okay.
think of.
But yeah, this dirt road, you wouldn't know if it led to a house or not, or just maybe a ranch. But you have to. It curves around like this, and then the house is over there. But there's a large mountain pass, a hill that you can't see the house. You can't even see the house from Highway 50.
So unless you know it's there.
Yeah,
Okay. That makes sense.
and stayed there with them from January, February, March, and I moved out somewhere in May.
How about April?
I think that's when I was like 2 weeks into April with them.
Okay. Okay. Who else was living out there?
It was just him and Miriam,
Okay.
and occasionally there's a ranch handler. I can't recall her name.
Male, female,
Female.
female.
She took care of the horses when they were gone, and the dogs. And I do know one unfortunate thing. They kept their doors unlocked all the time. I even say, hey, do you want the doors locked? And they told me that they really don't lock the doors.
Okay. So left doors unlocked all the time. Didn't like locked doors. Man, I can't bitch because I do that too.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I found Whitewater to be a very quiet neighborhood. Wouldn't think someone would be that malicious to.
When you were out there, did you have anybody coming by that shouldn't have been there? Transients, strange people, anything like that?
But the way I was situated at their house is they have a top floor and a second floor.
Oh.
I was on the second, I was on the bottom floor, which is a lower level against like technically a basement.
Yeah.
And I had that whole place to myself, so they had the upstairs. So I didn't do a lot of interacting with them on a daily basis.
Okay.
It was technically an apartment downstairs, and they just gave that to me for about 2 or 3 months till I had made enough money to move in.
Did they charge you rent?
No,
What
that was her deal. I mean, she knew she couldn't get any other dance instructors, and she just made me a really good offer, put me up, give me travel expenses to come up here.
Okay. Who'd you work for before that?
It's another dance studio, Amar Denzar, Dance School of Ballroom Dance.
Barbara Watts. Okay.
And I unfortunately have a legal contract with her, so me mentioning that I'm associated with her, I could get in trouble for. But.
The thing is, though, that you can't get in trouble when the cops ask you questions because that's not advertising or anything else. We've got a homicide investigation going, and so if you didn't mention it, then you could get in trouble.
All right.
So, yeah, don't even worry about that part of it. Is there bad feelings between Miriam and Barbara?
Oh yeah. Miriam's told me of lawsuits they've had with each other, and even Miss Barb's told me of the lawsuits. Well, both of them wasn't holding back on telling her, it was like, watch it, Alan. You just watch yourself when you're around her, and then both of them said the same thing. But Miriam wasn't. I guess both of them still tried to be as polite as possible about it.
Okay.
But I was more on the side of Miriam about it, which is why I left Miss Barb.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense. Who else works there at the dance studio?
Luda. I don't recall her last name though.
Okay. You have a phone number for her or anything? What kind of name is Luda?
She's from Ukraine.
Okay. Is she married?
She's married.
Okay. Is he from the Ukraine?
No, he's believe he works at the community hospital.
Ah. Do you know his name?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Who else works there?
That's all of us.
Who is Keith?
Keith? He's a former employee of, I've never met him. I've heard of scandalous things he's done.
Tell me about him.
Like theft. And Miriam suspected that he stole right before he left. She suspected that he stole like almost $2,000 worth of training DVDs. And that he was, a lot of the ladies labeled him as a scumbag when it came to women, that he only paid attention to the prettier women and really tried to rip off people, especially if they're pretty and rich, really give them a bad deal.
Where's she at now?
Last I heard, someone mentioned Aspen, Colorado.
No name on him other than Keith?
No, I don't know his last name. Like I heard like one bad scandal he did to this one woman. Said the woman paid $2,000 in advance for dance lessons, and he left town with $2,000.
Wow.
I mean, he made a deal with her. It's like, for $2,000, I give you this X amount of dance lessons, and he took it and he left town, and she never got her dance lessons or a refund.
When did he leave town, do you know? You came in January and he's already gone.
Yeah, he was already gone.
Where'd he come from?
I'm not too clear on that one. I don't know. Well, all I hear is the bad things. I don't know how he got started. Actually, I think he might have been with the studio when right when it opened. Because I seen some videos. I know so far he was around in 2006 to 2007. And I watched some dance videos that were dated around that time, and possible when maybe even 2005. I'm not too sure, because I saw them doing videos of like demonstrations to kind of like grand openings, but I couldn't imagine that he could have been their first dance instructor, which he is a professional dance instructor, so he could have been their first.
What does he look like?
A tall, skinny guy. With he usually, from what the video showed, likes to keep his hair slicked back.
Okay.
With gel.
About how old is he?
Probably in his 40s.
And when you say tall,
probably 6 feet.
and what do you think he'd weigh?
About maybe 185.
Okay. Do we know where he lived here in town? Do you know where he lived?
Mm-hmm.
No. Got another name, Vanessa. Who's
Vanessa? She's a former employee also.
that? And what's her last name?
I don't know most of these people's last names. Yeah.
When's the last time you talked to her?
Probably about 3 weeks ago.
Okay. She living here in town?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any idea where?
I don't know where she lives. I do know she works over at Coffee Muggers.
I don't know that. What's that?
It's right next to our dance studio.
Ah.
It's a coffee shop, but the coffee shop has merged with this sandwich shop, and Vanessa works with that sandwich shop. So I'm pretty sure she works at that place now, making sandwiches for the coffee store.
Okay.
See, there's another guy that could probably tell you more about Keith than I could.
Who's that?
Is Chris, and I don't know his last name, but you could ask Vanessa. I know Vanessa danced with Tim. He would know her most likely. Know his number and more about them.
Who's Tim?
Huh?
You say you danced with Tim?
No, Vanessa danced with Chris.
With Chris, okay.
I mean, they were employed together at the same time, so.
Okay. You don't have a phone number on Chris?
Okay. I did at one point, but I didn't save it. Maybe I did save it. No, I didn't save it.
Okay.
I hope that's his right name.
And all we can do is beat on doors. And not trying to offend you or anything. Where were you at Tuesday?
Tuesday, I was at work at Old Navy in the morning.
You work at Old Navy too?
Uh-huh.
You don't have any time to yourself.
Well, technically I do. I just work part-time at Old Navy, and the studio's been really slow, so glad I have Old Navy on the side.
Absolutely. What time did you go to work?
7:45.
Okay. And what time did you finish there?
I believe 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Okay. Got a check?
Yeah, no problem.
What else can you think of? Can you think of anybody that is angry at Alan?
Now, a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was in April, at the last weekend of April, because I was told this on May 1st on Thursday. Miriam had an incident with arson on the truck.
Okay.
I think this happened in Delta in a parking lot.
Okay.
Miriam told me that for some reason the either I don't know if it was the truck or the other truck, the other car, which is the Buick, said it caught fire, and they tried to put it out, and they did put it out, and they kind of suspected that someone purposely put their vehicle on fire because what do you call those things that you try and start a fire? Accelerant, propellant?
Yeah.
Well, it looked like someone put it in the truck with a line, light it up. That's what she described to me. And then why that happened, and the police came and they brought him in for questioning, and Miriam said the cops were trying to pin it on her, that she was trying to light the truck on fire. And then she said Alan was saying, "Are you kidding me? Miriam was with me the whole time. I mean, there was barely a second that she ever was out of my sight."
Right.
So, but then they tried to say that they had video footage across the street at a gas station of Miriam doing this, which they didn't. Miriam said they didn't because she called it BS. And Alan, then they told Alan this. We have your wife. They literally told Alan that we have your wife on video lighting it up. And he goes, "Really?" And then Miriam told me that the officer says, "No, sir, we don't have video footage yet." And she said Alan got really mad and they told a lie, tried to. I don't know what kind of tactic they were trying to use if they didn't have the evidence right there.
Yeah.
And Alan was kind of says if you're gonna, Miriam told me that Alan said if they're gonna try and prosecute Miriam, he's not gonna press charges against his own wife because he knows it's ridiculous that his wife would do that. And I never saw any contempt between the two. It just didn't look like that.
Okay. They seem to have a good relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then Miriam said Alan was insisting that they go out and find the actual person, and that they asked them if they took pictures. Actually did like what's it called, the forensics team sent him out there, and they told him that they didn't do that. They had enough info, no pictures or anything like that, and I think they just left it. And I didn't hear any feedback on that. I don't think they caught the person who lit it. Now she did mention that there was like a spree of arsonists happening in Delta, just lighting up people's cars. So it could have been just a random attack by some arsonist, just like the guy who's arsoning the places around here on Main Street.
Have you found anybody or heard anybody that's mad at Miriam?
Mad at Miriam?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
You know, if you're trying to light a truck on fire or a car on fire and Miriam's there, maybe they were after her and not him.
A lot of people, I heard one thing someone said about Alan, saying that since he used to deal in the mortgage company, that he might have foreclosed on somebody that wasn't too happy about it.
True.
And could have found him out and just done this simply because he had no choice to foreclose their property.
Right. How long was he in the mortgage company?
I don't know too much about his mortgage company. I didn't even know that he sold it to his daughter. I still thought he owned it.
Which daughter got it?
I don't know too much about his daughters. I only know about Wendy.
What's her story?
Wendy?
Yeah.
Oh, Wendy used to go to Mesa State here.
What was she majoring in?
I'm not like business on and off. She couldn't decide what she wanted to do. And I met her through, I met her one time through Miriam as she was doing the DJ work. And then I met her again like in February. Didn't realize who she was at the time, but I was just at Boomer's dancing. And I asked her to dance and I didn't realize what the name Wendy meant. And I was like, wait a minute, you're Alan's daughter. It's like, yeah. And then she goes, you're the dance instructor that everyone's talking about that's in town. Because I have the ability to dance with almost any woman. So I like going to Boomers on Fridays and Saturdays just to have a good time. And it's a good way to let people know that I'm a dance instructor and I can dance, make anyone dance. And so from that point on, I just saw her every now and then. And she'd give me a call, let me know if she was going to Boomers so I could join them, and they'd have a guy who could dance in their little crowd of ladies. She recently moved to Denver.
Okay.
And 2 days before this happened, I called her to ask her if she was gonna be in town, because I was gonna competition in Denver. I was gonna see if I could stay the night with her, but she mentioned she was thinking about coming and seeing her dad this weekend. And then she definitely thought that she was gonna see her dad this weekend. So I just went ahead and got myself a hotel room instead of that. And
Well, I'm sure with all this stuff going on, that
I'm
whole
pretty sure
family's
she's
over here by now.
the two sisters were supposed to meet up at the house this weekend.
And who's the other sister?
I don't know their names. And for some time, I think not Wendy, but the other sister, the son-in-law of Alan, was supposed to be staying with them.
Yeah, and okay, I know which one that is. We've talked to him. What's your guess on what happened?
I would guess something with the mortgage company. Someone really didn't like him.
You think it's mortgage? Okay. You don't think a transient or anything like that? A bum?
I wouldn't think it's a transient or a bum. That house is just way too isolated for someone to go out there. Unless was a large amount of stuff stolen.
Now that I don't know.
You don't know. There really wasn't anything ideal in that house to want to steal. I mean, if you wanted to steal that stuff, you'd have to have a truck, and I mean, it'd be a.
Did Alan and Miriam keep large amounts of money in the house or anything like that? Or
I'm not too sure of that. I think I've never seen lots of money just lying around.
How about guns or anything like that?
I think there was a .22 caliber rifle in the when you enter the front door to the right, there's a closet.
Okay.
And I think there was a little rifle. And Alan did mention we were talking about eliminating some prairie dogs, and says I like to practice shooting on some prairie dogs, get rid of his pest for him and have fun at the same time.
Makes sense.
And he says, yeah, I'd take my .22 caliber rifle and shoot him all the time.
You know, and farmers and ranchers, they do that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I tried it, my wife beat me.
Yeah.
She thinks they're cute.
It's dangerous to a rancher's economy.
It is, breaking legs and stuff on horses and cows and everything else. But so I can't blame the farmers and ranchers for doing it. But any pistols or anything like that?
No, none that I know of.
Okay. Knives, swords, anything like that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Jewelry, computers, big screen TVs, anything like that?
There's a big 57-inch TV downstairs.
Okay.
And they just have like a moderately, maybe a 32-inch TV in their bedroom, and that's it. They have a laptop and a desktop. Both of them are usually located in the kitchen.
Okay, so a laptop and desktop.
Mm-hmm.
And that's in the kitchen?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is that where they ran the business out of, or?
For the horse ranching, they ran the business there. And a little bit of the Dance Junction is in her laptop too.
And do you have a computer over at the office then that you use?
Not in the office. I have my own laptop, but I don't keep financial works, and Miriam kind of handled the financial aspects.
How are the finances going with the business?
It's pretty bad.
Pretty bad?
Yeah. Well, she didn't want to make it. She didn't want to let. She just said, "Alan, be hopeful. We'll just keep paying rent." But I could tell by the money that was coming in and how much we're getting paid in the rent that there wasn't enough coming in. And in August, I said, I'm going to be gone for the whole month of July because business was slow. So we were gonna like just go to one group class for this month, and the other instructor Luda would just handle it while I'm gone and back to Mississippi visiting for a month. And in August, I advised her that I think that's a good time to revamp advertisement
August of last year?
No, August of this year.
Okay.
When August comes out, I'm gonna come back and well, I was hopefully to but the whole month of July, I give her enough time to decide what she wants to do.
Right.
And but in August, I was gonna ask for more funding to advertise. I was gonna do some different things, try and get our name out more. And since we had a website, and do more web group classes. I mean, because in August, college would have started up, and people would have got back from their vacations and probably would have been more interested in dancing again.
Absolutely. Do you do the web advertising, or do you have someone who does it for you?
No, I do it for them.
So you're a jack of all trades.
It took me 4 months to get Miriam to give me an account, to make them a website.
Right. You know, and that's the way everything's going anymore, is the internet.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a great idea. So the finances are not going that good. They're not getting enough money coming in to justify.
I think it's just, she was probably still paying the rent through Alan's bank account. It wasn't really paid through the Dance Junctions funds.
Okay. So 2 different accounts there.
Mm-hmm.
Who does the bookkeeping for the business?
Miriam usually keeps it. She really doesn't keep it as detailed because not a lot of money flows in at the same time. Students pay for private lessons $200 at a time, and usually I know she hasn't wrote it in the books, but she'll probably just go back when it comes time to report all her earnings. And it's a service industry. It's kind of different. I didn't know you don't get taxed for your service industry.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're even supposed to report your earnings like that.
And I think on your end of year accounts, you have to report the total amount received, but you're not charged tax on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a tangible asset. So yeah, as long as they claim it on their tax, they're good, and I have no issue that they haven't. So.
I just simply, they gave me a check, I just simply identify what they paid for in the 4-5 private lessons.
Right.
And usually she understands that if she sees $200, that's a pack of 5 private lessons right there. And she just compares it to our hours that we put in, knowing that, okay, he's already gave him three hours of lesson instruction time.
Other than Keith, has anybody been let go or fired or anything for theft or bad feelings or anything like that?
I can't think of anyone other, but I know there's one more employee that I don't know too much about.
Okay.
Is I think her name's Nicole. Okay. So there's a big triangle between Nicole, Chris, and Keith. Keith had a cousin, I think Chris and Nicole, I hope it's Chris's name, it has to be Chris's name. Chris and Nicole were apparently dating, from what I hear, at the time, and they were both working at the studio at the same time, so they were girlfriend and boyfriend. And then Keith's cousin started to mess around with Nicole behind Chris's back, and caused a whole tangle of mess from what I've heard. And
who's the cousin?
I don't know the cousin's name. For a while, I thought it was Keith who was the culprit, but it's no, it wasn't Keith. It was Keith's cousin that started flirting with Chris's girlfriend. Miriam warned them that Chris not to even be dating a fellow employee because it's bad for business.
It is bad for business, because it's a small town,
Mm-hmm.
So 6 of one and a half dozen of another. How about the horse training business and stuff? Has Miriam or Alan said anything to you about problems with the horse training? Anything there?
No.
How many horses do they have?
I think they had 8 horses.
Wow.
And now they should have either an additional 1 or 2, because one just gave birth, and there should be I don't know if the other one is already gave birth. I know Alan's been working out in that ranch, just getting ready. I think he sold the mortgage company's Someone told me it was just overwhelming, and he's getting old, 62, so I think he sold it to his daughter so he could buy that horse ranch for his wife, and both of them will run it together. And he's done some pretty heavy lifting out there, and I've always offered my help, and he goes, no, I like this. It's just, this is my kind of retirement. That's just, he likes going out there, digging holes, fixing the post, taking care of the horses with Miriam.
So physically, he's in pretty good shape.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 62's not that old. I'm damn near there.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. Nobody odd you can think of out there. A little bit of money problem with the dance studio.
Ever since I was out in the house, I've never seen anyone else but the ranch handler come to the house, and that's it.
That female ranch handler, what does she drive?
She drives a truck, an Explorer.
Okay. You got there in her. What color?
I believe white, a white Explorer.
How often would she come out there?
It depends if they're going out of town. If they go out of town, that's when they employ her services to come in.
Did they go on a lot of trips?
Yeah, they went on a lot of trips.
Okay.
That's why basically Miriam never came to the studio about every 4 weeks till I can manage to get her into the studio, just to let her know that she still has a studio.
Yeah. Where would they go on their trips?
Like places around Denver, horse shows. I think they sent some of their horses to the Denver area to be trained for horse dressage. That's what they train the horses for. They train them for horse dressage competitions, and then they sell them. That's what they were working for. And Miriam was trying to train herself to become a really good trainer.
Okay.
So she could train horses and make money from training horses and selling them.
When's the last time you talked to Alan?
Probably about 4 weeks ago. I came out to the ranch for something. Oh yeah, there was a speaker at the house that I needed for the studio, and it's been sitting at their house for a long time, and I just came and got it. And that's when I saw Alan up and awake, and he was joking about, yeah, you've never seen me up before, because he's always been sick. He's been sick for like ever since in January, in the bed for almost 3 to 4 months. He'll be good for 1 week, but then quickly back down into the bed.
What was wrong with him?
Just like a fever, just a regular kind of sickness, but he had a tougher time trying to recover from it.
Yeah. So a couple weeks up, a couple weeks down.
Mm-hmm.
Was he going to the doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who?
No, don't know who the doctor is.
Okay. How's Miriam's health?
She also got sick with him a couple of times because, just contagious. They both slept together. It was going back and forth. Alan would get sick. Miriam didn't think she would get sick, but then she got sick again, and Alan would get good again. But since Miriam was sick, Alan got sick again, and it just kept going back and forth.
Okay. When you were out there, did you ever get sick?
Mm-mm. No. Oh, actually, I did get sick. When Miriam got sick, I got sick, but it only lasted 1 or 2 days for me.
And you're a young guy, and obviously you dance all the time, so you got to be in good shape.
Yeah, and not to mention I just bought NyQuil and DayQuil, and once I could tell that my throat is dry and itchy, I started taking medicine early, and with that medicine, my strength, it knocks it out pretty quick.
Yeah. What was Alan was he using NyQuil and DayQuil, or was he going to the doctor and getting medicine, or was he trying herbal stuff?
Probably going to the doctor and getting medicine. But I did see a lot of NyQuil and DayQuil because Miriam offered me. I said, I'm sick, and I'll be right back. I'm going to City Market to get some Dayquil. It's like, oh, we got lots here, Alan. We got plenty of Dayquil if you ever need some. She gave me the tablet form. I usually like the liquid form.
I like the liquid better than the tablets, but you know.
Is Miriam okay?
Yes.
I'm sure she's pretty distraught.
She's distraught. You know, it's a horrible thing to have happen. You know,
I called her around, I think I must have called her around Tuesday when it happened, like 10 o'clock. I didn't know it had happened. I was just giving her a regular call saying, hey, oh no, this wasn't 10 o'clock because I had to work. I think it was either Monday. It had to be Monday.
Okay.
I gave her a call. Well, yeah, it didn't happen at that time. But give her a call saying that, wait, actually, I'd hate to think it was Wednesday because I know I called her in the day.
Today's Thursday, so yesterday.
Yeah. I just know either Monday or Wednesday. I'm sorry, it's not adding up. Those are 2 different days. I just called her just saying, hey, I'm about to head to the competition and let you know that the studio's doing okay. And I was just simply asking if she could pay help out with the competition fees because business has been slow. And if she couldn't afford it with the funding coming in, I wouldn't mind paying for it. I had the extra money prepared for it, but usually when the business is good, she could have easily paid the competition fees, but I'm not being stingy. I was prepared that knowing that the studio had no income, that I would pay for my own competition.
Did she agree to help you?
Huh? She never called me back.
Oh, okay. So you never got to talk to her?
She never. It's hard to get a hold of her, so she tells me to always leave messages. I'm not a big person on leaving messages, so. But I left a message on this one because I know she has. She's always busy with the horse thing.
You know, it's good advertising for the business too. You know, you get out there in the competition and people start saying, oh, "Who's that guy?" You know, so that's great advertising. When's the last time you actually talked to Miriam then? If you talked to Alan last week, or about 4 weeks ago?
It should have been like last payday.
When did you guys get paid on the end of the month?
We get paid on the 1st and the 15th of the month.
Okay.
So I didn't get paid this 1st of June because didn't have no hours to report. So I would have saw her around the 16th of May. It was probably the last time I talked to her.
Okay. About 16th of May, probably.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What else can you think of? Anything? Is there anything I haven't asked you? And I don't know where we're going, you know.
Have you talked to Barbara Watts, or do you plan on?
I'm going to. Have you seen Barbara around town lately?
She hasn't been around town. She lives in Mississippi. She has 2 businesses, one in Gulfport and one in Grand Junction. But that business in Grand Junction has fell through since then. So I already know, because I'm friends with her. I'm friends with the employee. She's employed here in Grand Junction because I personally trained him. And then they had a falling out without lack of training after I left her due to bad treatment of my skills. Said I wasn't as good of a dance instructor that I could be, and if I didn't follow her guidelines on dancing, that it was just very rude to work under her. She was very condescending. Acts like she's the best dancer in the whole wide world, and tells you like it is. Then you go. Then I know what the real world is like, and then it's like, well, they dance like that here, they dance like that there, they dance like that there, and it's certified by Pro Divita. And she's like, no, Arthur Murray this, Arthur Murray that, and I don't like Arthur Murray style dancing compared to Pro Divita style dancing.
Yeah.
And so I was brought to work for her. I worked for her from January to September of last year in 2007. She brought me up here to Grand Junction in May of last year to recruit and train dance instructors.
Right.
And so I trained those dance instructors, and I was there for 4 months, but I didn't get the dance instructors till 2 months later. Then I was left with only 2 months of training time to fit in all that knowledge into them. And it was, I did my best to what I could do, but she still acted like she was ungrateful about it. And then she was always sometimes slow on paying me when I was completely dependent on her to pay me, and which is one of the partial reasons, and one of the many reasons why I left her studio. And she has a thing about making her employees sign this 2-year contract of service to her in exchange for $2,000 worth of training. And if I had known that $2,000 worth of training is not that much, I wouldn't have signed it. And that's the only reason why I kept working for her. Just maybe I'm in college. It was a fun, easy job. And I didn't realize that being paid $8 an hour compared to what Miriam offered me was $20 an hour was a huge difference. So she was taking advantage of me and the skills that I ascertained on my own that she didn't train me on.
You gotta go with the $20 an hour. That's a good wage. And $8 an hour, did that work in a Burger King.
So I quit her studio because one day when I came back, she still wasn't pleased with my method of teaching. And my method of teaching was the same as everyone else. I've compared myself to many others. And she said she asked all the instructors to come in because we needed to do retraining. And I've been dancing for 2 years already and training heavily, more than probably she's had, more training than she's done in her past 10 years of dancing.
Yeah.
And I never seen her practice at all once when I was working for her. And she asked all of them to come in and retrain. I didn't like that because there could be 7 hours of going over simple basics that I'm well in depth in.
Yeah.
And she set it up to where I was the only one coming in because apparently I'm the only instructor that had it wrong. And it's just like things that just made the biggest deal to her. And it's like, I can't believe you're even focusing on something like that that's not that big of a deal. And so I just, to save myself from her trying to prosecute me, sue me, or just charge it to that 7 hours of training, because she probably would charge me $60 an hour if I had quit, and it's not worth $60 an hour when it comes to instruction from her. So I just quit right there and then, so she wouldn't add it to my contract when I quit.
How'd you get away with getting where you had the 2-year contract? How'd you get out of that?
And the 2-year contract comes with a 2-year non-compete clause. I thought it was for just Mississippi, but then I looked at my contract again and it was for Grand Junction also. But Miriam had a talk with Alan and her lawyers and said in Mississippi they could possibly uphold that, but Grand Junction, Miriam already had that battle out with Barbara, but it was just taking forever to go back and forth. So they apparently, from what I've heard, Barbara was on the verge of losing it, so she settled, and they were okay with that. They just didn't want to keep going back and forth on it. So I hear that they settled for $10,000 and
So Miriam paid Barbara
$10,000 so she could not only get out of the contract, so she could open up the dance studio. So she opened up the dance studio and never mentioned or say anything bad about the lawsuit about Barbara Watts.
You don't have a phone number for Barbara, do you?
Unfortunately, I don't.
Okay, and I can get that.
I kept accidentally calling her a lot because I don't know, pressed it, so I deleted it. Even though I'm legally, Miriam said I'm perfectly okay to come up here. We figured just keep it on the low that I'm here, because I knew Miss Barr's business in Grand Junction was gonna flop because she didn't have no instructors, and she has your Gulfport one, and since I trained the instructors myself, I became friends with them, so I know when they're gonna teach or they're telling me. So last time they taught was in November.
2007.
And so that's 6 months. That technically makes that contract a void because she can't uphold a contract if she doesn't have business here in town.
Right.
But Miss Barr sounds like she's pretty adamant if anyone messes with her, she has no problem suing them. If they say something bad about her, she has no problem suing.
Yeah. not a way to run a business, but I'm not the boss. Okay. I had looked up Alan and Miriam's name on the court records, and it showed that there was a lawsuit with Barbara, and she was out of Gulfport. And so I wasn't sure what that was, but now that's explained what was going on there.
I think either Barbara settled first, mainly because she had to keep flying back and forth between Gulfport and Grand Junction. And even one of her students, Miss Barb, always told me that she won the case. But nobody in the end, then somebody says, no, they didn't win the case, they settled. And even one of her own students told me that. And I was like, wow, Miss Barb's been telling me she sued him all this money.
And her thought, she may think she won, you know? You never know what people are thinking, so I don't know.
And so one of her students encouraged me, says, Alan, don't feel bad, you are a great dancer. Just, and he even went to his lawyers to look at my situation because he didn't like what Miss Barb was doing to me. Yeah. And says she can't uphold a 2-year non-compete clause on you. Even a lot of friends say it's called, you can't hold up non-compete clause because this is America and free enterprise is your right.
Yeah.
And you can't sign away your rights of a free enterprise, from what I've heard. And I was like, well, what about mortgage stockbrokers? When you train them a stockbroker, how do they get away with signing away your rights? Well, except they do 6 months. She did 2 years on me.
Yeah. Well, and you're gonna be gone tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday, and I'll be back next week. And I don't know, you know, if we have other questions or anything else, I'll give you a call, but I have no idea. You know.
Is the funeral gonna be like sometime next week?
And I would think next week, but
Because I'd hate it to be this weekend, and
that would suck. Yeah. You know, and the family's gonna have a lot to do with that, and they're gonna have to get family from everywhere around coming in. So I would think next week, but I don't know. Yeah, that's gonna be up to the family in the mortuary.
Alan, I think he's a pretty popular guy. A lot with his big businesses that he's had. He's come across a lot of people.
You know, and talking to people, he's very popular. I haven't found anyone that's really pissed at him, you know, so I don't know. It's a hell of a mess.
When hopefully, I do know they constantly clean that house.
Do they have a maid or anything?
Yeah.
What's her name?
I don't know her name too much. Every once a month, they clean the house pretty good, so I'm hopeful that if forensic finds it, because the maid cleans everything, so if you find like any DNA, chances are it could be him.
Yeah.
I don't know the maid's name. Only one I could probably tell you who knows it is Miriam.
Okay.
She's an older lady, probably in her 60s.
What does she drive?
I haven't seen her vehicle.
What day does she usually come out?
Usually like in the middle of the month.
Just once a month?
Uh-huh.
So if she comes on the middle of the month, she probably hadn't shown up there yet. So, in theory, yeah, there might be some good DNA there. Okay.
Especially since they're the only two in there.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure any, like my stuff, it was 2 months ago. That's 2 cleanings.
Well, and the Colorado Bureau of Investigation is going in and doing all the fingerprints and stuff like that. And if they get a bunch of fingerprints and they don't match them up to Alan and Miriam, then they're gonna have to go elimination. And they may need to get a hold of you and say, hey, we need a set of your prints so we can eliminate those from all the prints we have. You know, but we'll wait and see what we get there. I don't know, you know. There's way too much that we don't know on this yet, but we're trying. Other than the truck or the car being set on fire, has anyone mentioned anything else that's odd or suspicious or?
No.
Okay. Well, I can't think of anything else, you know.
If it was a transient, they would have to have walked through all that road, and none of the Miriam or Nora, Alan. They always drive.
Right.
So any footprint out there, except for at the gate, footprints would be found out there because they got to get out, open the gate.
Do they always keep the gate shut?
No, they kept it on occasion. They kept it open.
Okay.
The gate it's not padlocked. It's just a chain over a post and lift it up and you slide it out.
Yeah. And I have no idea if it was open or closed when the cops got out there. I don't know. So, okay. Well, keep me informed if you hear anything. If we need anything, I'll give you a holler.
All right.
Good luck in your competition.
All right. Thank you.
Several months pass, and despite investigators' best efforts, they still don't have anything concrete. Then, out of the blue, Sydney Pauly walks into the station and tells detectives she has shocking new information about Alan Helmick. Information that will change everyone's image of the murdered businessman. Please quickly usher her into an interrogation room.
It's been brought to attention that you had some kind of relationship with Alan Helmick, and that's what I wanted to bring in and talk about.
Okay.
The only thing I ask is that whatever you tell us is very important, that you're 100% honest with us about everything, okay?
Sure.
This is a homicide investigation, and it doesn't get any more serious than that, okay?
Sure.
Okay, tell me about your relationship with Alan.
Well, this is close to the last time that we were together. We were at Lake Powell, and that was probably about 4 months before he met Miriam. 3 or 4 months before he met Miriam.
Do you remember when this was?
I'm thinking October, and I don't know the year because I can't remember what year he met her. But he met her like in February of the year after that.
Okay. Tell me about your relationship with Alan.
Well, I met him 3 years ago. We were both in banking. He was
You met him how many years ago?
30,
Okay.
and we were both in banking. We were both married. He worked at Delta Savings and Loan, and I worked at the First National Bank in Peonia. I lived in the North Fork Valley. And I got a divorce, and I was bowling every Thursday night with a bunch of ladies. And at the banquet, the end of the year banquet, we went to the Sundance in Delta, which is a bar restaurant kind of a thing. And he was there, and he came up, and I knew he had quite a bit to drink, but he came up and talked to me. And
Where was that bar? I'm sorry.
The Sundance.
Where was that? In
Delta.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is when you guys met 30 years ago? Okay.
Give or take a year.
Okay.
And he expressed an interest in me. And I just said, no way, you're married. And he just kept after me. And finally I agreed to meet him a few times. And we've been together more the last 30 years than not. In between, I had 2 serious relationships, and I wouldn't let him call me during that time. But other than that, he would always show up, and it was usually after we'd been at the bars late at night, and they were closing, and so he'd call me and wake me up. Hey, do you want to meet me in Gunnison? Okay. And I'd go to Gunnison and meet him for the weekend, and he was married, and it wasn't the proper thing to do, but I got married at 17, and I just had found a new lease on life, and was having fun.
Okay. So you guys met at the Sundance and then you said you knew he was married. How did you know he was married?
He told me.
He told you he was married. Did you know his wife at the time?
No, I never met her. I've seen pictures of her, a lot of pictures, but that's all.
Okay. And when you guys got together, where was that normally? Where did you guys normally get together?
Oh gosh, we've gotten together in Desert, we've gotten together in Gunnison. Usually we would meet at the Sundance after bowling.
How often?
Well, in the beginning it was about every 3 or 4 weeks, and then after a couple of years, I think I got into a relationship after about 3 years, and so we cooled that. I told him I wasn't going to meet him, but still he'd call, and then he would call me from Grand Junction. I've been in a meeting. Do you want to come and meet me for a drink? Okay. So I go meet him, and it was just kind of like that.
Who are you in a relationship with when you stop meeting?
Ron. That's Ron's brother. I am Peonia, and there's something in the water, I think. And then when I came down here, I had a four-year relationship with one of my college professors, James. And I came down. I moved down in '87 to finish college. And then I worked at Grand Mesa Youth Services Center for a number of years and retired from there.
Okay. And you weren't married to any of these individuals? Just
No.
had relationships with
They
them?
asked me to marry them, and I said no. I don't want to get married to anybody.
Okay.
Been there, done it.
Have you ever met any of Alan's family?
Yes.
Who have you met?
I've met his youngest daughter. I think her name is Chrissy. 2 months after his first wife Sharon died, we got together at Crossroads Athletic Club on Horizon, and he wanted to see me. And from the time that we met, he kind of moved into my house for about 8 months.
After Sharon died, he
Yeah.
moved into your
Mhm.
house? Where did you live? The same address? Okay.
Uh-huh. He would go home occasionally to get more clothes or something like that, but mostly he just sat on the couch and he was in shock. And he'd watch TV and
Okay.
I wasn't the only person that Alan fooled around with. You know, the truth be told, he was a womanizer and he was an alcoholic.
Where did he live at the time when he'd come visit you after Sharon died? Did you ever go there?
Yes. I've spent the night there before.
Well, and when Sharon was alive or after she died?
When she was both.
Okay. Tell me about the time you met Christy.
He had tickets to the now defunct Denver Playhouse. I can't remember what it's called. It
was
just closed.
Denver Playhouse?
No, here.
Okay.
It just closed. I can't think of the name of
Was
it.
it the Hat one?
Oh, starts with a C. Well, anyway, he had tickets, and he got 2 tickets for his younger daughter and her husband, and we went there for dinner, and we saw Cats, I believe, the cabaret.
When was that?
It was after we did Lake Powell, probably November of that same year. He had a big boat, and that was very
So this
important.
wasn't the last time you and him were together?
No.
Okay. So you went to Lake Powell and then this thing was after that. Did he introduce you to Christy as how?
His daughter.
No, how did he introduce you to Christy? Were you dating then?
Friend, yeah, I'm just a friend.
Okay.
That's what he said. I'm pretty sure she knew that we were together.
Okay. When was the last time you and Alan were actually together?
The night, it was in February, but I don't know the date, when I hadn't seen him for a couple of days, and that was kind of unusual. And I was expecting to have surgery the following day, and he promised to take me to the surgery. It was with Dr. Nakano, and it was just outpatient surgery on my foot. And he promised to take me there and to bring me back home. And he didn't contact me for a couple of days. So finally I called him on his cell, and he seemed reluctant to want to come to the house. And so I sensed something was up. And I said, well, you know, I've got spare bedrooms, don't worry about it. So he stayed in that night. He told me that he had met Miriam and that she was his dance instructor. He told me he was taking dance lessons because he wanted to go on a cruise and he wanted to be able to dance. And he said that the minute he saw her, he realized that he had found his soulmate. And so we went to the hospital, I had the surgery. We came back to my house and he stayed with me for about 3 days, but most of the time he was gone with her. I don't know what they were doing. I know that he was moving her into a motel room, which seems strange to me. She didn't have a place to live, I guess. I don't know if she just moved to Grand Junction or what the story was, but I thought that was a little bit strange. He said, I'm keeping her in a hotel room until I can move her out. After you're well, I'll move her out back to Delta. And then I knew he was in the process of buying a house in my mind sometimes, Whitewater, because he'd taken me to see it. He was going to trade some land for that house. And I think he did that, and then I don't know when they moved into the house. But anyway,
So he took you to see the house in Whitewater that he was gonna buy? What did it look like?
Well, I don't know if this is the one he ended up buying, for
Okay.
sure. But it was, there was nobody around it. There were no other houses that I could see, and it was a one level double garage. You walked into the kitchen, and it was a different house, very modern, and it had 3 bedrooms. The kitchen and living room were in the center of the house. Master bedroom and bath were over here, and then down the hall this way were 2 other bedrooms and a bath, I believe.
Okay. This was, he hadn't bought it yet, and this was the last time you and him were together, was?
No, it wasn't the last time. The last time was just was the surgery after he brought me home.
When he told you about finding or meeting
Yeah,
Miriam?
this is
or meeting
before he
someone.
met Miriam, when he showed him the house.
Have you guys talked since then over the phone, or that was it?
No, but I know that he tried to call me. I saw in the paper where he had taken out a, what do they call it, to get married, a license. And so I figured he was getting married, and we had a special ring, I guess everybody has it, where he lets it ring twice and then hangs up and then calls back. And that happened one night about 1 o'clock, which is usually when he got drunk enough to call. And I answered, but he didn't say anything. And then pretty soon he hung up. But I know it was him. He just wanted to tell me that he was happy and he was going to get married.
Did you and him have any problems when you found out about his relationship with Miriam? Did you guys fight or argue about it?
No. I argued about it to the point of, I said, Alan, it's only been 8 months since your wife died. I tried to talk him out of moving her in with him. And I said, just date, for heaven's sakes. And he didn't want to. He wanted to move her in. But I was concerned about that.
Okay. You mentioned that he was a womanizer and had other affairs, not just with you. Who was another person he had affairs with?
He wouldn't give me her name. I don't know.
How did you know about that?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Oh, I don't know. We were just talking and about our relationship. And he said, well, I did see one other woman. He said it was just a one-night stand. But I did see another woman while I was married to Sharon. And when he was living with me, he did see 2 or 3 other women besides Miriam that I'm aware of.
Tell me about that.
Well, he had put himself out on eharmony.com. I believe that was the one. And there was a woman in Pagosa Springs that he went over to meet. One of his daughters, he said, set him up with a woman for Christmas, that first Christmas, without his wife. I believe she died on either New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. And so he went over to Denver and had and stayed with her for one day and one night. And
How do you know this?
he told me.
He told you about these. Okay. So he told you that he had a eharmony.com
Yeah,
site.
he showed me the website and the pictures that he had on it.
Okay. And he was meeting women on that website.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just one that I know of.
Tell me about what you know about her.
When he came back, he just said that she was nice enough and that they had a lot in common, but she was of Indian descent and very, very heavy. And he wasn't interested.
Okay. Was this so you knew about one night stand, was that before or after you?
That was while he was there.
While he was with you and while Sharon was still alive and still married to
No,
Sharon?
no, the one that he got off of eHarmony.com at Pagosa Springs was when Sharon was gone and he was living with me.
Okay. How about you mentioned a one night stand before that?
That's when he was living, that's when Sharon was alive and I was in a permanent relationship.
Okay. Did he talk about that woman he had the one night stand with at all?
No.
So you know about her, about the Indian woman, and then you said Pagosa Springs?
Mhm.
What did he tell you about the woman in Pagosa Springs?
That was the Indian lady in Pagosa Springs.
Okay, so you only know about two
Two.
other women that he's been with
Well,
besides
3.
you?
There was the one in Denver that he met.
Oh, that his daughter introduced you
Yeah.
to? Okay. So all but one of these was after Sharon died, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And I was before Sharon died and after.
Okay.
He just had too many issues
Like what?
for me to be serious about him. Well, the alcoholism. I never knew for sure if he was, if he had a stable income. What he did was borrow money and take that money and buy land and then develop the land, put houses on it, and sell the houses. And that's how he made his money, at least the last 5-10 years. After he left Delta Savings and Loan, he had his own mortgage company. He had a branch in Delta, a branch in Gunnison, one in Montrose and one in Junction. And his daughter Portia ran the one in Junction. And then while he was still married to Sharon, he decided that he wanted to go into this land development business. And he always had his credit cards maxed. And
How do you know that?
well, one trip that we took to Lake Powell, he asked me if I could pay for it. And he would pay me back because his credit cards were maxed. And
How often did you and him go to Lake Powell?
3 times.
Were all 3 after Sharon died or
Yeah.
before? Okay. And this is a picture from Lake Powell?
Mm-hmm. That's the only picture I have of him.
Are you aware of when Alan died?
I can't remember the month or the
Okay.
date
How did you learn that he had died?
from the television.
Okay. And that was several months ago?
Yeah, I think so. 3 or 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
What brought you to come forward with this information now?
Well, I emailed Kara Bresnahan, and I asked if there had been any more information about the murder of Alan Helmick. And because all I had seen was the initial story, and then there was an article in the paper, and then it was dead. I didn't hear any follow-up. And I'd like to see whoever did it brought to justice. Alan had his own problems, but he was a good enough person. He didn't deserve this. And so she's an engaging person, and I said a few things, and she said, well, can I call you? And I said, okay. And I just, spilled my guts of everything that I knew about him, hoping that there would be a small clue somewhere that might lead to. That's why I'm here. I'm hoping that there is something that I say that might lead to whoever killed him.
Did you know Miriam?
No.
Never
Never
met
met
her?
her.
Okay. Why Kara Bresnahan?
Because it was KJCT that I saw the first news story.
Okay. Why not contact us, the sheriff's office?
I thought about it, but I think that information is probably just petty. I didn't think it was of any interest until I talked to her, and then she said, you need to talk to the lead investigator. And I said, it's just little bits of pieces of information.
So you still chose not to call us?
Right, and then she asked me if she could call on my behalf, and I said yes. So I knew that she was going to get us together.
Any reason why anyone would tell us that you had involvement in Alan's death?
No, I don't think so.
Anyone know about your relationship with him?
Yes.
Who else knew about it?
Well, his best friend in Delta, Bob Bison. And he had another friend named John. I can't think of his last name. And then the former golf pro, Les Mitchell.
How did these gentlemen know about your relationship?
Well, they would be at the Sundance when we would meet. And
What was the name of the golf pro? Sorry.
Les Mitchell, he's retired now, he's not.
Okay. So they were at the Sundance when you met him? Okay.
When I met him that first night, and then at many other times. And there were a lot of people that knew.
Do you think his wife Sharon knew?
I think she did.
Tell me about that.
Well, I asked him one time, and he said that she accused him all the time of having an affair. And I think she almost had to, because the guy was out so much and so late at night, and sometimes gone a whole weekend. I wouldn't think she could be quite that naive, but maybe she was.
How about Miriam?
Well, Miriam, when he met her, we immediately stopped seeing each other.
Okay.
And except for that 3-day period that he took care of me when I came home from having surgery.
You said that he had an alcohol problem. Tell me about that.
Well, he always, from the time I knew him, when we were in our 30s, until the last time he left my house, he always drank large amounts of alcohol. And any person who drank as much as he did would have been severely intoxicated. But he seemed to be functioning quite well. And he went to Dr. Motes, who, I recommended Dr. Motes. He wanted a physical. And Dr. Motes is our doctor out of the facility, Grand Mesa Youth Services Center. And so he went to Dr. Moats for a physical. And he said that Dr. Moats poked his side and he asked him if he drank a lot. And Alan said he told him, he was in denial about it completely. And Alan told him, well, no, I do binge drink occasionally. And he said, well, your liver's swollen. And he had blackouts. He would call me at 2 o'clock in the morning and say, come over to he'd be on Horizon at a motel room and want me to get up in the middle of the night like I used to do and go visit him. And I would just say, no, I can't do that anymore. I go to bed at 9 o'clock, that's it. And then he would have no recollection of it the next day.
Was he always intoxicated? Did he remain intoxicated?
When? When he called me, you mean?
No, when, just all the time.
Oh, no. He would get up in the morning and he would go work out at Crossroads and then go about his business. I think he managed during the day to be very productive. I just think he drank, from 5 o'clock on.
Did the alcohol cause any problems between you and him?
Well, I didn't like it because I don't drink. And it bothered him that I wouldn't. And he liked to go out to bars at night like Boomers. And I feel like I'm too old for that kind of stuff. And so he tried to drag me out to do that kind of stuff. And it was a problem. I didn't like it.
Okay. Was he ever abusive towards you when he was drinking, or
One time.
Tell me about that.
That was when he was still married to Sharon. We were at the Sundance, and I went over and sat at the table where Bobby and Les and all his buddies were, and he was there, and I just went over and sat down, and I was sitting next to Les Mitchell, his friend, and he was over. I think Bobby was here, and then he was over like that, and he mentioned something about, oh, I see you're sitting next to Les tonight, and I said, no, there's not room over there, and he got up and punched me right in the eye, right here, and then he left, and
this was in the bar?
Mm-hmm.
Was law enforcement called?
No, I didn't report it.
You're in a public place. I would think someone would do something.
Nobody did. You gotta remember this was 25, 30 years ago. I didn't want to get him in trouble.
So Les and all the other guys would have saw that Bob. Other than that one time, and that was because he thought you were with Les, or okay. Other than that one time, was he ever abusive towards you, or how about verbally? Ever verbally abusive towards you?
No.
Okay.
He didn't call me names or.
Even when he was intoxicated?
Right, no, he didn't.
Okay.
And he just had a burst of anger and just struck out. And we talked about it several times after it happened, and he didn't take ownership of it. He always said that I made him do it, that I was flirting with Les.
Okay. And you've been retired from Grand Mesa Youth Sources for how long?
About 6-7 years.
Do you do any kind of work now?
Not really. I take care of dogs for people when they go on vacation. I like dogs.
Okay. Do you have any regular hobbies, regular meetings that you attend?
I'm a member of the Red Cross, and I play tennis twice a week.
When do you play tennis?
Tuesdays and Fridays mornings.
When do you guys normally play?
Tuesdays and Friday
Where
mornings.
do you play? I mean,
Lincoln Park.
at 10 o'clock
Mm-hmm.
at Lincoln Park.
Mm-hmm.
How long you been doing that?
Oh gosh, about 20 years. But there's just about 3 or 4 people that I've been doing it with that long. We've had some newer people come, like Bill, I can't think of his last name. And then there's Ron, who I think is a transient. He shows up looks like this. He's really good.
And this, you said, is the only picture you have about you and Alan. Did you bring this for us to keep?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 second, okay?
Okay.
I'll be right back with you. I'm gonna need to make a copy of this so when it was on our copy machine.
I can go have another one if you want me to.
Okay.
I'll do that. Then I have a few things here I wanted to just bring out.
Go ahead.
I saw on the television or in the paper that Miriam said Alan grew on her. It was my understanding that when they were dancing, he kissed her on the cheek, and it was instant love, is what Alan said. And they both said they met their soulmates right there. There was no growing on anybody. I also thought it was strange that she stayed in her house, saying that she would feel more comfortable and closer to Alan if she stayed in the house. I'm telling you, if my husband had been killed, I would not stay in that house. I'd be afraid somebody would come back. Alan's son, Alan Jr., was ostracized from the family. He was not allowed to come home. And this happened when he was married to Sharon. I think he has some psychological problems. He's about 40 years old, lives in the Denver area. He can't hold a job. And at some of the family functions and the holidays, like Thanksgiving and Christmas, he always picked a fight with his sisters or his mother, to the point where he wasn't welcome at home anymore. And he was constantly after Alan for more money.
Who told you about Alan Jr.?
Uh-huh.
Who told you about Alan Jr.?
Oh, Alan.
Alan would tell you these things,
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Let's see. When he met her and he, a couple days later when he said he'd come over and make good on his promise to take me to the hospital, he said that the next day he had to get dressed and go meet her boss, because the boss said something about he didn't want any of his dancers associating with anybody that he didn't know of. Now maybe that was because of the business that he didn't
Yeah,
want.
to meet with Miriam's boss at the dance studio? Where was the dance studio?
I don't know.
Did he mention the name of the boss?
No.
Okay.
But he kind of felt like it was a test. He had to pass. He had to get his blessing for some reason in order to continue to see Miriam. Also, it was brought out either on television or on the newspaper that it was a dream of his to have horses. I was pretty close to him, and in 30 years I never heard a word about liking horses. Never, not once.
And that was either from just watching the news or reading the news articles where you saw that things.
The only place I got information was that first broadcast on television and then the newspaper article.
Okay. In your 30 years that you've known him or had a relationship with him, did he ever mention anyone that he was afraid of, or do you know of anyone that may have had motive to kill Alan or wanted to kill him, or anyone that he had a long feud with?
No, he would never. He was an upbeat kind of guy, and he never would talk about things like that. One thing that bothered me is he liked to carry a lot of cash. He would carry large bills, hundreds, and have them in a wad and keep them in his pocket. He liked to be able to flip 100 off and give it to somebody, and that bothered me a little bit. And also, I'm not sure about who he used to borrow money from to build the houses on the land that he developed. He seemed to always be just, I don't know how to put it. He seemed to be always waiting for one house to sell. He'd be short of money until one house sold, and he'd have to get money so he could build another one. He wasn't really, he was cash poor, I think. I don't think he had a lot of backup, except that he did have that business in Delta, and he owns that building, or owned that building that has 6 or so offices in it. And I think that was given to Portia.
What was the name of that business again?
Helen Mortgage Company.
Okay.
But in the building, there were several other office spaces that he rented out. He owned the whole building. And so he did get a monthly income
Did you ever meet Portia?
from those. Never met Portia.
So Christy's the only kid of his that you met. Okay. You never met Sharon, and you never met Miriam. Okay. And you haven't seen or talked to him since he started the relationship with Miriam as you were in the hospital for surgery, correct?
Right.
Okay. Obviously, when you have a mistress or someone that you're having an affair with in there's relationships, it can be easily spun that there's motive there or some kind of hatred, things like that. Do you remember in particular if you did anything in June? June is when Alan was murdered.
If he did anything?
No, if you did anything so we can show that you weren't the one that murdered him in case it's brought up later.
That's why I didn't want to come here. I don't know what I was doing in June, but you're welcome to check my bank statements. There was no large withdrawal, and I'm not physically capable of killing him.
Okay.
But I don't know what I was doing in June. I probably had a dog or two to take care of. I'm retired. I just go about my tennis and my Red Cross work and things like that. And in April, I go back east to visit my sister and my brother every April.
Okay.
Other than that, I go to Denver, usually in May, and in September or October to visit my son and grandson.
Okay.
Other than that, I would have been home.
Okay. Do you know of anyone that would have benefited from Alan's death?
I don't know what his will said. Maybe Alan Jr., maybe his children. I would have thought Miriam would have benefited, but I guess that she had she'd signed a prenup.
What do you know about that?
Kara told me.
Kara Bresnan told that?
And I've always felt, if I'm just going to think about it, I've always felt that there was some relationship between her and this boss that owned the dance studio, which might have explained why she told Alan she didn't have a place to live, and why he called him in. I wonder if they had a racket going. I'm not sure. I know that's way out there, but that and the son of his are two people I can think of offhand.
So you're thinking the only people that would have motive to kill Alan would have been either his son, Alan Jr., Miriam, or the boss of the dance studio, those three? Yeah.
And when I say Miriam and the boss, I'm thinking that they were together. But she did sign a prenuptial agreement, so I don't know why she would go ahead and have him killed. Of course, I don't know, maybe she did get something out of it. And Kara told me about about her first husband's death and also one of her children's death.
That came from Kara Bresnahan. Okay.
Well, the death of her first husband was in the news, but I didn't know about the death of one of her children. Kara told me that.
I'm gonna make a paper copy of this real quick. I'll bring it back to you. You still have plenty of water?
Yeah, no, fine, thanks.
Here's your picture, right? Anything that we haven't talked about or discussed that you think we should know?
No, I tried to write down the things that concern me, but I don't think so. Anything else?
Okay.
Do you have any more questions?
I can't think of any right now, but I might later. That's why I got your information. This is my card.
Okay.
If you think of something later, or something comes up that you want to forward along to us, you can just give me a call instead of calling Kira. So that
Yeah,
we
I'm
can
sorry
look
about
at-
that.
No, I understand that. That's perfectly fine. That happens quite often. So no big deal.
I just wanted to talk to somebody about it.
Sure, and we appreciate it. This is
She's a nice person, and I didn't, I thought you'd accuse me. I really did.
sure.
The jilted lover.
So and like I told you that may come up, but it's better that you came forward and let us know about this relationship versus just finding out about it and then going the other way. I may have more questions for you later on. There's a group of us that are actually investigating this, so after I run things by the group, we may have more questions for you. And then I'll give you a call and we'll go over that, okay?
Well, I'll be here.
I
I'm not going
appreciate it.
anywhere for the holidays. I was wondering if you called his friend Bob Isom and talked to him.
Okay.
Bob's best friend for 40 years or more, and they were neighbors.
Yep, we've talked to Bob.
Did you?
So we're working on it. So
What happened to his black lab, Cisco?
I'm not sure. I think family got him. I think Portia probably.
Portia probably.
Yeah.
Because she had a dog.
Yep. I know that most of his stuff is under control of his family. So they probably are sorting those things out. I don't try to get involved in all that, so that so I'm not sure.
No, I love that dog.
Okay.
He was so sweet.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you for coming in.
Investigators' view of Alan Helmick has been turned upside down, forcing everyone to question if there could be someone unexpected who wanted him dead. Then, the case gets an unexpected break when a threatening note suggests Miriam could be the killer's next target. As police investigate the lead, they discover an alarming new twist that sets off a shocking manhunt. This case will continue in part 3 of the series.